got 1 minute. Everyone's been excellent. Thank you for sitting down. You can switch over. Ooh. For some reason we've got automatic stuff going on. That's not good. They are taking over, aren't they? One mouse click. I saw a great meme yesterday around we're safe because clients will have to be able to write their brief correctly into ChatGPT, and we never get a brief correct first time, so I think we are slightly safe there. Try again. Let's hope it doesn't automatically move on. Good morning, everybody. Borada, for those who come from where I am in Wales. I think I've got an issue with my slides automatically moving on, so I might have to pause for a moment and fix that. But welcome to the ASC event here at the Oval in London. My second time here presenting the conference. Very pleased to be here. You are on camera. We are live streaming, and I have an issue with my slide, which is going to be great to fix in a moment. You are on camera. We are live streaming to hopefully hundreds, if not thousands of people, either live or on replay in the coming weeks. So as part of being on camera, please try and keep noise to a minimum. Please keep your mobile phones in silent and off for the duration. If you do need to leave, of course, that's completely fine. On leaving, toilets are on the way in, so both toilets out that way. There are no planned fire alarms or drills today, so if you hear one, it is likely to be real. Please make your way to the doors at the back and take the stairs down to the left and out of the building, away from the fire. So thank you very much for that. Importantly, the new Maslow's hierarchy of Wi-Fi. The network in the room is SCCC. Hobbs capital H O B B S, and my slides are moving on. That's really annoying. 598. So if you need to connect there, it's pretty good Wi-Fi, and the 4G is okay outside. If you are tweeting or mentioning today's presentations on social media, hashtag ASC.org will keep you on trend. Please do comment to the social media if you would like. Breaks today. We have 11 o'clock. Refreshments and the usual ample teas, coffees and sweet treats will be available. Lunch is going to be at 1 o'clock today, so slightly longer morning first session and a shorter one with a panel. Afternoon refreshments at 3 and wrapping up at 5:30 with the bar that will open up at the back. Unlike last year, it is not a sponsored bar, I'm afraid, so it does take cards, but you can come and see me if you need a drink. Okay, so we are at the Do Not Pass Go Survey Fraud, Data Quality and Best Practice Conference here in London. I think it's worth just noting that it's quite timely. This topic was picked some time ago, and we've seen a lot of interest in the area of panel quality, survey fraud, etc. in the last few months, and we're delighted to have such an amazing audience here today from across the research governing bodies, from some of the leading panel networks, panel companies, software vendors, and research businesses as well. So just thank you so much. A little bit about the ASC, if I may, just for a few moments. So since we last met, the ASC has moved from being an unincorporated association, which is the technical term for people who are like-minded trying to do stuff together, to what is formally known as a community interest company. So we're ASC CIC now, just to add another market research acronym in here. And that effectively means that we are an official business here registered in the UK with a specific purpose. And a community interest company must serve a community, which I think the ASC has been doing for quite some time. So we've been around since about 1996. So I remember 1996, but a few in the room may not. But we're now a CIC. So our specific community that we serve are those interested in information technology, IT. They are working computing for market research or social research, collecting and processing of survey data. You get the idea, that's what we do. But it's a specific definition which gives us some quite interesting benefits as a community interest company here in the UK. Our essential objectives are peer learning, so please treat this as a safe space. It is a public forum in the sense that it's going to be stored in our YouTube channel later, so a little mindful of what you might want to say in public, but it is a safe space to have private conversations and share knowledge. Our primary objective is to forward computing and surveys and everything around that amongst this community and beyond. As such, we do have a video sponsor today to enable the live streaming to be free today and in future to share that knowledge as well. And we'd also look after the Technology Awards at the MRS conference each year, so we're delighted to be part of that. And just so you're aware, thank you to our sponsors who we've been having on the show reel before, but a big thank you to sponsors who enable us to have the infrastructure of the ASC running day in, day out. Any surplus revenues that we generate as a business from ticket sales, all that sponsorship goes back into the community, and you'll hear from Andrew on the committee later about something quite exciting that we're doing at the ASC. It's a bit about us. If you've got any questions, find somebody with a red lanyard. That means they are, you've got one, Jerome, that means they are on the committee and will know more than the average person about the ASC and the CIC. Okay, so we are going to go straight into it. We're on schedule. I'm delighted that we've got a couple of industry heavy hitters here today. Melanie Courtright from the Insights Association. I do apologise if your slides are moving ahead. I'm going to have to fix that. I'm sure you'll work it out. And Debrah Harding from the MRS. I don't think you need any further introduction, to be honest. So welcome and thank you for flying from the US.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for having me here. I'm excited. This is one of my favorite topics. Those of you who know my background, man, I just love talking about sample and sample quality. I'm an absolute nerd about it. And I've spent a lot of time in my career focused on this. And so it's exciting to me where we're at in our profession, that there's this coming together of global associations to work on something and to sort of take us to the next level. I've been in the space for a really long time, and I can say without a doubt that these conversations about quality ebb and flow, right? We have these sort of inflection points where something is gone horribly wrong, and so we come together. But as a community, we always fix it. We always lean in. We always solve. We always create solutions. And every one of those solutions has an equal and opposite reaction to the solution, right? So it's definitely a journey. So I thought I would start today by just, from our perspective, talking to you about the quality landscape, where we are right now, and the way we see it, both in the U.S. and my counterparts in the U.K., in the global associations, in Australia. We all agree that we're about at one of those inflection points right now. Our current environment, as we see it from the association world, we talk to a lot of brands, a lot of buyers, a lot of agencies, a lot of suppliers. We have a really great wide view. And we're at one of those inflection points where there's a lot of anxiety and worry and concern about the state of quality in sampling. The quality concerns are on the upswing. There is a lot of fear language out there right now, and some companies use those as sort of a marketing technique, but they cause a lot of anxiety. And there's a lot of confusion. What really is the problem that's causing quality? There's a lot of inconsistent messages. Is it 40%? Is it 20%? Is it 5%? Is it all of it? Should we start the whole thing over, throw it all out, and just all go home? There's some alarmist language out there. 40% of every survey design is fraud, and there was actually an article that hit the major press in the U.S. a couple weeks ago that said that fraud is costing brands billions. It was just bad math, right? We know we have problems, but it's not costing brands billions. But we do have problems that we need to solve, and one of those problems is language, how we talk about it, what it means, what really is the problem. There's competition over clarity, so there are firms that would rather compete on quality than work together on quality, and would rather compete than provide clarity because they want it to be a competitive differentiator. And unfortunately, those companies can unfortunately erode trust in the wider ecosystem. I sit here in the role I'm in today, caring more about the ecosystem than I do about a brand, and I've worn a brand hat though, selling sample, so I get that friction that exists. But in the role that we're in, the place we're in now, we really need to be careful not to fully erode trust from the buyer's point of view. There is not a data-driven discussion around this. There's no data driving the conversation. This percent is fraud. This percent is dupes. This percent is a result of bad survey design. This percent, it's not a data-driven discussion. It's a fear-driven discussion. And so, we're advocating for more data-driven discussions. There's a bit of a blame game. It's the sample's fault. It's the buyer's fault. It's the survey's fault. It's a blame game. It's all of our fault, right? We all have to come together. And then there's, like I said, the eroding trust, and that's the biggest one for me, eroding trust and confidence in our space. So at these inflection points, we wanted to come together as and focus on a couple things. First, how we talk about it. The language we use, when we say 40% is 40% fraud, or is 40% removals that include fraud? What does the term fraud mean? What is the language that we should use? And how can we use language to communicate better with buyers and sellers? And then the things that we measure, share more data, measure things, and the things that we share, get really specific about the things that we should be sharing externally and with each other. And then the data itself, true participant fraud versus participant engagement issues or fatigue issues versus participant experience issues. They all play a part. And when we throw out numbers and we don't get specific about what those numbers mean, nobody knows how to fix them. And usually it's all of these things that are driving the numbers that are being removed from survey data sets. So with all of that in mind, that's a lot of work, right? If we were to work on all of that, if I, as the Insights Association, were to work on all of that, it would take me a decade. We don't have a decade. So we're going to come together as a body of professionals, and we're really excited about it. A true collaboration between CRIC out of Canada, ESOMAR as a global player, Insights Association out of the US, the Research Society out of Australia, MRS out of the UK, SampleCon as a technology partner out of the US, and VMO, and I will let Debrah say that name properly, out of Austria. So we're going to come together, and let me tell you a little bit about what we're going to do. CRIC is specifically going to focus on sample frame consistency and transparency and a buyer's quality snapshot. So we have that beautiful ESOMAR 37, but for a lot of buyers, it's too far, too deep, too fast. So it's going to be a companion piece to the ESOMAR 37. There'll be no competition between these associations. We're going to support each other and support each other's existing work, but also bring forward a lot of new things. ESOMAR is going to focus on the participant experience, the role of survey design, and continue with their ESOMAR 37. The Insights Association is focused very much on the language of quality. We want to stop the language that causes fear and introduce language that causes clarity and helps people with their buying decisions. Quality measurement, how do we actually measure quality and metrics, and a data integrity toolkit. The MRS is frauds and bots tech, which they've actually already got a lot of work going. I'm very excited about it, comparing different solutions that are out there. Mobile optimization with a paper that already exists that they've been running for a while and is a beautiful example of collaboration, even among competitors. So Debrah's going to tell you more about that. And then panel supplier data analytics. And each of these are going to come out with standards, best practices. It's that moment, that inflection moment where we're actually going to put together a body of work that's going to help us. SampleCon is going to do sampling technology codes like to handle ghost completes. And there are many of you in this room are involved in that, as well as benchmarks and standards. The Research Society is going to take on incentives, the language of incentives, how to use incentives, what incentives work, what don't, broadening our incentives skill set to think more about think about things that are more than just cash, and incentives guidelines. And then VMO is contributing to the body of work from the MRS, working with them on the data fraud and bot technology. So they're a big part of that. So we're excited about what we're going to do there. And I'm going to hand it off to Debrah to give you a good understanding of what MRS is doing, and then I'll come back.
I was saying to JT earlier today that I am quite short, and people who've met me on sort of Zoom and things, when they meet me in real life, go, "You really are quite short." So I was really relieved today to find a lectern that isn't here, and I haven't been offered a box to stand on. So these are all good starts to a day, but that isn't what I'm here to talk about. It's lovely to see you all. I'm here to talk to you today about what the MRS is up to, give you a bit more of that detail that from what Melanie has supplied you. So I'm going to focus on three areas. Internal solutions, and what I mean by that is the solutions that exist within the research sector and the projects that we have got stemming from that. external solutions, which is investigating and leveraging solutions from outside of the sector and how we might learn from those and bring them in. And also building on what we have. And I'm going to focus on the mobile optimization project that has the MRS has been involved in the last 5 years, which Melanie's already alluded to, as an example of what we can do if we get this right, and the right approach and the right solutions. So I'm going to cover three part to my presentation. So looking at the internal solutions, even within bot and fraud technology, what do we mean by that? You know, that's a very broad set of phrases. And so we are also looking at the terms and definitions to describe bot and fraud technologies. It's a companion piece to the broader work that the IA is doing to make sure that we're all on the same page and talking about the same things. In addition to that, we have done already significant work identifying and classifying research sectors' approaches to combat fraud across modes and methodologies. So all of the working group have been really sharing all of their experience and knowledge to produce significant amounts of information about all of the different things that we're already doing, but in a way that is sharing it, collaborating, but also classifying those different approaches so that practitioners can look at it and think, okay, can I afford that? Is it an expensive option? Do I need specialised staff? Do I need to give training? Is it something which I can buy in? So all of those kind of different facets to each solution, we're going to describe in great detail so that practitioners can look at the documentation that we produce and actually take it away and implement it within their businesses. But doing that, we also don't want to create new problems for ourselves. Looking at some of those solutions, there are one or two things to do with GDPR and sort of legal and ethical issues which also need to be considered. What we don't want to do is to solve one problem and create a whole load of other problems. So again, we will be analysing the different approaches and just sort of doing things like things you need to think of when using this technique to make sure that practitioners don't end up falling victim and foul to legislative issues. We're also hoping to compile a list of the sources of fraud. And again, this is a project which we're working closely with the IA with, because the IA is also ahead on this in terms of having already done some work in the US. This isn't about trying to find Joe Bloggs in the high street that happens to be, you know, ploughing his way through 50 surveys every 10 minutes. That's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about are sources whereby there could be click farms, it can be potential sites that are telling people how to defraud the sector, and to try to work with likes of Meta and LinkedIn and YouTube and so on to see if we can get those sources removed so that we actually try to stem the flow of fraudulent practices and information that's out there. This is probably the hardest thing, and in terms of because we're having to really have great reliance upon the platforms. And so it's with a heavy heart that Rebecca Cole from Cobalt Sky is the person within our working group who's leading on that one. So as always, Rebecca, you've got the most difficult thing. And also, but we also don't want to forget about the fact that this isn't just about quantitative research and surveys. You know, qualitative research is also facing and has faced for a long time significant issues with fraud. And so we have a specific group looking at the qualitative issues, not only in terms of the issues that are facing qual today, but those that are going to face qual as generative AI really picks up and becomes more widely used, how some of those technologies could really have quite a damaging impact on the future of qualitative and indeed quantitative as well. So these are if you like, this is the group of internal solutions that we're working on. But as I say, we know fraud isn't unique for research. There are loads of sectors that are having similar problems to us. If you talk to academia, people in journalism, financial world, gambling, the leisure industry, the sort of ratings sites, all of those, they've all got the same problems. We're all facing the same challenges. Technology, it doesn't have parameters. And so what we are looking to do is, and we're already having discussions, is talking with those external sectors to understand what they are doing, and are there things that they are using that could be used within the research sector. Could be adapted, could be taken wholesale, and to see how we can utilise experience from some of the sectors who've had different problems for a longer time, and they're now our problems. So, borrow with pride is one of my favourite phrases, and in fact, I stole that from somebody. But we should borrow with pride, because if we can learn and get the pace that other sectors have got, then at least we can try to keep abreast of this issue. And finally, the last two projects come together, which is about documenting and classifying third-party quality and security software. So what's out there? What does it do? How useful is it? What problems do they solve? But also to help us to investigate and identify gaps. Where are the gaps? So we've looked at the internal solutions, we've looked externally, we've looked at third-party solutions. What problems still exist? What do we need? And we're creating a tech lab to see if we can come up with some new solutions, with practitioners being led by Oscar Carlsson, who you're going to hear from later today from Cint, to see what we can do about creating solutions, new solutions for the sector. So quite an ambitious work, a lot of work that we've set ourselves, but got a great group of people on the steering group. And in fact, actually, I've got an additional person who came on just yesterday. People are coming on all the time. The important thing is all of these people have agreed to work on this project in a way that is collaborative, in a way that is open. People are sharing their expertise, their knowledge, in a way to help us to come together to create solutions. This isn't about, this is mine, this is competitor, keep away, and trying to get competitive advantage. This is about creating solutions for the sector. So I just want to make a pause here and just reflect on a project that has already been going for 5 years, just as an example of what we can do already. So Melanie referred to our mobile optimization project. This is a collaborative project between MRS and 4 companies, Dynata, Kantar, Lucid and now Cint, and Toluna. And it was set up to address the impact of poor mobile research design and lack of mobile optimization. And since 2016, we've had the response data from those 4 organisations, originally for a small number of countries, but now up to 13 different countries, looking at how the response trends to come up with a set of benchmark data to show what the responses are, what's happening between desktop, what's happening between mobile optimization, and so on. But in addition to that, we've also been doing a satisfaction survey, testing poor mobile design on participant behaviour. And I mean, the findings over the 5 years, some of these trends are obvious in many ways. If you think about where we are and where we're going, increasing number of people obviously access surveys via mobiles. This will continue. Participants are much more likely to drop out from a mobile phone than they are from desktop, and this is narrowing year on year. The abandoned rate is a major driver of overall participant and research panel attrition, which I think is interesting. And allowing participants to choose their preferred device for research completion is important in terms of research representativity and feasibility. So these are things we found from the response data for the last 5 years. But similarly, when we've looked at the satisfaction survey results, we've come across some very interesting information about how mobile optimization is so vital in terms of the quality of data that is being derived from research. So things like dropouts from open-ended questions are much higher for non-optimized surveys, indicating a loss of engagement. Grids requiring horizontal and vertical scrolling result in drop-offs that were 3 to 4 times higher than for optimized surveys. Response options not visible on screen in not optimized surveys were much less likely to be selected by participants. And also non-optimized and less accessible pictures distorted how participants answered questions, and more lost responses and possible increased participant frustration was created as a result. All of this information has only been feasible and practical because we've been doing this project. And I see that Pete is here today. He's one of the people that's been very involved in the project, Pete Cape from Dynata. But I think it's the important thing is that the output from all of this, not only in terms of the research results, which are all available on the MRS website, is that we have got an accepted approach for shared working across those 4 research organisations. We've got agreed best practice guidance on mobile optimization, which is globally recognised and supported by associations such as the Insights Association and the Research Society in Australia. And we've actually just kicked off the research. It's a bit like a sort of hamster wheel of doom. We've just kicked off the research process for 2023. The reason why I highlighted this, and just wanted to spend 5 minutes just reflecting on it, is this is what success looks like in my view. And the projects that we're now working on in this space, all of those projects that we've talked about, all the things that Melanie has talked about, what we want to do is to have this kind of output where we've got collaborative working, shared understanding and guidance coming out that's helping us move forward as a sector. And at this point, I'm going to hand over to Mel. There you go.
Thank you. Well, 4 of my favorite quotes, and since I'm in the UK, I was very careful to add one from Mr. Churchill. So what we're hoping to inspire you is to get involved in this work. This is an important time. And so I love Alexander Graham Bell. Great discoveries and improvements invariably involve the cooperation of many minds. I am smart in some areas and I am weak in others, and people fill my gaps. And so we can fill each other's gaps and work on this together. I have seen further, if I have seen further, it's by standing on the shoulders of giants. There are giants in this room, and there are giants that will come behind me. I'm not the smartest fellow in the world, but I sure can pick smart colleagues. That's definitely my motto. I surround myself with people smarter than me. And then Mr. Churchill, if we are together, nothing is impossible. If we are divided, all will fail. So we want everyone in this room to get involved in one of the work streams, to have your company get involved, share your data, become a part of it. Working together to take data risk out of research. This is our new, we have a new website, globaldataquality.org, and I'm excited to say that it is live. You can go there right now, and when you go on that website, you can find each of the associations that's involved, and you'll find a link that points to their respective pages of data quality content, and you'll find a button for I would like to get involved, and it will point you to someone at that association to get involved in their work stream. So go there, get involved, get your company involved. Tools already available. ESOMAR 37 is already out there. If you're not using it, you should be. And the last iteration included some metrics that I hope everyone is really leaning into. The MRS mobile guidelines, there's the link for that, although it's not a live link, but go there and get that. And then the Insights Association's Data Integrity Language Guide and Toolkit is already out there. But keep going back, because we're going to keep iterating on it as brighter minds than ours tell us that some definitions are missing or might want to be tweaked. We will tweak them. We will work collaboratively. This is not an IA project, and it is a global project, and it is all of our language guides, not ours. So that's what we wanted to share with you today. We hope you're inspired by this opportunity, a true collaboration of associations worldwide coming together to help you, and we can't do it, though, without you. You're in the practice, and we hope that you'll be involved in the work.
Thank you both very much for that. It's amazing. I haven't seen any sort of collaboration like this in the industry in my time. We've got a couple of minutes for questions. We do have questions online on the YouTube. So if you are watching on YouTube, please post that question, and someone here in the audience will give it to me. Anyone here in the audience today got a question for Mel or Debrah? So can you repeat your question for the microphone, sorry.
I was wondering if the report, the optimization, mobile optimization, was freely available for everyone to download.
Yes, the reports are available. There's also webinars from the last 4 years of research. The top line results are available, and also the guidance is available. And it's all on. If you go onto the resources section, the initiative section of the MRS site, and it says mobile optimization, you can get there. But equally, if you go through the new global site as well, that will also provide the link as well.
And I think that's true for everyone. Every one of the associations is making the content available to everyone in this particular topic area because it's so important.
Yeah.
So for the Insights Association, the language guide and the DII toolkit are also available to anyone who wants to go to the website.
Any other questions? Well, Jerome, one moment.
I was interested by what you were saying about the language, and what are you thinking? I mean, you know, sometimes you got to call a cat a cat. Sometimes you got like people that are actively, you know, bypassing the whole survey to get to the rewards, and that's fraud. And sometimes they just don't care, and they're inattentive or pretending to be someone else. So, what language are you thinking of to describe the different types of bad data quality?
So we, in the language guide, we have a global term for overall quality and integrity, and that's data quality and data integrity. Sitting underneath that, though, we have things like true fraud, which is just as you described it, people faking their identity, people trying to use social security numbers to get to the incentives. But then on top of that, what we're finding is that the 40% numbers that are being thrown around, it's not 40% fraud, it's 40% data quality. So it'll be 7 to 8% true fraud. And then on top of that will be issues with duplicates, which we call out separately, especially when multi-sourcing. Duplicates are not fraud, they're just people who end up, they aren't necessarily fraud. On top of that, you have participant engagement issues due to survey design. And on top of that, you have just problems with the way the survey is orchestrated, or you just have human behavior that causes them to make mistakes in the surveys. So what we see is a ladder that says 7%. 7 to 8% is fraud. You know, this much is duplicates. This much is data quality from the survey design. This much is just human behavior, and that might total 40%. But that 40% number often gets weeded out. So we want to call each of the areas out specifically so that we can solve them. Because if we call it all fraud and then we fix fraud, we're still going to have another 25 to 30% of data issues in a data set.
Parvis, quick question. We're due to move on.
Just an observation, having been mostly my career on the client side, there's a confidence piece. There's a piece about trust, isn't there? I mean, when we're going pitching to clients about the sample, clients obviously need to feel that the sample's going to be, that there's integrity in the sample. So you mentioned the data piece. Is that something you're going to prioritise? Because I think we need to give clients the confidence that, you know, there's like, 4% fraud in the industry, not 40%.
That's right.
That's going to be really important.
That really is what we're hoping will be the next major effort, is to put together a data set similar to what we're doing on mobile, put together an industry-wide data set of survey removals that says here's why they were removed and here's the problem, and say, yes, we have fraud, and call fraud fraud, but fraud is not 40%. It might be 40% on an individual project, but overall as an ecosystem, we don't have 40% fraud. But to put numbers behind it and then have benchmarks and say, if you're seeing things that are above this, yes, you should be concerned. And also, let's make sure that those are our metrics for success. We have been able to decrease true fraud from 8% to 7% to 6% to 5%. And those become our metrics-driven success indicators.
No more time for questions. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you so much for that. We're moving on to session 2 with the wonderful Ray Poynter, President of ESOMAR. Congratulations, by the way, on running for England. It's amazing. Welcome, Ray.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. It's a delight to be here, and I was invited to come along and said, we really need somebody to leverage your age. What is the history of all the stuff that's gone wrong over the years? So this is going to be a whistle-stop tour through various examples of shockers. But there have been many more over the years. This is just a few. So what can we learn from them? First of all, the Ford Edsel. This is a classic marketing error from the United States back in the 50s. They designed this car. They did masses of research. It's got the best bonnet or hood, depending on which side of the ditch you come from. It's got a great grille. It had a great choice of wheels. It came in 18 versions, and it absolutely bombed because they didn't research the entirety. They didn't research what is the best car. They researched the best grille, the best wheels, and best options. So the data quality issue there was not asking the right question. This is another one. I actually worked on this project along with hundreds of other people. And we answered the questions we were asked quite properly. For those of you who were not around, they were being attacked by the Pepsi sip test. ads. So you get a whole bunch of Coke drinkers in, you give them a blind taste test, it's just a sip, and quite a lot of them preferred the Pepsi to the Coke, and this rattled the people at Coke. And so they reformulated Coke over and over again, and they came up with a formula that tasted better than original Coke. And that's where all the testing, and it was done in lots of countries, and so they launched it. And there was an enormous problem in the US. Don't sit on the phone. There was an enormous problem in the US because nobody had researched, can we remove your heritage and take away Coke and replace it with this better tasting Coke? And that, again, was the problem. So it's not a data quality error on either of those. It was a questions error. And I like the way that Debrah and Melanie were highlighting, it's not just fraud. It's not just question. It can quite often be that we've done the wrong research. So here's a one that we should all remember. Beecham sues Yankelovich, Clancy Schumann, because the silly people at Yankelovich gave a very firm prediction that this was what the market share was going to be. And it wasn't. We don't know all the reasons why it wasn't. It could have been sampling error. It could have been problems with the sample. It was probably quite a lot to do with the data and analytics and so on. But they got sued for a fortune. So since then, we've all been a bit more careful about not over-claiming. And actually, coming back to the last presentation, when one data company says we're great and they're rubbish, that actually damages everybody, not just the people that they're trying to criticize. Polling errors. This is a frequent one that crops up. I was actually on the radio this night. So as a Liberal talking about how well we were going to do, we didn't. And as a representative of our industry saying how well we were going to do, and we didn't. So these are a couple of British examples, but like the humdinger has got to be 1936. I'm sure many of you can remember this. 1936, Alf Landon was going to beat Roosevelt. The Literary Digest had a sample of over 2 million people. And they printed the front page of the magazine, the Literary Digest, saying that Alf Landon was going to win. He won 2 of the 48 states, because there were only 48 states then, and lost all the others by a enormous 24% behind. Why did that happen? It was sampling frame error. A really boring sounding thing, sampling frame error. They sent out the surveys to the 10 million people who had bought a car that year, 1936 recession, had a telephone, 1936 recession, or a subscription to the Literary Digest. And they voted for the middle class candidate in that opinion poll. Segway. This is quite a lovely, a couple of my second cousins there up in the forest, in Sherwood Forest, on a Segway. There was a lot of research into how it might be used and how we did, and they forecast that it was going to be enormous. 1 million sales in 2 years. In 6 years, they sold 30,000. Why? Well, it was the price of a small car, $5,000 back then. If you ride it to work, where are you going to store it? It weighs 45 kilograms, 7 stones. Melanie, 100 pounds. We've got all the units here. It was simply physically too heavy. So when they're doing the research, they didn't then follow that through and say, okay, now pick it up to go up the stairs. Now put it in a cupboard. Where exactly at home are you going to put this? NPS. There's a lot of evidence it doesn't work. So should we, from a data quality point of view, be selling it and making quite such bold claims about it? Even if it does work, it attracts gaming. So I stopped at a Holiday Inn in Milton Keynes when I was qualifying for the England team to run the marathon later this year. What would I do? 3:37, which is not bad at that. But going out of the Holiday Inn, this is how you're supposed to fill in the NPS question. I actually worked with one company that got rid of all of the customers who gave low scores. That's a really effective way of improving your scores. Panel quality issues. So 1 or 2 people remember when Kim Dedeker was on client side. We've had this over and over again, coming round in cycles. as Melanie was talking about earlier, we've seen over and over this. We really do have to grasp it this time round, because you've got that dirty little secret of online panels, the sequel of the sequel of the sequel coming through. TV ratings, there have been enormous scandals over the years. So it's not just survey data, because this by and large is metered data. But who do you give the meters to? There was a wonderful ad a few years ago. There were a couple on a sofa, very passionate. There was a TV with a TV monitor on it, and the comment underneath it, who's getting screwed here? The ratings company, of course, and all the people buying the publishing data. Lots of issues in the US, lots of issues in India as well, usually settled out of court, so we don't know all the details. Patients like me, it's not just survey data. This was the front page of the Wall Street Journal. They spotted some activity. Patients Like Me was a community for self-help groups, and they spotted that they were being scraped. So they looked at the account that was scraping them, and it was from Nielsen Buzzmetrics. And this then got global coverage, and it also led to the winding up of the Buzzmetrics name and the operation, because clearly that is an unethical way of collecting data. Cambridge Analytica, yeah, that was an interesting combination of surveys, friends, harvesting. This, I mean, you harvest organs, don't you? I mean, these were harvesting people. Find an enormous amount of money, a lot of damage, actually, to our industry and the whole process of collecting information, as well as to Facebook, as well as to governments. Juicero, this is quite an interesting one. Lots and lots of design thinking research. Now, I'm not anti-design thinking, but it has to be in a context. They got the product better and better for a handful of people who wanted it, but there were not enough of those people to make the product successful. There wasn't any market analysis in that research, and sometimes when you see the design thinkers go overboard, it is too much around testing this with 6 people. They will often read that they think 5 or 6 is the optimum number of people to test a product with. True in some contexts when you're looking for improvements, but you still need to look at the market context. This is really, really recent. This is just a few weeks ago in the Netherlands, big data breach impacting several clients beyond that. Again, this is going to be really worrying. There are going to be more and more attacks on data systems. We're going to see this is coming with the AI thing. We're going to see this coming through partly as a consequence of some of the Russian activities where the state is sponsoring disruptive characteristics. So there are some themes going on in all of that. Undersampling some groups. So that TV ratings I talked about, one of the big issues is not sampling the particular disadvantaged groups and so on. Not sampling the right people when you're doing surveys for polling. Not asking the right question. This is a really big issue. Doing the wrong analysis. And when you're doing market forecasts, the wrong analysis will often cause a problem. Using data without permission. Security and processes, and it's on the list, but it's actually not the biggest problem historically in terms of fraud and corruption. I'm just going to throw one in which Adam Phillips highlighted to me. There was in the UK a whole fuss about student interviewers going home to the universities and filling in the forms in the dorm rooms, and that led to the MRS's interviewer quality scheme. So it's always been a process. Quality has never just happened. There is also this wonderful framework. It's called the Total Survey Error Framework. And all researchers, when they think about designs and processes, should be aware of it. So let's consider sales forecasting. Does asking intention to buy work as a question? That's this up here, the construct validity. Does your scale measure intention? That's the measurement process. You know, maybe that 5-point scale doesn't work. Does the processing turn into prediction? So do we have benchmarking? Are we taking into account sales? Are we taking into account advertising, distribution? Have we surveyed the right people? So now we're getting into one of the quality issues. What is the sampling error? That's like a tiny part of the whole process. And do we have non-response issues? So all of these will guide us towards having a better quality outcome. And have we weighted the data properly? Frankly, with most commercial clients, it's have you weighted it at all? But we'll ignore that for the moment. Thank you very much, and I would love to hear any questions.
Thank you, Ray. I feel like I've been schooled slightly on the history of all the bad stuff. Fascinating. I knew about half of those, but there's some really interesting ones there. I'd love some questions from those watching online. There is a slight delay, so please put the questions in as you hear our speakers. And if you have any for Ray, please put them in now, and we're paying attention. I have a question to start, and then I'd like to ask the audience. A lot of things you pointed to there are research fundamentals, things that, in my experience as a client agency side, I've not always been taught some of these fundamentals. Do you think that it's a basic skills issue in the industry, in research design? Is that what we're seeing coming through here as a trend?
We are. I mean, one of the different hats that I wear is I do quite a lot of training for different organisations, particularly with the MRS, and I've noticed that we're getting more and more client-side people coming to the training, because as we get more self-serve platforms, as we get more of these tools, people are recognising that you need to know the basics. What is a bias question? What is a leading question? Why should I care that the standard deviation of this piece of data is massively different to the standard deviation here? So I explained to them that we statisticians call it a measure of spready outness. The more spready out it is, the more unreliable it is, full stop. So yes, we really need to keep pushing the fundamentals.
Thanks. Questions from the audience? Mel.
Ray, that was a really interesting presentation, and I was involved in the polling inquiry from 2015, so I remember that in my nightmares. But my question actually is, if you were here in 10 years' time, what do you think will be the new issues that are on your list that we'd be facing?
I think they'll be AI related. I think that I think there'll be AI and neurobiometrics related, because I think we're going to see a whole raft of techniques that don't work come into play. I'm not saying that all neuro and biometrics doesn't work. Not with my ESOMAR hat on, I'm not saying that. But some don't, quite clearly. And we are beginning to see virtual responses coming back from AI. So I don't need to show you the packaging to real people. I can show it to a computer that would guess what people will have said. And I think we're going to see more virtual responses coming out of AI. We have got 10 million virtual people in our AI database. We can survey the whole 10 million in 15 minutes. Why do you bother going to real people? And I think the consequences of that over the next 10 years, and unintended harm, where things that were supposed to be anonymous, if we think back to Target says you're pregnant, is the front page of the Newsweek, where they were able to identify that this man's daughter was pregnant because of the change in purchasing patterns. Unintended removal of anonymity. So there is intended, which is bad, but actually unintended could be really bad too.
Thank you. Other questions from the audience or from online? I have one. You touched on it lightly, synthetic data, which is a term I'm hearing more and more, synthetic panelists, synthetic respondents. It's a bit of a grey area, isn't it? So we're training models using survey respondents, which means that the ethics and all the methodological considerations we'd have in survey design become even more important when training a model to predict how respondents would perform. What are your thoughts on that? Is it you've touched on it already? Do you think that's a big area for?
I think it's going to be an
consideration?
enormous area because it's going to be incredibly fast and it's going to be incredibly cheap. So those are the two biggest things that clients care about. So then we've got to look at the better and the good enough, because frankly, if it's good enough and it's better and cheap, that is also going to work. So it's going to come down to those issues. We've been doing some of this for years. So some of you will know all about hierarchical Bayesian choice modelling, but effectively that's creating synthetic respondents. You're creating alternative universes. You're then taking aggregations of those alternative universes and saying, we think that the part worths should be distributed like this. So that is there, and there's quite a lot of stats behind it about how reliable that is. Synthetic respondents doesn't have that background to it yet. And what we're seeing with ChatGPT is it's much more plausible. The really scary thing about hallucinations from ChatGPT is they're believable. I mean, normally when people serve you rubbish, it looks like rubbish. This doesn't.
Thank you. We have a question from the audience.
Ray, I was just wondering if you can imagine a situation in the future where a client will be rejecting, on data quality grounds, synthetic responses from an AI.
Only if they were savvy.
Other questions for Ray? We have a few more moments. One at the back, one moment. There's two here. And again, if you're online, please do write questions.
So at the moment, or for a while, I've been making an open source analytics package. When I was doing that, I was forced to make sure I mirrored weighting methodologies and SIG test methodologies, which are at least 40 years old, even though I know that they aren't necessarily the best. If that's the state we're in now, what do you see the future as?
Okay, so SIG testing is a really interesting case. In the commercial world of market research, we almost never use the stats we were taught at uni. We don't use chi-square tests, we don't use ANOVA very often at all. We use normal tests, we use t-tests, we don't do Bonferroni comparisons for multiple tests. It's a set of things going on. However, I remember being taught really early on that if you need to test the significance, it's probably too close to call anyway, so we need to be looking at bigger issues. I think that it requires some people to be looking at the stats. The rest of the world isn't, and I think that AI could well change it. I think it's perfectly possible, as we start to put in more AI, for it to run the right tests. So before it does the paired t-test, it will do a ANOVA to make sure that there is something going on in the data first, and then it will do a paired t-test. And it will also say, you can't do a stats test on this because this is not a probabilistic sample. It doesn't have the right modality. It doesn't have the right variables. It's not behaving like a ratio scale. So I think we'll find at some point in the near future AI tools that would refuse to do the wrong analysis. And that would be a real plus, because not every, I'm a big AI fan, as well as all the downsides, and that is a real potential for good in that if we take your analysis package you talk about there, it would be able to offer up the right solutions. Okay, do you want the normal answers or do you want the right answers? And that would be a plus.
Thanks, Ray. A question here?
I'm afraid this is a bit of a mean question, Ray. You've talked about market research disasters. Have you got any examples of where market research has helped a client get out of a disastrous situation?
Oh, I mean, masses and masses and masses. And also, just start with where they simply work well. Most good products. I'm glad that we're not recording this or it's online, because I used to work for one of the major ad testing companies for a year, based somewhere in the Warwick area. And the Guinness Wave ad was tested and succeeded, and what they absolutely knew it was going to work. The company saying they didn't test it and it was all intuition was purely marketing. It was fully tested. And lots of other things like that have been tested as we've gone through the process. A lot of good disaster management is around listening to what's going on. So when BP spilled all that oil in the Gulf of Mexico, they were listening through the social media, listening processes, and they kept talking about how they were going to fix it until the volume of the conversation started to decline. And then they shut up. Because one of the rules about disaster management is when it's fading, you don't say anything. You keep trying to do something like they sacked the boss and a few other things on the upswing. But as soon as that turns, and so such a lot of monitoring processes like that, we learn more from the errors, but the successes are far more frequent.
Thank you, Ray. We actually have a question from the live stream.
Hi, Ray. So the questions come from Finn in Amsterdam. So the
That's a nice hello.
Who the Morga?
So the question is, poster audience measurement has been downgraded from eyes on to walking past as it generates a bigger number. Will the tension between commercial motivation and good research understanding increase?
I mean, this is a to and fro. We saw that with online advertising, which for a while was recording as being seen things that didn't appear on the visible part of the screen. And as the technologies are improving, because there are now eye tracking devices you can put on billboards that will say how many eyes turn to the billboard. And in those sort of cases, you will see more genuine stuff, because the people who own the billboards obviously want to be able to sell the people who walk past. The people who are buying the advertising, it comes back to that phrase, I know that half my advertising is wasted, but I don't know which half. Most of the good improvements have come from the savvy advertisers, the clients wanting to be able to pay the right amount of money for the stuff they're getting. And so much other stuff is targetable that it will keep pushing back in the right direction.
Ray, thank you very much for all those fantastic answers, and thank you for the questions, everyone.
Oh, I should ask, in my humble opinion.
Not so, see, not so humble, but I meant that in a nice way. We have lots of people at the back. We have lots of people at the back waiting to sit down. So if you've got any spaces, if you wouldn't mind moving up, please do come down from the back. Standing room only for those on live stream. Plenty at the front with me. Sorry about that. And a few spaces in between. Make your way forward. Thank you very much. Okay, on to our third session ahead of our first Sweet Treats break at 11 o'clock. We will now be hearing about ghost busting and fraud stopping, how server-to-server API connectivity eliminates survey fraud, which is from Oscar at Cint and Paul from Forster. Welcome to the virtual stage.
Hopefully you hear me. Is this on? Yeah. Okay, good. I didn't hear it myself. Hey everyone, nice to meet you. I'm Oscar Carlsson from Cint. Paul from Forster.
Hi guys, I'm Paul from Forster. Forster brings together three big kind of vendors in the MR space for sure. We've got Confirm It, we've got Focus Vision and the Decipher platform, and of course Debrah.
Jump into the nice pictures of us as well. And Cint is an exchange in the industry, so consists of Lucid as well. So we migrate both companies now, but essentially we connect buyers and sellers of research through technology. We're here today I'll jump back to the agenda, talk a bit more about trends that we've seen in the industry, especially around survey fraud, and also some of the impacts and how that's affecting our entire ecosystem. And then we'll talk about some of the mitigation methods that we've been partnering on and actually been helping to solve some of these issues. There we are. Mel and Debrah, you covered most of this already regarding the background and so on, but maybe I can add some more detail. We all know that data quality is a big issue in the industry, of course. We've seen it's not only the research industry, it's outside as well. So especially finance, as you mentioned, and the ad industry, it's been a big issue for years. And I think we in the research industry, and I had a discussion with Ian here earlier about this, we've been scathed from some of this in the past, which has been bigger in other industries, and also in the research industry. Fortunately, being two tech companies up here, we are not as tech savvy as other industries. We're a bit laggards in the industry and being targeted, I think, more right now. But there are a lot of good initiatives that's happening. I think companies across the board are stepping up, improving technology, best practices to help us from some of these threats that are coming. And we had a question earlier regarding how do you define fraud and quality and so on. And this is probably something that will update now with the working groups that we're working with MRS and IA. Is the way we see it at Cint is data quality is divided with fraud, and then we have more unengaged respondents. Unengaged will be single digits. It will be people that are fed up with surveys, bad survey design, and so on. But fraud is more of the deliberate type of issues that we're seeing when you're spoofing devices, repetitive answers, really trying to game the system to gain rewards. And as we see, fraud is really an industry problem, and we've done some research in this. We talked to partners that's done a lot of research on where fraud is coming from. And some of the things that we've seen, and you've probably seen online as well, has been really scary. It's been organized fraud from various different regions. It's been fraud leaks from Bangladesh, from Venezuela, and so on, where people have really built a business around frauding our industry. And I'm not sure, Paul, if you've seen this as well at Forrester. Happy to hear your experience as well.
Definitely, absolutely. And also, I mean, this isn't a new thing, of course. This has been going on for some time, but the awareness with our customer base and the awareness within, say, the corporate space, where they really want to ensure that they've got valid data coming through, is becoming more and more important. So that's much more prevalent now with the discussions that we have with our customers, with end customers. They bring that as a key requirement as the services that are being provided to them, whereas in the past it was just technology that was being provided.
Yeah. And if we look at what we've seen and when talking to our customers, it's been typically two types of fraud, and in this presentation we really want to focus on the top one, the ghost completes. I'm not sure if everyone's familiar what a ghost complete is. Somewhat. So ghost complete is really when you're trying to game a system by manipulating the links, not going into a survey. So you start a survey session, and then you manipulate the links, you go to the end page to collect the reward, essentially. Script fraud is another big issue that we're seeing, which essentially is when panelists are frauding the system, going through a survey and scripting the responses throughout the survey as well. Gaming to get into a survey and then creating repetitive answers. But here we'll focus more on the top one, the ghost completes. And this is really something that's affecting the entire industry. Deb, you talked a bit about this as well. It's really about reputation. Buyers are seeing bad data in their surveys. Suppliers, they're paying out incentives to panelists, and it's a big issue both for platforms like Cint and for Forrester as well. So happy to hear what you're seeing here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so we're a software provider. We provide the ability to get survey completes, get transactions. Our business model is based around transactions. So we had, I'm not saying the lazy approach, but we wanted to drive completes. And now, as I've mentioned, what we're seeing and hearing from our customers is that the importance is placed much more on the quality and the validity of the responses itself. So we've got to listen. We've got to be able to react to that information. We'll work closely with Cint and others to try and help people ensure that the data they're getting is valid data. But it will require effort. There are easy options. There are ways of just getting things set up quickly to get data quickly, but then you're not necessarily ensuring that you've got that validity in place. So we want to ensure that not only it can be done, but it's easy to do that. It's not difficult. It's not a barrier to be able to adopt it.
I think the main thing here is that a lot of the solutions around this is requires a lot of technology, and we talked about that. Some of the working groups that we're in, we're realizing that not all customers can actually put things in place. They need to invest in technology, in teams, to be able to put some of the checks in place. So what we've been doing here is that we've been working with all partners, understanding what can buyers do to help us to mitigate some of these issues, what can suppliers do, what can we do as a platform company, what can the survey hosting platforms, Forza and others, do as well to help us here, to really find the vulnerabilities in the supply chain and where are we being exploited today. And especially with Ghost Completes, the method they're doing is really finding the vulnerabilities in between us here in the ecosystem. And this is really what we're focusing on and trying to bring solutions and best practices to the industry that everyone can use and benefit from. And to be transparent, at Cint we've seen big issues with a lot of different data quality issues. We definitely saw a spike in the end of last year. We saw the majority of those fraud attacks that we saw was primarily the exploit between ourselves and the survey platform. And what we also saw that where our clients had enough security in place, we mitigate almost 100% of all the fraud exploits that we had in that area. So what we decided to do is really to focus on that. How can we bring that to the masses? And that's when we started talking to Paul here. And then as well, since we're sitting on a lot of data, a lot of scale, a lot of traffic going through our platforms, we have a lot of patterns, especially now with both the Cint platform and the Lucid platform. We see so many different patterns and behavior, and this is what we're sharing with the organizations as well, to see what type of fraud is out there, what's working, what's not working, and so on. And let's see. So at Cint, we've been seeing a lot of, we invested a lot in technology over the years. So a couple of years ago, we invested a lot in digital fingerprinting and so on. We work with the main providers out there, which I think Forza is doing as well, right? Yeah. And then we're also innovating, especially around more secure data transmission. So Paul, maybe you can cover some of the methods that we're working with here. Yeah.
So there are several ways of applying kind of security controls to kind of ensuring that you're preventing ghost completes and so on happening on the system with differing degrees of success. We're still surprised at the amount of surveys that run through our platform. Not just us, it will be many of the software vendors that are just completely open to fraud. There's no encryption being used in the links. The links can easily be manipulated, and then claims can be made for the relevant panelist points, and rewards can be achieved for them. Of course, then without getting any data or very little data from that. So still very, very surprised by that. We have talked about being more stringent on trying to enforce some kind of encryption on these, but again that can be a barrier. It's not always well received to try and enforce that. But like I say, we want to try and make it easier to have some measures in place. And there are different levels that can be done. So project-specific tokens, you get medium security. It is a layer of security. At the project level, there is that ability to ensure validity, but it can still be compromised. We have SHA-1, slightly tighter security. There is encryption that is done. Again, it has a degree of compromise in there, but much less. And then the ideal situation is something like server-to-server secure survey capability, where the two systems that are being used are working collaboratively to ensure that you've got the highest level of security that are available. Really, nothing's going to be impossible, and with all of the advent of like AI technologies and so on, we will have to be improving techniques to ensure security is in place. But this definitely provides a much tighter level of security for that. So yeah, we've embraced this on some of our systems. We're continuing to do that with our other systems.
And this is not unique to Cint, right? So a lot of companies have solutions around this. Server-to-server is something that we've had on specifically the Cint platform for a couple of years, and it's been working really well for us, and something that we advocate the market to actually adopt and use as well. On our Lucid platform, we've been using encrypted endlinks, which Paul talked about, which is also a level of security. It puts more focus on the project manager to actually make sure that you have the right encryption, set everything up correctly, so it's a bit more prone for user error. And what we're doing as well is that we're working with partners and also working with our new future unified platform to see best practices, what are others doing, what's working well for us, what's been working well for Forsta, and also building a new unified platform server-to-server solution as well, which is pretty similar to the Cint Secure survey that we've had for a couple of years. And this will take some of the learnings that we've had. We introduce some more security as well, having sort of a shared secret that goes through the entire supply chain, so this can be benefited through suppliers and to buyers as well. And also start using OAuth authentication methods. We can go more into the technical detail here, but this is something that's improving what we have already.
And then from the Forsta side, we're not perfect. We don't have all of the capabilities already in place, but as I say, we are now taking this seriously. We do have the S2S security in place with our Forsta Plus platform, formerly the Confirm It platform. And for Forsta Surveys, Decipher, that's coming later next month, so we'll have full support for that on platform. Similarly, with the Lucid SHA1 support, again this quarter, so end of next month, we'll have that available from both the Forsta Plus and Forsta Surveys platform. And as Oscar's mentioned, as new capabilities are introduced, so working on Respondent server-to-server support, we'll work collaboratively with Cint to be able to offer support for that on the platform as well.
And this is something that we're doing to really help the industry. So every user of Forsta, of course, being one of the major survey platforms out there, every user of Forsta can be able to utilize this to really apply security to avoid ghost completes happening. And we've seen that it's been really efficient. And we're happy to share how this works, right? It can even be an open source project and given out to the organizations to work, not having to use technology, but the method is working, and we're happy to share the results there. And if we look at some of the areas where we had issues in Q4 last year, and where we done some technology changes, closed some gaps, and also where we applied more link security, SHA1 or S2S, we really managed to get down the reversals by over 50% during a quarter, which is really promising data for us, right? We're seeing that it's working, and then definitely why we're pushing this to a larger of our mutual user base. And working with the organizations, I'll update this slide. This is old already. GDQ is the new word.
And then just to mention, I've covered some of these already, of course, but you know, we're committed to making changes on our system to assist the industry. We're committed to all of the platforms that we provide. So whether it's on the Decipher side, the Confirm It side, so Forsta Plus, Forsta Surveys that's being used, or part of our newer HX platform, our new generation solutions, we will be committed to doing this. We're working closely with Cint, but not just Cint. You know, we're happy to engage with other providers. So you know, feel free to contact us, and we'll look to apply similar techniques to that. We're already working with other providers as well for this, but we've dedicated teams that will work on this, and you know, we are definitely taking this seriously. We're not alone as well. I mean, everyone now, of course, AI, ML are buzzwords. We have AI, ML teams now that are operating, and we are looking at how we can help from a platform perspective to identify fraudulent respondents and be able to deal with them. But it's going to be a challenge. I mean, that's the area, of course, from our side that's growing rapidly. We're looking to apply these techniques to many parts of our kind of capabilities across the business. And I do think we will have some serious challenges to deal with over the coming years with the advent or the evolution of the kind of capabilities that really brings. I mean, I see when I look at my kids now, they are looking to provide homework based on the answer that ChatGPT has given to them. And that's, you know, self-discovered that they're doing that. So I think that is really going to impact us very much.
Yeah, and I think main takeaway there is really to work with our customers and also educate our customers on what issues are out there, how can we fix them, how can we work together. We still see customers that don't think it's their responsibility. They blame someone else to fix it, right? But it's all our responsibility to help provide solutions, help those customers. And there are solutions out there where you don't have to have open-end links that are subject to be exploited, and that's really where we're trying to both push the education but also the solutions out there. And just to take away with some best practices that we usually tell our customers is that, of course, if you see something, say something. We too often hear from customers that too much of the data that we receive was bad, and then when we finally ask for the data, we see different patterns. It could be a survey that's been run on a mobile audience that was not mobile optimized, and then they had to throw away most of the data because it didn't really make sense. And it could be thousands of different issues with the data. Some things we can actually take action and remove or work with that supplier to help them improve their systems and best practices as well. And a big part that we're telling our customers is improving the link security, right? And the other part is working with the third-party tools out there. There's a lot of good security tools out there, and MRS will soon have a really strong guide about those third-party tools. So we're happy to share all our experiences using them, of course. That's all for us.
Thank you both. We have a little time for questions, and I can feel there's some hands itching to go up here in the room. As a reminder, those on the live stream, there is a slight delay, so please get those questions in now if you'd like to be included. Who would like to put their hand up first? Jerome. I thought it might be you.
Thank you very much. So first, I think server to server is got to be the solution, because it like, of course, the respondent never sees that. It's it's behind the scene. It's not on the browser, so there's no way to hack it, and that's the future. But it means there's going to be an harmonization of of suppliers, or do you have to have code specific for every of your panel provider? How are you going to organize that? Who's going to talk about it, and how it can be done? That's the first thing. The second thing is, like, in the meantime, SHA-1 encryption of redirection is, works. We've been using it with Lucid for a long time, and it's quite good. Have you had any cases of leaks of keys, of the encryption keys?
Very good question. I also believe server to server is the future, right? But not everyone is using or is capable of using it, so there's other methods out there. I think hopefully together with the organizations we can come together to agree on a standard and make it easier for mass companies to adopt it, both on the supply side but also on the platform side, and we're happy to share our experiences there. We're not saying that what we've done is perfect, right? There's a lot of different ways of doing it, but hopefully we can agree on a standard there that makes it easier for survey platforms. We don't want Forsta to have a different way of integrating to every supplier out there, because that will never happen, right? And likewise, we want to sort of support and make sure that we adopt every platform out there as well, and not only Forsta, right? So, and what was the other question?
The other question: have you had any keys that were leaked?
Oh yeah.
Any key leaks?
Yeah, we haven't had any key leaks, but definitely that's something that we're looking at, both on. So there's two different things here. We have the SHA-1, right, and the leakage there. We haven't seen any issues with that, but it's a possibility, right, and it's a risk. So therefore, we're looking more towards the server-to-server solution over time. And then we currently work with API keys there on the server-to-server solution, but we're changing that to OAuth as well for more security, so we're not sharing those keys in between the companies.
I have a question, just to bring it. It's me here. Hi. Bringing it back to basics. So API demand of sample is probably more complicated. Let's just take an example of someone today using maybe your Access Pro product. I'm assuming on your side set a job up, and then there's Forsta, formerly known as Horizons. I think, is that right? Yeah. There we are. Talk me through, just in a few steps, in simple language, what it would be, how you would set this up. Who gives a key? Where does it go? Just talk me through that if you can, just for in a few moments.
Yeah, sure. So of course you have to be a mutual customer then, using one of the Forsta products and then one of the Cint products. And essentially what you do is that you go to Cint, you get an API key from your Cint rep, which is for your account only, and then you work with Forsta to provide that API key into the Forsta product to set up that connection. And then essentially what happens is it's just a switch. So for every redirect, for every survey, use the same redirect. So you don't have to use various different redirects. And then it will automatically do an API call with the survey outcome from the Forza side to the Cint side and update and reflect the user experience and incentive and payment and all that.
Okay, so it's kind of doing the thing the API does, but through the manual interface, in a way.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, it's an admin interface. So it's a very easy one-time setup, and then it's actually easier for the project manager over time. So.
Right, okay, thank you.
So exactly that. Once you have the key, you place that key, and then for your links that are automatically generated at the end of the survey, whatever it will be, they will be encrypted so that it's not possible to be compromised. So yeah, again, very, very straightforward to do. I mean, to your own point, we would love, of course, as vendors, if there was a standard mechanism for doing this and we could go to every other kind of provider out there and say, look, this is how you do it to provide this information. That would be great. We could then embrace more and more of those. The reality is, as we work with more partners, there's subtleties in the different, maybe the interface or the way things are done, that it requires effort, a bit of time to do that. So it can't just be an overnight switch that's done for these. So, you know, we have to do work to kind of facilitate this support. And, yeah.
We have a question, and I actually do know your Mel, and not Debrah.
Yeah, having solved this in a prior life, one of the outcomes was that you take these people who were able to skip the survey, and now you push them into the survey. Are you guys, and you mentioned up there, because what fraudsters want is volume and velocity. They want a lot fast, so they can get their incentives before you find them. So are you guys looking at, now that you're forcing them into the surveys, are you looking at the survey process and speed and you know, all the things that will make for bad data in the survey now that they have to take it?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. Of course, if you take away one way that they're gaming the system, right, you're forcing them into other paths of gaming the system. And we've always been looking at the surveys. There's always been sort of issues of fraud in the surveys as well, if you've been straight lining and so on. So we utilize various different methods to first try to detect if it's bots or something, and then the pre-survey workflow with the data that we capture. I know our suppliers are doing what they can on sign up and on incentive payout. And then in the survey platforms as well, there's more and more technology happening, and then Paul can probably speak more around what Forza is doing there. But a big part that we're focusing on is looking at what is the main motivation for them to game the surveys, and that's getting the incentives right. So if we lock down the incentive payments, then we take away the main reason for them to coming to us, and then they'll probably go somewhere else eventually.
Yeah, that's where I was hoping you were going with that. And then identity up front, find them before they even get the chance to get in yet.
Exactly.
You talked about AI, ML in your presentation, to do more with AI and ML to find the people up front to stop them, right?
Yeah, well, that's what we're looking at doing. So a couple of the key areas that the team are looking at from a collection perspective is around fraud detection. So as soon as possible, flagging them as being fraudulent respondents and just using different techniques for that. There are technology partners out there that we embrace now and can integrate with. So many of our customers are already doing those kind of checks, and we're looking to add more from a platform perspective that can be enabled by our customers directly.
I can add more on the AI. I actually skipped that slide. I had a slide on the AI as well, but that's something. The interesting thing, right? If you're running a panel, or if you get massive traffic going through a platform like us or Stevens or someone's, it's you get past behavior on these people, right? And they come back and take more and more surveys, and you learn to separate the good actors from the bad actors and the suspicious new ones that's coming, right? And then you can essentially, so what we've done is that we run sort of the bad data and the reversals that we got from last year through our data models. And then we started to understand different patterns and so on, and that's how we're training our AI to detect this and actually catching those more upfront and predict the type of users that will generate fraud in the end.
Other questions from the room or online? We've one at the couple back. Familiar face, Simon, you first.
I just wondered, do you find that clients are also pushing for this to happen, all the work that the panel companies and the research agencies to do this to get better quality data? Are they asking for that to happen, or are they slightly more concerned with cost still?
So I would say that it's a mix of clients, what they're pushing for. Some are very collaborative, understanding what can they do to help, and this is one thing where we're advising them look into if you can improve your link security with your provider that you are using. And then some customers are just playing the blame game, and like it's your problem, you need to fix it. And our customers are both market research agencies, and then there's end customers, right? So it's a slightly different perspective, but I'm talking more from our perspective being a supplier to the market research agencies, and then end customers probably don't want to touch it at all. That's my guess, but someone else can probably answer that, but maybe you.
Yeah, no, so I mean, it's definitely brought to the conversation sooner now. So people are requesting that how can you ensure the validity of the responses comes up a lot. And also then it's, you know, if they're having to pay incentives, it's like, we don't want to pay the incentives. How are you ensuring that I'm actually getting data before those incentives are being paid out? So it's been talked, it's not a new conversation, but it's, you know, in any of the RFPs that we'll go through, these are always front and center now, as are many other security related issues from a platform perspective.
Question here at the back.
Yeah, this is the first time I've come across ghost surveys, so it's completely new to me. How big a problem is it? What sort of percentage are you seeing?
Mel? No, it's some surveys are more affected than others, right? I think that's the best answer. We're still trying to understand what the width of ghost completes are, because it's a matter of actually defining the reversals, right? We get reversals from a customer, and then we have to actually investigate and understand what type of issues are there. Some are things that they haven't seen on their side, then we define as ghost complete. Some are gibberish in the data set. It could be other things. And clients have different definitions of quality responses as well. So we hear completely different things from different customers. So at this point, I can really state how big the problem is, but that's something that we're working on to actually classify the reversals and seeing what can we define as ghost completes. But from Q4, it was sort of in the indicative data that we had, it was the majority of the reversals that we saw were ghost completes.
We're currently estimating in the U.S. that the cost of ghost completes to data and to incentives is $200 to $300 million a year.
A lot of money.
And usually the survey platforms get the blame. Like when they first appear, it's like, what have you done with my data?
For those on the live stream, Jerome is suggesting that survey platforms get the blame. Thank you, gentlemen.
If I can just say, though, there have been, this is an area where it's so important that we collaborate. There have been solutions for this around for some time, but there has been a laziness about us as a profession. It takes work. You have to put the links in, and the buyers and the project managers, they didn't want to do it, and it wasn't manual, or it was manual. And we're getting some things that are making it easier now, but this is an area where it's a classic example of we had solutions, but we didn't collaborate from the buyer to the provider to the platform all the way down to solve it, and now we're where we are, and we don't want this to be sort of the hallmark of how we operate. We must collaborate in this area and in other areas. Sorry, I had to preach for a moment.
In fact, Mel, if you wouldn't mind just staying there a second, I have all three of you on here for a moment. Okay, so we've got a leading panel network business. Others are available, I must say, and we have a leading survey platform business. Others are available, and we're here at the ASC, at the intersect of technology and surveys and standards. And there's a slight moment in there where you said open source, Oscar. So I'm intrigued by that. We have a few moments between this answer and refreshment. So I'm not going to put you on the spot and ask Cint to commit to open source. In reality, what does that mean for the industry, for someone as large as yourself and Forster to talk about this? What does it mean?
No, it's something that we're willing to talk about. There's different complications with making it open source, right? And then someone still needs to own and run it, and we have to talk about sort of their privacy in that and dependency. If we have an open source project that organization runs, and then that goes down and it stops all communication between buyers and sellers, it's huge financial impact, and who's taking that liability, and it's a big question. I think the easier step is probably to just agree on the process standard around it, and then have everyone build sort of technology to match that standard to make it easier for the forsters and the Cints out there to work with everyone.
Any final comments from Debrah or Mel on this one? Debrah.
I think the main thing is if anyone in this room thinks that they can help and they're part of the solution, please come and see Melanie and I at the break, because this is, we've got a great group of people working very, very hard, but I think that we need as many people as possible.
Gentlemen, thank you very much, and thank you for everyone for the questions today. Thank you. Okay, that is the end of the first session. It's 11 o'clock. Please be back for 11:30. Thank you for everyone on the live streaming. See you soon. and I hope you are refreshed. Welcome back to those on the live stream as well. As a quick reminder for those on the live stream, there is a slight delay between posting questions and them arriving, and there's a delay in this video getting to you. So if you have a question, ask early in the session, and we will try and get to you as soon as we can. Thank you all for your attention so far. Some great speakers, some great content this morning, loads more to come. The next session ahead of lunch is a little different. We have one presentation in a moment from Louise at Acacia Avenue and Nick from Savanta, beating the fraudsters, bots, and I shan't say that word, data. And after that, we have our first of 2 panels today, so hopefully some heated debate from some of our industry leaders and those outside of the industry. That will be on identity matters, breaking for lunch at 1 o'clock. So, without further ado, I'd like to welcome Louise and Nick up here, please. Give them a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Bullshit, that's what the word is.
Strong start.
For anybody that was here last time, I promise not to come next time. So thanks ever so much for having us here today. I'm going to try and move out of the way of that very shiny light. Basically, we've heard quite a few things already about, the various different challenges, which for anybody that's been actually engaging with this, you all have found, I'm sure, that those challenges just keep going up exponentially, sort of almost day by day, to be honest, at the minute. Clicker, should have picked it up. So, Acacia Avenue and Savanta worked together on quite a few things, and this basically came out of some work that we were doing on the migration of a tracker, amongst other things. And the kind of requirement for being forensic, I guess, is one of the things that I think I would ask people to go away from today thinking about, because whilst there are multiple different sort of solutions that you can buy, that you can use, that you can intertwine, or all the rest of it, yeah. Ultimately, whether it be bots, individual respondents, collective survey farms, or what have you, yeah, to every sort of move we make, they make moves quite quickly following it. So this is something that is about continuous improvement, and it isn't a journey that has an end point, to be honest with you. So what is the problem? We've heard a lot about this already. I'm not really going to sort of dwell on it too much, but you've got the obvious things like flatliners, bots, yeah. What's missing, yeah. The what's missing bit is, I think, really where we want to sort of concentrate today, because ultimately, if we don't get this right, the industry as a whole has got an existential crisis on its hands, and that is before we get to AI. So, what I think traditionally people are spotting are those issues around inconsistencies, around sort of poor responses, that you can pull out what is a poor response in multiple different ways. Trap questions where you can see that. So the classic speeders, IP addresses, digital fingerprinting, all of these things that have been around for quite a long time. But what are we actually missing if that's where we stop? Is really the question. So what are we missing? There are obviously the rise of smart bots, if you want to call it that, but survey farms in particular is something that we have picked up enormous amounts of insight on through the work that we've done together, and they're getting quite clever, to be honest with you. Sometimes you have to sit there and applaud what they've been able to do. And ultimately where we get to, and what we want to talk about today, is the requirement for a forensic kind of human brain within the solution, basically. Because I guess we would say, without that, you're definitely going to be missing stuff. And some of the impacts of what we miss are pretty astounding when it comes to what this data then actually tells clients. Yeah? And if you think about market sizing, small percentages exponentially cause rather large problems at times. And at this point, I will pass to Louise.
Hello. I'm a client, so I didn't really understand anything at all of the last presentation. And I'm just going to kind of just tell you the story. Actually, this was from before I met Nick, because we came to work together after I'd had a couple of quite heavy singeings at the hands of sort of previous samples. And the first one was this one. And this is, it was slightly on the edges of sample capability, to be honest. Wealth is one of those areas, isn't it, where we're not great at providing very large quantitative samples for our kind of more niche provider type clients. And so here we were sitting on a whole load of survey data, and it had already been cleaned. And we kind of we tend to put a lot of open-ended response work into our surveys anyway, because we believe that words are data. And we were reading these, and on the face of it, there's absolutely nothing wrong here, is there? They look kind of fine. There's the odd typo, which is perfectly normal and human, and there's the odd kind of slightly weird bit of phrasing, and which they look fine. They seem to qualify, but then when we looked, actually, these ones aren't real, and we didn't just use the open ends. Here's one. What was it that made you choose your current investment provider? I did a detailed research and collected enough information. And what would make you consider switching? The quality of services provided. Just kind of generic, but fine. And we had lots of those sorts of responses that were quite similar to each other, but different from each other and threaded through the survey. And then we looked at them a bit more closely, and they were very young and kind of wealthy and had massive art collections. And holy shit, they've actually got a final salary pension scheme as well, which is amazing, isn't it, for somebody aged 35? So we kind of went back to our poor, long-suffering account manager. This is a quote from them here. Despite being directly targeted, more than 16% of our completes are to be disqualified. However, there seems to be no issue, bolded, with their responses. And there is an issue, which is this. This is the market sizing that we were doing to form the business case for our client. And uncleaned, our segment was 19% and 25% of the market value. Cleaned, it was 15% and 16% of the market value. And this was a client who'd never done research before, and that kind of stuff keeps me awake at night as a research consultancy. And so that's how I started to find my way in front of you today, which, to be honest, is not my usual gig, and I feel quite out of my depth. So the next one is EV drivers. And EV drivers, again, I had been rather burned by a conversation where with a provider where we were trying to find this was a couple of years previous to this, we were trying to find EV drivers in Poland, and I was quite that noise. And I was told that I could have a really lovely robust sample of them, and in fact it was so robust that it would have been every single EV owner in the entirety of Poland had they all been EV drivers. So here we are. This one is from the UK, and we were just kind of watching what they were saying in the open ends here, and one of my team, who is that forensic person, who is absolutely brilliant, she just said, these people are just saying some slightly weird stuff, but they look fine, and they were just using this subtly different language, like consumers and merchants and friendly they were using the word communication a lot, and consumption, and slightly off language, just ever so slightly off, and calling rewards gifts and things like that. Almost all of them had a Tesla, different models of Tesla, but all Tesla, and I'll talk about why that's important in a minute. We threw out over 50% of this sample, just over 50% of the sample was people who claimed to have a Tesla and were giving these sorts of responses. The other thing that you'll spot about these sorts of responses is that they're being really positive about the ideas. And let me tell you, not all of these ideas were that good. And you can tell the difference because the real people weren't being that positive about the ideas. So it is only in the reading of this that, and the reading across the lines of the spreadsheet, that you kind of see what the problem is. But we were, at this stage, I was still kind of thinking, do you know what? This is fair enough. These are really at the edge of sample capability, and I understand that you guys are working hard, and there's no blame there. We know that this is a tricky sample. These are two tricky samples, and then we came to migrate this brand tracker together. 90% incidents should be fine. We had done absolutely everything that we could with Nick and the team's incredible expertise, I have to say, in just, we'd really paid attention to how the whole thing was scripted. We'd been really careful about the way that the sample sources were balanced, and we'd done every process that you could conceivably think about. And we were sort of looking at this data going, it just looks a bit weird. And in particular, we noticed that the market leader had really high spontaneous brand awareness. And there was, which is significantly higher than we'd seen in previous surveys. And we thought, well, that's also fair enough. They've got a lot of money. Maybe they've been spending advertising budget. So we went off and had a look. They hadn't been spending. And it wasn't seasonally. It wasn't the time of year where you would expect the market leader to be sort of lifted in terms of and also none of the other brands that were like that were higher. So, that's weird. And then we thought, hang on a minute, this kind of reminds us of the Tesla thing. And we flagged this to you, didn't we? And you went off and did a fantastic job of sleuthing about it and found a survey farm. And we ended up throwing, beyond normal QC, an additional 8% of research participants out of a really 90% incident sample. And guess what? The numbers looked absolutely fine after that. So that's how we met. And I think, obviously, not every research agency is as into data as words as Acacia Avenue is into that kind of a thing. And not every research participant can be expected to give incredibly high quality, open-ended responses. It's not that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that we just need to be cleverer because these people are actually trying really hard. And actually that's one of the ways that you can spot them is they're almost trying too hard. So what we've done is just kind of pull out what we tend to look for as a client at this kind of end of the business, what kind of nonsense we're looking for. And they fall into two broad categories of saying something a bit weird and being too positive. So we're looking for odd phrasings, odd spellings, sometimes American spellings in UK or, wrong language stuff, harder to spot in overseas samples, obviously. Repeated language, but not literally repeated, which is what makes it so hard to spot and so plausible. The mainstream only brands in the open ends, that's definitely a thing. Slightly out of category brands in the open ends. Being nice about stimulus and in a sort of slightly generic way. Over positivity on scales, so it's kind of a different type of flatlining where they'll kind of be at the top end of all of the drop-down menus, or they'll do a lot of clicking in multi-codes, particularly in the early stages of the survey. And there is obviously more risk when you are in the kind of higher paid samples. And I'm going to hand back to Nick because at this point this is absolutely the limit of my understanding.
I can hear the cry coming out of somewhere. Maybe Jerome it'll come from. This is all lovely, but how the hell do you do that if you've got lots and lots of surveys happening all the time? You're doing things at scale, like, for example, something we did recently in 30 markets with 1,000 or 2,000 per market. That's a lot of verbatims. Number one, yes, that is quite a lot of work, yeah? But what that means is you go, how do I actually do that? Not, it's hard, fuck it, I won't bother, yeah? Because what you see there is what the impact of that is in terms of what is then going to clients, the decisions they make. And if they make the wrong decisions, ultimately, it definitely reflects on our capabilities in industry to have value for those clients to make the right decisions. Yeah? And so what we've been doing in sort of working with Louise and her team is trying to then industrialize these insights, yeah, as it were, within our more automated data checking, basically. So you essentially are doing some of it, pull out samples, for example, and run that kind of work, and then essentially industrialize it into the whole data set, yeah, in a way that you can actually start to achieve that level of data checking at a much greater scale and with a pace that's appropriate. Yeah? Now, that is a continuous exercise that we'll just need to keep on evolving that. So one of the things that's happening basically is that we are seeing, whereas before you'd see things like flatlining that went across the survey, yeah? You've got to do all of that kind of analysis within specific sections of surveys, yeah, independently as well as across the whole piece, yeah? And those singular sort of routes to identifying sort of fraudulent respondents, yeah, are nowhere near good enough. You've got to be looking at multiple different ways coordinated in order to actually get to a data set that really is reflective of what you set out to actually survey. So in terms of what to do about it, I think that biggest thing this is about continuous improvement. If you ever think you've finished, then you should probably retire. You know, we are looking at, some of these things are really obvious, yeah, but multiple sort of response traps, yeah, that are often sort of connected to each other basically as well, yeah. So inconsistencies is a big thing, and again, inconsistencies across and within sort of sections. That sort of flagging the sort of overuse of positivity, yeah. I mean, it's that in combination with something else, which is usually going to start to flag these sort of fraudulent respondents, yeah. Another one, what we're seeing is over-clicking on multi-code responses. Yeah, so you're getting far more clicks from fraudulent responses as you're getting from sort of genuine ones. Yeah, and how can we then essentially be continually looking to feed this stuff back into the sort of more automated end of what we do? In particular, sort of our overall sample management approaches. Yeah, so what we're doing is taking that into, I mean, Savanta has a couple of relatively small, to be honest with you, panels that it runs, but we can do this in combination and partnership with some of our other data partners, where you can start to feed some of this stuff back and look at, you know, can you then sort of link it to that digital fingerprinting? So you can't tell it from the start, yeah, but if you look at it across a multiple set of samples, you start to see patterns in where some of your fraudulent responses are. You can look at that through the sign-ups to the panels as well. We actually recently took a rather large meat cleaver to one of our panels, basically, because what we actually found was that we'd identified a time period of 2 weeks where actually we'd been hit by one of these things, and they've got loads of people actually into the panel. Yeah, so we went through all of this. We then kicked them all out, basically. Bit of a pain in the arse that you've paid for a load of stuff that basically is no use to you, but it's a hell of a lot better use to you if it's not there than if you leave it in, because this causes problems all over the place. My view is that there aren't enough people looking at it, but there are still enough people looking at it if you're selling data that you'll have problems, yeah? And people do tend to get a bit annoyed when they find these things, rightly so, yeah? So another thing is that looking at how you manage those samples, yeah, not in the classic way of, you know, what percentage was on Cint or what was on Dynata, yeah? You've got to be going to the sub-panel data sources, basically, because what you find is that the problems are often in the sub-panel sources, not just at the top line level, so you'll miss stuff if you just look there. These are examples rather than a plan. One's from McKinsey. There's a lovely reference because I'm a researcher. The other one is actually Savanta's sort of new framework that we've just developed internally, basically, which, as you'll see, has got a manual verification stage in it. That's actually a loop, ultimately. I firmly believe that everybody needs to have some kind of framework guiding their data quality, and that they have to almost QC their QC process, because this will bite you on the arse, yeah? Really, it will. Ultimately, I like that. This spreadsheet of yours doesn't appear to make any sense. Yeah, it's bollocks, innit? For anyone that can't read. That is ultimately the thing we need to avoid, yeah? Because that will literally cut the value that we deliver from our clients, and essentially then cut the revenue that goes into our businesses, yeah? Because if the data can't be trusted, ultimately you've got absolutely nothing. And then AI turns up. So apart from that one reference, the smart bots, all of that, yeah, really is in a world that is not yet supercharged by what AI is also going to do. So it's about to get a whole lot fucking harder again, yeah? And, you know, we've got a very clear perspective here that it's the rise of the humans that can actually harness the power that's in the machines to essentially fight back against this as well. So it's about turning this into a sort of human into the tech, then through the use of things like AI in the future that we're going to need to do to combat this, yeah, and not just see it as a threat. for anyone that likes Terminator. Thank you very much for listening to my sort of pseudo rant. Thank you, Louise, for doing this with me.
Welcome.
Thanks both. Right, we have time for questions, so don't go anywhere, please. Reminder for those on the live stream, please put your questions in promptly so that we can get those asked. I need one more microphone, if I can. Actually, I'll pinch one from... Thank you very much. Question at the back. Second question of the day.
Can I say thank you for that? Because that was exactly what my experience of panels is at the moment. That was really, you have to go through the detail each bit at a time. Now, we have a process which we quality score every single respondent that goes through our systems. And often the quality score is built specifically for the questionnaire that we've got, so that we can then start to automate it. So you start with your first 100 customers, you create a quality score, and then you can replicate that down for the whole rest of it. But we see this all the time. We've even seen people answering a question before it was answered, before it was asked, in the sense of 2 questions on 2 pages, and the click farm or whoever was doing it answered the second question on the first page. And so we could spot them from that point of view. But we absolutely great. That's exactly what our problem is on the panel side.
Telepathic surveys of the future.
Any other questions from the audience? Here we go.
Hi, thanks for explaining your process. What I was trying to get at in the numbers you were presenting on your survey, so as the example, the tracker, you said I think you had a 1980 odd sample that you got rid of 480 odd people you got rid of. Did you then replace those 480 odd with more people from the same? I mean, is your process to replace them where you started? So of that 480, you'll get another 50 that will be wrong, and then you work on that 50. Just trying to understand that part of the process.
That's exactly what we do. We try, we're looking as we go through the fieldwork process, because especially with tracking, right, it's a point in time, and it has to be at that point in time, and it's all set fire to, and it's super embarrassing. None of these clients have got any idea, incidentally. I hope they're not watching. But I don't think they'll recognise themselves. So, this is something that we're doing live with Samantha or whoever else we're working with, as we, we're almost in batches as we go through, because otherwise it's too late. I mean, some things it's not too late and you can go back and get more, but tracking isn't like that. You need to be at a point in time.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, that's what we've got across all of the work that we're doing, basically. And the honest answer to that question really is it depends, and it depends where you are in your project and how much time you've got to do it. Because if you experience a massive problem at the end, then you won't be able to replace as much of it probably as you would be at the beginning. But big piece of advice, I think, as Louise is just saying now, is definitely don't wait till the end to start, because then you can have the biggest problem that you possibly could get. Yeah. So it's got to be a kind of continual evolutionary process through fieldwork, basically, in order to mitigate the potential impacts to your project timelines and deliveries.
You've got to set it up in the survey. I mean, if I give you one piece of advice, it would be to put an open end at the beginning of the survey that requires some sort of, nous to answer, because that's where we go first. I know that won't be suitable for absolutely every type of sample, but you just need, you can also obviously set up, my favourite example being we did a survey where we were looking for people who were into World of Warcraft, and it turned out that 30% of them were also keen knitters. So it's you've got to set that kind of stuff up in your. I'm not saying maybe they were, but 30% seemed to be high. So you've got to set it up from the outset with this in mind these days, unfortunately.
And that actually is one of the things that we've taken out of it with working with Louise, and that we've not on everything, but almost universally we have open-ended questions right in essentially the upfront screening component of a lot of surveys, so that you can actually sometimes be able to throw out quite a lot before it's really got in, which helps. And I'm going to pass this to you, Ray, because you had your hand up.
Thanks. So when you identify, if you take the World of Warcraft and knitters, you're going to have some false negatives. 5 or 6 of the 30% might be real people, 5 or 6 people, not 5 or 6% even. Do you get any pushback from the sample companies when you are saying, I want these replacing, and they say, actually, those are careless people, or those are people that have responded badly to the way you've designed your survey, and we'll cover these, but we don't want to cover those?
We do, and we're also a little bit forgiving. Yeah, I mean, we're all human, and we try to write interesting, short surveys, and most of the time we do get positive comments, at least a smattering of them at the end of the survey. But some of them you can understand that they've lost the will to live, or they've just been a bit careless, which is why you're looking, I think you said it well, you're looking at a kind of like a tipping point almost of dodginess. That's not a very technical term, is it? But I think that we can systematise that. Hopefully we can kind of, if there are enough little flags go up, that we've got to allow people to slip up and press the wrong button, and to say, oh sorry, we do see those, don't we? And oh sorry, I pressed the wrong button in your open ends, and that's fine. It's more the more nefarious end of things, where people are actually in it, and obviously in it more than twice as well. We're talking tens of people threaded through the data set with similar responses often, but subtly different.
We have a question at the back here.
I've got a couple of little ones. The first one was one of my pet hates with impressions questions is when people give answers like good, great, excellent. Would you say those sorts of answers represent potential farm answers, or more likely just flagging engagement towards the end of a survey?
I'm so glad you asked that, because I feel the same way, and I think it's a bit on the edge of the two, isn't it? You have to be able to look. It is boredom and lack of engagement, but of a more traditional type, I would say. And I think we have to take some responsibility for that as survey authors, and I think we have to be, that's not enough on its own to predict somebody being a poor participant in a...
I think that's exactly the point, which is you can't look at anything singularly in order to actually either keep someone in or throw them out. It might also just be great.
Yeah. The other little one I had was with the mentions of AI and how it could potentially be a threat in this respect. Is it possible to use AI to run through, let's say you've got the 20,000 pieces of verbatim, to just run through them, and is AI at this point good enough to actually just tell it find suspicious
According to
answers?
our hack week that we did last week with our tech team in Cambridge, definitely yes. That's actually literally something that we are building right now. Yeah, it's actually a lot less difficult than you would imagine, so they tell me.
Hello, thank you. Thank you very much for taking us through your case. I come from a place of more of a cautious about the subject, because we are only seeing what we know, and we all have biases. For example, we all know how facial recognition is great to recognize people with more pale skin, and it doesn't do a great job with people with darker skin. And that's because it's being trained by people, and people have biases. So when we are doing this exercise of going through texts and trying to identify what's different, we are coming from what's different for us, and people use different language. People don't always speak English correctly. People don't always speak even English in a full sentence, only in English. So yeah, that's more of my point.
I mean, my English is pretty dodgy, to be honest with you. So I agree.
It doesn't mean because it's different and it's maybe sounds weird to us, it doesn't mean that's
100%.
even wrong.
Totally. I mean, I'm also very glad you raised that, because as I wrote that, I was thinking this is a bias, because I am saying that we need to watch out for weird phrasing. But it's, again, weird phrasing on its own is not enough. It has to be weird phrasing that is repeated through a survey, and that is in conjunction with incongruous responses or suspiciously positive responses. And that's not the same thing. You know, we live in a country with a very very diverse, marvelously diverse population, and we're also going to need to be able to translate this into other markets as well. So totally with you on that. But we're only as good as you know, we have to put our own intelligence with biases, and hopefully with lots of different diverse biases into it, together with AI, to make something that builds a better model.
Statistically, the issue is that basically it's very unlikely that 10 people in your sample have all got the same weird quirk of how they use language, yeah, and in exactly the same way. And it's things like that you're looking at. Yeah? On its own, it's not enough. Jerome.
Yeah, at poker, sometimes you pay to find if somebody's bluffing. You know, and is it worth detecting them and telling them that you've detected them, because they're going to get better at it?
That's what we did when we took people out of the panel, actually.
But you know, like, if you do that in an automated way, they're going to find out that they're detected and they're going to get better. Is it worth not telling them and then removing them from the data? But
so what we've done actually is, you give away trade secrets or whatever, I don't know really, but I'm happy to. We're doing essentially like a split test on what the impact is of doing different responses to different things, basically. Yeah, so it's hardly completely scientific, but we're looking at whether or not we can sort of do different things that yield a better or worse response, basically, because we can do them in different panels and stuff like that. Basically, it's basically bloody hard work, and it's going to continue to be so. Yeah. I just don't understand why they bother though in survey farms. The incentives that are paid really ain't that big.
I know companies have, I don't know who asked that last question, but I know companies have played with not terming them and keeping them in the panel, but softly dequeuing them so they can just never get a survey again. They figured that out too, though. I mean, they just, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. And so there are companies that have tried to say, okay, well, we're not going to tell them that they messed up. We're going to give them their incentive, and we're going to just never let them qualify again. After they have a 0% qualification rate for 3 or 4 surveys, they know what you've done. And so they just go and create a new account anyway. So in my mind, you're better off just taking them out.
I did think about building a panel just of bots to see if you could get infiltrated by real people.
Thank you very much for the questions, and thank you both.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got some minor furniture changing over to do on the front left, so look this way. It's all completely seamless. We are having our first panel here. Usually it's papers and presentations. We thought we'd mix it up a bit with 2 panels today. The first is Identity Matters. We've got one of the ASC committee, AJ Johnson, who will be chairing the session. I don't think he gets a fancy chair. I think he might have to actually, ironically, being a chair, not getting a chair. But he'll be looking after the session, along with Sarah Ramanauskas, who is from Gambling Integrity, who used to be a researcher. You'll tell people more, I'm sure. Used to be a researcher? Apparently, client side. I think that's how we met. Now working outside of the sector. Shifra Cook, who was here last year from ADA. And finally, a reprise from Debrah from the MRS. Please welcome our panellists.
Comment about me being short? You feel quite high on that. I do. Taller than I normally am. Thank you.
Okay, so the session will have about 30 minutes or so of us discussing things, and then we will throw it open to all you guys to contribute as well. Get me notes. Okay, so the session is around identity, playing on a lot of what we've already heard today. Oh, that's quite bright. I'm quite old. I've been around the industry a long time. My career started in the 1970s when I would go with my mother to Millward Brown hall tests and operate the video machine and observe how these things worked. And people would be dragged off the street and they'd be asked some questions and they would record their name and address. And then the supervisor would occasionally just grab them as they left and just run through to check they were who they were and whether the interviewer had done a good job. It was fairly simple at that time. You know, we were just focusing on whether or not the interviewer was doing their job and collecting the right information. If I forward into the 90s, when I was at university, I and a few friends used to go to groups, focus groups, as many as we could, because we got cash, which meant beer. So we would go there and we would turn up on different types of products, always, of course, swearing we used them, and trying to pretend we didn't know everybody else in the room. So I suppose in some way that was a light-hearted fraud that everyone sort of seemed to accept happened. If I then forward into, I suppose, probably 2009, end of the noughties, I think it was mentioned by Ray earlier, Kim Dedeker, P&G really called out the industry about panel quality, and I was at Ipsos, and the agencies had to pretend to be friends and try to come up with plans on what they could do about panel quality, and I think Melanie was probably part of that. You know, I've kind of left a bit of consumer research in the last decade, but listening today, clearly these problems have not gone away. If anything, there are now more things to be concerned about. So really what this panel is about, well, if we know who people are, then we can control the quality. You know, we can distinguish between bots and real people because we can collect more information from them. But that would be a perfect world, and obviously things are not quite like that. Consumers are rightfully scared of giving personal information online with the rise of the rise of frauds and nasty things that happen when you give your data over the internet. Consumers have rightfully understood the value that their data should have, and therefore seek a fair exchange for the participation they give, and the exchange of that data. And therefore it's not a done deal that they will give us this data that helps us to identify them. As we've heard already today, survey design is not necessarily getting much better. We're asking people to do things, not always giving them good rewards for doing them. And therefore, what is in it for the participant to want to give us that level of data? So that really, I suppose, is just the introduction to what we're going to talk about today. And I was going to introduce the panel, but JT has already done that. So I will kick off with that's not the right page. A question, I think, Debrah, could you kick us off? Put my glasses on. What keeps you, or what keeps the industry organisations awake at night when it comes to identity and participation in market research? Do you think there is a fundamental risk in the future of the market research industry?
Short answer, yes. But I probably need to give a longer answer, really. I think, there's sort of two opposing forces that are at the root of this problem, I think, which is that, believe it or not, most members of the public can live long and happy lives never taking part in market research. They will be quite fulfilled never having to take part in a survey. And so getting people to want to take part in research is a challenge. And if we don't give them a good experience, if they don't feel positive after they've been through a survey experience, they are less likely to do it in the future. They're less likely to say that they've had a positive experience. They're more likely to go onto social media and talk about what rubbish they've just done. So so we've got one issue, which is we desperately want to speak to people who are genuine people, but we've got to try to keep them engaged. And then on the other side of things, we've got increasing fraud and the need to dig deeper and to ask more to be sure that the people that we're speaking to really are the people that we think we're speaking to. And so in effect, you've got two opposing forces. By trying to confirm the identity and be sure that the people you're speaking to are genuine, you're actually more likely to create an experience where you're pushing people away. And so it's how to reconcile that push and pull factor is one of the things that keep me awake at night. I won't go into the other things because, that's for my psychiatrist.
And do you think we are going in the right direction of trying to find that right balance?
No, if I'm being honest. I think that survey design and bad survey design still is such a significant issue. Surveys are too long. They are too boring. They're asking questions that don't necessarily need to be asked with the data that's not necessarily being used. When I first joined the society, which was quite a long time ago for those of you who know me, I remember getting a complaint where somebody had been asked 99 open-ended questions about vacuum cleaners. But the issue is I'm not convinced that I won't see something like that next week. And that, I think, is still the root of the issue, is the bad survey design and not really sort of being tough to say, no, this is too long. Half an hour asking all these questions, that's just not going to happen. We need to address that issue, and that is still something that is as problem today as it was 20 years ago when I joined the society.
And do you, and this is to the panel, all the panel, do you think that the bad survey design, the asking too many questions, negatively affects the quality of answers, but also does it affect their willingness to give their identification?
Yeah, I think so, because again, when you're taking part, when you give your time to do something, you want to feel it has value and it has worth. And if you're actually asked a whole load of things that don't make sense to you and it's boring, and you know that actually you're coming to a point where you're just saying yes, 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 just to get to the end of it. If you don't see that it has value and worth, then also why should you then be wanting to give so much of yourself just to confirm who you are? It's almost like, well, you didn't care enough about my experience to make this a good experience, so why should I care enough and give loads of information about myself to you so that you can actually verify that I am a genuine person? I think it's a social contract. The research is a social contract between the researcher and the participant, and that social contract is starting to break.
Hello. I used to be a researcher, so I was a client at Betfair and then William Hill, and then I was on the agency side, and now I'm neither, so I can kind of say what I like. And I think that often, for you guys who are not clients, the issue is that your client doesn't have access to data from within its organisation, right? So when your client comes to you and says, oh, I want to ask these 73,000 questions about Hoovers, actually, probably, quite a lot of that information is already available to them within their organisation, but they don't know how to get there, who to ask, and what to do once they've found it. When I was on the agency side, one of my most successful research pieces was when I used the actual client's data as well as quant, as well as qual. So if you've got a client who comes to you and says, I want to ask 73,000 questions about Hoovers, really ask them, is this data available elsewhere, before I go out and try and find people to ask the questions that you really need answers to.
Yeah, I think we see that. So I'm Shifra, I'm CEO and founder of Ada. We're a platform technology business. Essentially, we decentralize panels and enable our customers to build their own. And I think we see that. I'm very much involved in the tech scene, in research repositories, right? And the rise of that, it's absolutely meteoric in terms of actually having existing data and access to data that your business already has, so that you're not running the same surveys or asking 99 questions on Hoovers. I think the thing there is it's difficult. That's a difficult thing in itself as well. The categorization, sort of being the librarian of that, is a difficult piece. But that's massively on the rise, and that's going to have a huge impact and already is, on our industry, because you don't need to ask as much, right? There's less research.
Okay, and we're going to come back to the best practices and motivations a little bit later. Well, I'd like to dig a little bit with Sarah, because you're wearing a different hat with regards to representing the gambling industry. And if we in market research are going to have to get more deeper information, personal information, about our participants to make sure they are who they are and that they are giving us appropriate data, we could learn perhaps a bit from the gambling industry, which has probably tighter regulations. Can you explain a little bit about how it does work, or doesn't, or does work in the gambling industry?
Most places around the world, if you want to sign up to an online gambling account, you have to give certain pieces of information, which are then validated through a third party. So your name, address, and date of birth. And if you want to open a gambling account, you're quite happy to give that information because you expect to do that. Yeah? It is something that has been established. It's something that the regulators obviously expect, but it's something that is just part of the process. And I think that's, the opportunity really for the research industry is to join together and make it part of the process. Now, the issue with that is it's more expensive. So I think somehow we have to kind of lift the tide, clients and industry together, lift the tide and say, look, if you want proper responses from real people, you have to pay for it. You can't just go out and pay, I don't know, I don't know the amount, but it used to be what? 50p, something like that per response. You can't do that anymore. If you want real information, real people, you have to pay the cost to do that. And so within the gambling industry, as I say, it's now absolutely expected that if you want to open an account, you have to give information. But you get something back for that, right? You get the opportunity to gamble, which some of you around the room might want to do and others might not. But again, that's kind of educating your respondents as well to say, you've been through this process with me, thank you very much. Thank them, engage them, give them a pat on the back and say thank you very much. You're now part of this, and we are going to build something with you. And there's that kind of social contract, which I think we'll probably talk about. You, Mrs. Respondent, you've joined in, you've given us your information, thank you very much, and now you're going to be part of this, which is going to be interesting, useful. We're going to tell you about what we're doing with it. So at Betfair, I had a customer panel, and what they really wanted was feedback on, well, what happened? What difference did I make? I've given you this feedback, what happened next? What did you do with it? How did I make things better?
So I think with introduction of best practices, if I guess with more barriers, people having to give more information, there may be less people willing to join panels. But if there is then a cost increase, do we think that clients are ready to come on that journey with us? That if they want the quality, it comes with a premium cost? Because I always think that they want everything, yet not necessarily want to pay that premium.
I think what we'll see is a polarization in the sense that synthetics will be, in some senses, good enough and will be hugely cheap, obviously, and fast. So there will be fast and big and good enough, and then very high quality, but a lot smaller and more expensive. I think you see that across many industries. Where there's been this kind of polarization, and the kind of middle sort of gets kind of bottomed out, if you like. And I think that my prediction is that that's what we'll see in MR.
I think also one of the other things as well is that when the cost question comes in, usually the discussion doesn't go the way that you expect, which is, are you willing to pay more? The discussion will go, so what other approaches and ways could we do this? And it then pushes towards different modes, different methodologies, and so on. And so, actually, it doesn't necessarily solve the problem, because there's not one single solution, one single research approach. to being able to answer a question. And obviously, with the rise of passive data, and things, and also things like synthetic data, there are lots of alternatives out there. And so I think it's going to be very difficult. I mean, this kind of commoditization of research is a pathway that we've gone down, and we have to live with it. We can't turn back the clock and be able to sort of take that all back. And so it's almost thinking, right, so from this point in what we have, how can we then bring in the clients to then have that quality discussion where they might be prepared to pay more? One of the things just one observation I'd make is that when I look at trends of methodologies over the years, in terms of, you know, when I started in the sector, online was like 0. You know, now online research is over 60% of all research that's conducted in the UK. But the one constant thing that has been throughout that time is face-to-face has been 20%, and it continues to be 20%, because there is that need with that. Whatever happens with other technologies, there's still that need to contact people, to see people, and I think that's where the potential opportunity is. The fact that there's that need for that reinforcement and verification of face-to-face, and I see that as potentially part of the solution.
At the beginning, the first session you presented, there was the list of stakeholders that are working together. Should clients be on that list as well?
They definitely should be. I mean, at the moment we're keeping it, if you like, to the supply and the supply side and the supply chain. But the clients will need to be involved. But at the next phase, it's when we've actually got things to talk to them about. Engage them with, because at the moment, there was a comment that was raised in one of the earlier sessions, is that if you speak to clients about quality now, the standard response is that's the supplier's problem, and that is still the standard response.
And that's, yeah, it's not going to be successful without it being a shared problem with shared solutions. Yeah. Okay. Shifri, you have a company that has developed technology to help manage the panel experience and to, I suppose, improve the quality of the panel. I don't necessarily want you to talk all about your technology, but how do you see technologies like yours being able to help in this challenge that we have?
So where I started was with incentive payments. So just backtrack a little bit, because it was a point basically in Qual, right? We were carrying loads of cash around. It seemed very strange. And what's happened out of the back of that is that we do collect date of birth, and we do collect someone's bank details if they choose through the platform to claim direct to bank. And that's interesting because then we've got a point of verification, and then we can, you know, and then the business is built from there, and we've built this ability for customers to build their own panels through the platform, and we've kind of added on services based on the customers that we're working with. And so now what we've got is we've got an end-to-end process from the point of recruiting your own through to, there's a sort of point of verification at the end that you can apply retrospectively. And if you take a sort of macro level from where we sit, we get a bird's eye view across all customers. So what we can see from recruitment through to fulfillment are some, you know, we can see bad actors. At the minute, I don't know what to do with that, because I can't say, here you go, you know, don't include this person, because I'm obviously from GDPR, I've just, you know, shared information that was unknown to you previously. So what do we do with that? Do we start scoring people? You know, like we can end up in a murky place. And I don't really want to go there in my business until I can help you solve it, right? But ultimately I can sort of see that. And by joining up, right, by taking out so many players or so many sort of organisations along the way, owning that end-to-end journey of the participant, albeit, you know, you can't have millions in ADA. It's not built for that, but it's built for smaller, high quality. Then by owning that journey, you can actually start to ensure and put checks and balances in place that you've got real people who are who they say they are, who are good actors, and actually, you know, have the profile that they build up in the panel.
And is there a premium with regards to the amount of time or cost it is to manage people in that way than some of the other systems that you've seen?
So we're a SaaS platform, software as a service. So the expectation in that is that it's actually very cheap and self-serve, and that's what we've built. So we've, yes, it's a premium product in terms of what you can do, but ultimately it's it's not tens of thousands. Yeah, and you have to do it yourself, right? And we enable you, and as the owner of that data, to take responsibility for it. We're not doing that for you. We're just giving you the tools.
Okay. And have you seen, with the development of features and creating a kind of a better experience, have you seen people be better, behave themselves, be more real people?
So anecdotally, I think from our customers, we see that they have high retention rates. They have people that high completion rates. They have people actually show up to the research if they're doing face-to-face. And so it's, because there's more accountability, there's more ability to just contact people, remind them it's easy, yeah, because it's direct. There's no middle players. So yes, that whole sort of fulfillment piece is much improved, but what it's not going to deliver you is 50,000 people, 100,000 people, right? It's a smaller scale but higher quality. So there's a trade-off there, which is kind of back to the point I said earlier, where I see sort of smaller, high quality, and very large being probably, in some instances, probably AI will start to steal the march there.
Thinking about what we're saying about the clients, do you think they would accept smaller samples of higher quality people?
Well, so it's interesting. So our customers are research agencies predominantly, and then we tried going in-house to insight teams inside large corporates, and they don't want to touch it. Yeah, they want to throw it over the fence. They don't want to go near the participant. It's too. It's almost like there's been this sort of downward pressure, and the participants at the bottom, and it's sort of like, I don't want to touch that. It's not me. We don't do that. Kind of chuck that over the fence to over there. They can deal with it. But where we then go is in-house into product development teams and user research, who are like, bring on the tech. We love the tech. We want a direct relationship with our user, and it's really strange because they're doing the same kind of work, but obviously for a different output, right? For product development, R&D, and that's where we end up as a business, because that's where the opportunity right now is. Because talking to teams at P&G, they're just like, no, we don't want to go there at all.
I think it's an interesting area to get into then, because I think, Debrah, you talked earlier about face-to-face, and it's quite accepted in face-to-face that you have to provide some personal information, be identified, and for communities that do with product development, I mean, a good client is probably seeing them as an extension of their product development team, and welcoming them, and obviously want to know them because they are really helping them on their product development pipeline. It's a bit of a generalization just to say people don't want to give their identity, because I guess, think about the census, so what is it about certain types of research that people are willing to give more personal information, and other types of research they're not?
I think the census is a good example. So the last census that we had in England and Wales, the response rate was 97%. Now, obviously, people feel compelled to it. There is a legislation that underpins that, but there was also 97% is really very, very good. The reason is people feel invested in the census data, whether it's because they know that census data is going to will be used to decide whether they're going to have a new hospital built in their borough, or if they're interested in, I don't know, their ancestry, and they just want to use census data to understand more about their family tree. There's an investment in the output, and they know what they can use it for. And I think that's true more generally. If you kind of look at sort of response levels across different types of research, social research does do very well. Response rates for social research are very high. They have to be, because actually government as a buyer of research might expect 60 to 70% response rates. But actually many social research projects are very long, going back to the point about kind of long data collection periods. You know, you get some where you literally will have an interviewer in someone's home for nearly 2 hours. They might also take blood work. They might also measure your height. I mean, you know, really quite intimate stuff. But people will do it because they feel invested in the outcome. Whereas, again, I can't believe there are many people that really want to spend their time answering 99 open-ended questions about vacuum cleaners. So the topic is one. The type of research project, what you're expecting people to do is another, because again, qualitative research does continue to have good response. It has better incentives, so there is the kind of the give and the get. But also, a lot of people do enjoy doing qualitative research, and that you get that feedback. I mean, obviously, MRS is the regulator. We receive complaints. We don't receive many complaints about the research experience of doing qualitative research. We get a lot of complaints, and I mean a lot, it's the majority of complaints about the panel experience. So I think, you know, there is I think the evidence is in our complaint data suggests that what happens within the panels, admittedly, you're talking about much more data points, so there's much more data collected that way, but even so, when you look at it, there clearly is something that is different in that experience compared to something that is more on the qualitative side.
Perhaps that's because the clients are going, well, I'm only paying £2, so I don't value the respondent. You know, we as, I'm now putting myself back into the industry, we as an industry, I think, don't value respondents enough. We think, oh, well, you know, we're only paying X, and therefore the client's only paying X plus a bit. But so, you know, that isn't really worth very much, but it is, and I think, you know, respondents want to see that value exchange, and if we're not paying very much for them, it's like, well, you know, just buy some more. Oh, chuck them out, get some more. They're not right, chuck them out, get some others.
Yeah, I
You know, it shouldn't be like that. These should be human beings, as we were talking about, that you've recruited, you recognised, and you're now having a value exchange with.
I think you're absolutely right. I think research operations, more broadly, is seen sort of at the bottom of the food chain, completely unglamorous, and just a sort of nasty sort of, you know, back of the garage kind of thing. And if we don't pay attention to it, we end up in a kind of situation that we're in, you know, right now, really. And like I said, that sort of constant downward pressure. You know, the research, the glamorous bit is the sort of the insights and the, you know, I don't know, you know, there's lots of new technology around sort of, you know, facial recognition, all this sort of thing, right? But actually the people just, you know, and who deals with the people and how you get the people is just not wanted to be known, and so it needs more air in the industry, right, as opposed to just being a sort of afterthought.
Yeah, I mean, think back of how I guess the industry started, which was much more about observation, and that classic picture of the person sitting on the step in the corner of the room, you know, watching the house for days upon end. You know, I mean, that's, people used to let that happen, but now, I mean, where does it leave? You know, the Coca-Colas of the world, where they want low-cost, quantitative, 25, 30-minute surveys that are, let's be honest, fairly dull. I mean, is there a future in that? Can it be rebuilt to be able to put the value to the participant and change the pricing and change the processes? Do you see that happening?
Well, I think one of the points that Schiffer raised earlier was very interesting, which is about that if you can see the value of what you're doing, and if it's kind of recasting that conversation, I suppose. But also, I think there needs to be a much more quite straightforward discussion with the clients, which is, okay, so you want to do this 30-minute data collection exercise. What's in the business? How much of that data do you already have? Can we strip this down to 10 minutes? And actually to have those kind of conversations. And I'm afraid also that also does require a bit of sacrifice from the supplier side, because it might mean that you're actually getting less, that the contract is going to be worth less. Not worthless, but worth less. But actually, it could be a much better project that produces much better insight. So it has to be a two-way conversation. It can't all be clients and it can't all be suppliers. It has to be everyone and having that conversation.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think that otherwise it will just be, carry on business as usual. And there needs to be a sense of education, I think, to the customer. As suppliers, it naturally is a different dynamic if you're a supplier and a client, right? Your ability to push back on the client and say no, especially if it means less money for your business. That's very hard to achieve. So you kind of need to flip the conversation. That's not a conversation that you can, that most organisations are going to feel comfortable having, pushing back and saying, but actually I'm gonna be remunerated less. So yeah, it's not that. So there needs to be another way.
Okay, look, I'm going to open it up to the floor to comment on that, or other comments that you've heard earlier in the panel session, or any questions you have for our panel members. So, over to you.
I think it was you who mentioned about the face-to-face, going back to face-to-face, some of the sample. Are we going to see more of that, to make sure we're talking to real people, phone calls, the old traditional 90s, 80s telephone interviewing, copy?
I don't predict the resumption of significant amounts of telephone. I think that telephone works very well in certain environments, B2B and so on, and for some consumer work, but that has decreased significantly. Whereas I say face-to-face has stayed constant. I think that also there is face-to-face is that you physically can see somebody, and even on telephone you can't see them, and there is a comfort from that. So I think what will happen with the increasing, particularly with things like AI and so on, is that need for face-to-face will still hold. I don't think it necessarily will increase though, because it's expensive.
Yeah.
It is expensive, and even those kind of traditional clients that have spent a lot on face-to-face, like the government, and with kind of some of the large-scale sort of longitudinal projects and so on, they're looking for different methodologies and having much more mixed approaches. Things like the census, I sincerely doubt that we will have a census as we know it in this country in 2031, which is one that's next due to take place. It just can't afford it. We can't afford to do it. And so it will be this blended approach of different types of methodologies. But I predict that face-to-face will stay as a constant, because it's that assurance that you get from face-to-face that will continue to be there.
The way that we handle it is that, first of all, you have to write something interesting about yourself as you join the panel. So that's like, how verbose are you, how kind of well written are you? And the second thing is you have the ability to record on your phone, just like a little sort of headshot, this is me. So there's, not everybody does that, right? But there is a sort of there is a barrier to entry there, if you like. But ultimately, people know that they get paid well and fast. So it's like, that there's this trade-off.
Just to, I suppose, add my personal experience of face-to-face and telephone in the B2B space, which has been agriculture for the last 10 years. The interviewer plays a huge role in the quality of the interview, but perhaps even more importantly, the relationship with the farmer and the loyalty that farmer will give for many years. So having a person, and absolutely you can't be afforded all the time, but there is still real value of doing things traditional ways where you can do them that way. Right, another question or comment from the audience?
I'll go again. In other parts of the internet at the moment and technology markets, there are schemes starting to require age verification, and some of that's coming through legislation, particularly for over 18s. Would that be a way of introducing a question to say we can only do our panel for over 18s. Please prove that you're over 18 without it being seen as quite intrusive as currently.
The technology to check that someone is who they say they are is getting better and better and cheaper all the time. And I think, as you know, as you're kind of implying, it's becoming part of life. You know, I now expect to have to do one of those stupid videos. Sorry. Where you sort of hold your phone up and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, it's something that is now becoming really quite prevalent. And I think that kind of acceptance that this is just something that you now have to do, it's part of your internet life, and the reduction in cost, hopefully means that it is something, again, that we, you know, you can take to your clients and say, this needs to be done in order to get you the real insight that you're looking for.
Yeah, so on ADA we're an 18 plus panel, and the way that we do that is 97% of people that come through claim direct to bank, and they have to put their birth date in and obviously their legal name if they're actually going to receive any money, because obviously with the bank checks it doesn't go through. So that automatically basically does that for us. Yeah. So there's no way to get your money if you're under 18. Yeah, go for it.
I've managed to break the microphone. Yeah, I think, again, age verification is, I think for most people, it's not that intrusive. So it's really, I think, is some of the other questions, actually things like financial data. There's much more sensitivity around, and actually look at things like complaints and that sort of side. We get a lot of complaints still about some of the demographic questions that are being asked because people don't understand why they're being asked. So I think there's also a job here about explaining much more about why certain information is needed. And treating people in a way that you bring them into the conversation rather than just saying, well, if you don't give me this information, I can't give you your incentive. You know, that's not a conversation. It's actually contextualizing it much more. I mean, I have a standard piece of advice, which it might sound trite, but I genuinely mean it, is when you think about a participant, think of them as your mum, okay? How would you want your mum to be treated? If it was them answering this question or asking these questions of you, and then if you treat them like that you should, the way you hope your mum would be treated, then we might start to have better conversations with participants.
Excellent. Do we have another question or another comment, Jerome?
It seems like if you're going to get the bank account details of somebody, it's going to be very easy to deduplicate that.
Yes, exactly.
And I don't understand why panel companies don't do it.
I don't know either. So, like I said, this is where I started. I started this business as an incentive payments business because that was the problem that I had as a researcher. And then we kind of built from there. And it was like, oh, look, we can... You know, we can't necessarily say that this person has 3 cats and they're doing a cat food survey. But over time, as you build up a picture of them, you can. But at the exit point, you can definitely tell what age they are, and you know that they are one person, right? Because not many people have multiple bank accounts. Lots of people have different emails, but not many people have different bank accounts. So it's a single point. Exactly. I don't know. You're welcome. Go take it.
Just more an observation again from the client side. What I often found really astonishing is we'd have pitches from maybe 4 different agencies, is how variable the price would be. And why is that? I mean, for me, the quality issue is about leveling up that price point. If you all raised your prices, surely we wouldn't be having this issue where somebody is seeking to undercut somebody else. Because as a client, I would always go for somewhere in the middle, surely. I mean, you would sort of go in the middle. So maybe agencies, you need to be more bullish about raising those prices so that clients aren't then bidding at the lowest price point. Maybe that's what I would say, is be more bullish about that price point to raise the quality.
So could I ask you then, if you did get quotes and they're different, and one of them included some nice slide about quality and the processes that they do. They all do. Okay, but they right. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. A cartel of market research agencies setting prices. No, do you want to?
Well, I'm going to leave the room if we keep talking about. I'll leave if we keep talking about prices. No, I was going to say on the issue with the bank accounts, the reason a lot of the big companies don't do that, there are real reasons. It creates a whole new level of data that they're going to have to protect. And that's expensive. It's very expensive. They'll have to have a whole new kind of encryption on their machines to protect that sort of thing. It creates a whole new barrier to signing up. And I love that your panel has that. And so there's no criticism, but you did say it was a slightly smaller scale. And so there's a scale issue at play. And so there's a type of person, too, that will engage with bank accounts, and there's a type of person that won't. So it ends up creating a frame issue. And so, I think that there's a place for all of it is where I'm going with this.
Yeah, so for context, unless the customer knocks out bank accounts and doesn't allow the participant to claim in that way, we offer a range of different things, but generally people want cash in their bank. So 97% put it in their bank, but we offer vouchers, but almost no one wants that. So it's just a byproduct of what people select, as opposed to us forcing them down a certain path. We're just like, if you want cash, have cash.
And a bank is preferred to PayPal, where I guess it's okay.
Yeah. I guess also because you've got a real range of people, and not everybody has a PayPal bank account yet, or an e-money account. Yeah, I'm sure that will change. We get a few crypto as well. That's sort of starting to sneak in. We see that, people wanting to claim in crypto. We don't support that, but we kind of have that coming in. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's Well, you'd
have to do a lot of surveys to get anything in the crypto world these days, don't you?
Yeah. Well. Yeah. So they.
Okay. A question at the back. Let me right at the back.
Hello. There was a really interesting podcast by Jason Buchanan from Verve last year, and I'll cut a long story short, but what had happened is that parents had given their children their login to do surveys, and so children were then answering the survey as if they're a BMW owner. Their parents had done all the profiling, but the responses were coming from a child. So the parents were happy because their children were earning their own pocket money. The kids were happy because they were doing it with their mates, so there's a few of them doing it. But there's then no repercussions in terms of that's fraud and they're earning money illegitimately, but there's no repercussions on the person who's doing that. They're knowingly doing it wrong, but there's nothing that goes on. So you can do all this verification, but you can't stop human behaviour of
it's true.
Off you go.
You can't. Until you kind of ring up the parent and say, you seem to be losing an awful lot of money, and they realise what's been going on, that they've probably not really truly understood the implications of allowing this to happen. That's a bit more serious than answering a survey. But I think it comes down again to the fact that you haven't established a clear contract with the person who signed up to the panel. And they're like, well, it doesn't really matter who answers this because, I can get my 8-year-old to answer the questions, who cares? There's no investment on the part of the respondent to actually be truthful. And I think that's something we discussed early on, was how do we get to truth? then have a philosophical debate about, well, what is truth? Is the truth from an 8-year-old the same as the truth from his parents? But yeah, that's basically where we're trying to get to, is to make sure that a respondent understands what we're trying to do, why we're trying to do it, and why it's important for them to answer it and not their 8-year-old.
I was going to say, one of the other things as well is it's kind of follow on from that comment is we did some research a number of years ago now, but looking at consents that had been gained from responsible adults for their children to take part in research, so slightly different way round. Nearly 50% of those consents were false. They were the children who had used their parents' accounts to say that they could take part because they wanted to get the incentive. So, I mean, this kind of more devious behaviour of participants, whether it is the adults or the children, has been with us for a long time. That is not a new issue. And so whatever we do, we cannot eradicate that kind of behaviour in terms of wanting to game the system. What we can do is try to reduce it as much as possible. But we will never get to a point where we have 100%. That everything is, the veracity is absolutely there. We're never going to be there.
I wonder, back to what we were talking earlier about different types of research, whether or not that type of behaviour, with a parent letting their children do it, would they do that if it was the crime survey or a social survey? Or is it really just BMW and those sort of surveys where they don't really think that the data matters anyway? Okay, we're going to be wrapping up soon, but we've got time for one more.
I was just really going to pick up on the point you just made about who cares, and that's been a theme that's run through an awful lot of what we're saying here, and we're talking about a value exchange, a social contract, and for many of us, we don't care enough. As researchers, as buyers of research, we don't care enough about the participant, we don't know who they are, we don't speak to them, we just churn this thing through, and that is the heart, to my mind, of the problem here, and we won't level up anywhere unless we start to care an awful lot more.
I just want to make an observation to your comment, Pete. It's interesting is that the one group of people involved in research that I think care much more about participants are interviewers, because they're the ones who are sitting in their home talking to them and will get to know these people and understand these people. And we need to also value the fact that actually I think interviewers have got something to be able to give us, to learn from, and that we should take some of that, get more of that feedback loop from some of those interviewers, because they have something to give.
So I suppose my final question, maybe even a rhetorical one, but is it too late? Can we change?
I'm an optimist. I am an optimist by nature, and I think that once you've acknowledged a problem, that's by far and away means you're on the right track. If we weren't talking about these issues today and just trying to brush them under the carpet, which, let's face it, there's been some of that in the past, then I would be feeling much more pessimistic. But we're talking about it. We're sharing things, we're creating new solutions, we're working together, we're collaborating, as Mel has quite rightly talked about earlier today. For me, that means we're on the path, we're at the foothills of solutions, but at least we are going towards solutions. If it was too late, we might as well pack up and go home now. And we've got lunch to come.
I would say it has to involve the client, right? The end brand. It has to, because I remember when I was in advertising, somebody's KPI or sort of, quarterly bonus is based on the results of the tracker that was. And so, they're hugely motivated by it. They didn't really give them monkeys, like how you got to the answer, who was, do you know what I mean? I don't care. It doesn't impact me. The only thing I need is my quarterly bonus at the end. And if that's the system that we're caught up in, then that can't change without that being sort of uncoupled and changed, right? So there are ways and pockets of change and innovation and new ways of working, but ultimately that big, broad brushstroke stuff, just go to synthetics in the end, because what does it matter, right? I'm sorry, but I think that's how I see it.
I think the good news really is that clients are always looking for the next big thing. Virtual reality seems to have gone. So, what's the next big thing? How can market research, how can the market research industry come up with something that clients are going to go, I've got to have that. Fear of missing out. I must have that super quant. Whatever you're going to call it. And as we said, sort of lift the bar and get clients to say, yes, I understand what's going on, and I am going to take the lead. I mean, I see this a lot with my clients. If I say to them, look, the Hoosier Lottery in Indianapolis, they're doing this. This is really great. You should all be doing that too. And they kind of go, right. I want some of that brand aura from something that's good and not synthetic and high quality and all of that. But you've got to educate them. You've got to create that fear of missing out.
Okay, right, we're going to wrap it up there. I'm not sure I'm feeling completely optimistic, but I think as Debrah says, we are talking about it. We're all here in the room, so, that must mean that we are hopefully going to move it forward. Thank you very much, Debrah, Shifra, and Susan. Not Susan. Thank you. Thank you all as well for your participation. I'm not sure what I say about lunch.
You don't, I do not. We have just a couple of things to talk about before we get to lunch. I'd like to ask Andrew LeBruy, who when I asked, is that how you pronounce your name, he didn't care. So you must have had a few words, Andrew, and we're not far from lunch, everyone.
Yes, thank you. I'll try not to take up too much of your time. The big surprise about what this is called has kind of just been spoiled right here, but it's all fine. So I'm here today to introduce this brand new initiative which we're launching at the ASC called ASC Labs. So our objective here is to provide a forum where we can do more of this collaborative, informal knowledge sharing, which is what we thrive to do here at the ASC. So we want to do that more and provide a forum for doing it. So we've got a few events coming up where we're going to try and make this happen more. So the first one we've got planned is in early July. Date to be confirmed. And we're going to have a live debate which explores the paradigm of, is it actually technology that makes a difference, or is it the people? So the premise is, actually, if you have the right people, they can make any technology work. So what is really driving technology transformation in our industry? So it's a live debate. It's going to be free, so just come along and get involved. The more people we get involved, the better the debate, the more we can push the industry that little bit more. The next thing we're going to do in September, we're going to bring back the ASC pub quiz. Yeah. So it's been a while since we've done one. COVID got in the way, but a really nice way of bringing us all back together, have a bit of a competition, bit of fun. So get reading the newspapers the couple of weeks beforehand, the culture section, which everyone kind of tends to do badly on, at least I do. And then one of the other events that I'm going to do, I'm going to host this one, and it's going to be a bit more of a techie, geeky session. And it's actually quite related to what we're doing today. It's like, how could we actually build a survey bot? So we talk about them, but can we actually build one using all the open source software that's out there at the moment? So it's going to be a bit of a kind of a hardcore geeky session, but it will then look at, well, what could we do with these survey platforms to make it harder to do this? Are there little things that we could advise the industry to make it more difficult? So if you want to get involved, get involved. It's free, it's open, it's all about just bringing us all together. So if I can do anything for today, it's to encourage you to go onto LinkedIn, search for ASC Labs, and we set up a group. Some of you may already be members because we had a LinkedIn group a while ago, but it's all going to get relaunched. So if you can do this, it'll be great. And if you see comments up there or sections, please comment. Let's move on the conversations. So thank you very much.
Good stuff. Right, we are moments away from lunch and 1 minute and 30 seconds ahead of schedule. important information about lunch. If you're on the live stream, please go and get some. If you're watching this back on pre-recording, I hope you had some. And if you're here in the room with us today, any allergens, please look at the QR code. There's a QR code on the tables. Please use your camera to open allergen information or ask a member of the team here at the Oval. Any dietary requirements submitted ahead of time will be taken care of. But again, do find someone with a red toggle if you're having problems, or talk to the staff. We're back at 2 p.m, so that's us wrapping up this morning's 2 sessions. Thank you all so much for your time. It's been fantastic so far. We will be back at 2 with Arno from Amplify MR and some real survey examples. I'm a bit nail-biting about this, to be honest. So thank you, everybody, and thanks to all of our panellists again. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. Welcome back on the live stream. Hello, hello. And we have the third session this afternoon with 3 different presentations of quite different content. We're going to be joined in a moment by Arno from Amplify, with possibly, I think, the longest title for a presentation I've ever seen, so congratulations on that. Now, before Arno presents, we're going to get real examples of surveys that him and the team have been experiencing, and I'm looking forward to this. We have tried to protect the identity of the innocent. Well, I think the problem is that we might all be a little bit guilty. So, without further ado, I'd like to welcome Arno to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to try and move this. There you go. Okay, I apologise for the long title. Hopefully it'll get a bit more interesting after the title. So, first of all, we've talked a lot about fraud and quality, and a lot of this has been around the panels and around a lot of different players within the industry. And I do think that when we talk about fraud in particular, it seems like a pretty low bar that we're expecting people to not be fraudulent, and therefore that equates to quality. I also don't think that we should necessarily be saying that our panels are high quality if they're just not fraudulent. It's not, just because you are a person does not mean that you are necessarily giving high quality data. And also, maybe some of the metrics that we have are a little bit not fit for purpose. But I want to go beyond this. I want to take you from fraud to the respondent experience. And I want to look at what the respondent actually experiences. So if you look at this, we all talk about the survey experience, but it starts before that. Respondents are recruited somehow. They are also then profiled somehow. You get to this then, the process around the survey itself, and there's then a lot of detail within that. So let's start with recruitment. The recruitment could start anywhere. It could be on a site, it could be an ad, and as we'll find out later, it could be other panels. They're then profiled, either on a recruitment site, on a panel management platform, even in a spreadsheet. You also then get, within the survey experience, you get invited to a survey. And that could be either from a panel management platform, or by email, a notification in an app, an offer wall, on a website, all of these different ways that we try and get people to do surveys. All of them they have to experience. Now we get onto the fun stuff. Once they've been invited to a survey, there's then some kind of routing sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. And that also can include some profile questions. You then get the screening, more questions, potentially more profile questions. You then get the survey itself. Okay, obviously more questions. And then finally, you get the reward, or maybe you don't get the reward, because sometimes you get it straight away, sometimes you get it in a month, sometimes you have to earn literally £50. There is one panel out there where you have to earn, I think it's £48 before you can actually redeem your rewards. So that's just setting the frame for what our respondents have to go through. Right. I promise you on my kids' lives that the following 4 experiences were real, and these are the only 4 surveys that I clicked on. I haven't picked and chosen from a whole load of really bad experiences. I started and then I finished after 4 surveys. The only thing I've done is I've slightly changed the order in which they happened. Okay? So this is 4 experiences that a real respondent would have had. First of all, there's the invite. Fine. Okay, start the survey. That's the first screen I get. Not quite sure what to do. Please don't refresh the page. Okay. I then got this screen for 3 minutes. At 3 minutes, I gave up. Okay? Right, let's try again. The invite, this time telling me how many minutes, what I'm going to get. The first screen, postcode, fine. A few more profile questions, all fine so far, very nice. And then, hold on, now what? Now we get a cookie notice. Have I not already been on this site? No. Now I'm being taken somewhere else. Well, hold on, I'm being recruited into another panel. So I've got an invite from the panel that I joined, and now I'm being taken to a panel to be recruited to them. Bear in mind, I've been told this is a 5-minute survey, and I'm going to earn a certain number of points. All right, well, I'm thinking, for the purposes of this great conference, I'm going to continue, I'm going to see what happens and see whether it takes 5 minutes and whether I'm going to get my reward. Right, so create my account. Then I get this question. Now, for a couple of days, I highlighted those 2 questions thinking, oh, that's wrong. And then I realized, no, actually, that's right. But how many people know that it's right? Would it be understood? How many people think there is a difference between sex and gender? I mean, there is, but it's still confusing. It's not clear. All right, there's little eyes, little information icons next to them. You could go in and click on those, but you won't. You'll just think, if you're any average respondent, you'll think, hold on, I'm doing ask the same question twice. But I'm now getting a little bit more concerned because they're now asking me, to the point about that we had in the panel, they're asking me for my address. All right, is this really legit? Oh, okay, now there's some terms and conditions. But I've got 3 things I need to read. Obviously, I'm not going to read them. Nobody ever reads them. But there are now 3 things. I'm used to 2 things. And then, almost there, just go into your email and you'll get the sign up for the panel. Great. Where's the reward? Where's the redirect taking me back so that I can be registered as a complete? No survey, no reward, and I'm now on 2 panels. And probably won't ever take a survey for either of them ever again, if I'm normal. But no, I'll try again. Remember, that was number 2, so this is number 3. Right, this is encouraging. Straight into this. Tells me what's going on, tells me it's all legit, tells me the name of the company, that's all great. Still encouraging, brilliant. Are you male, female? Okay. When were you born? Text box. Click on the text box. Oh, hang on, that comes up. Now what's happening? Do I use the text box or do I want to do this bit? Not completely clear. But as it is, it doesn't matter because it doesn't work anyway. So I've now done 3 surveys. I've clicked on 3 invites. I have yet to complete a survey. And it, surprisingly to me, it wasn't because of routing, wasn't because of screening, this is because of other things. Right, let's try again. So this, I haven't given you the boring invite every time, but this time, 5-minute survey, okay? And by the way, in case anybody doubts me, there's the time at the bottom. Right, take a survey, great. Bearing in mind I've already clicked on an invite, so there's answer 1 screening question, another consent question. This is encouraging, at least it looks fairly simple what I'm supposed to do this time. And again, but I've already answered that, haven't I? Yeah, okay, so it's a second gender question. All right, now what's going on? So, can I go back a slide? So now it's a completely different screen. and I'm now being asked for a capture, but not just that, it's recapture. I don't know what that is. Why tell me what that is? Just let me click on a box. So I click on the box, keep going, answer some questions. This is all great so far. Brilliant. Thanks for taking the survey. But now I'm somewhere else. So now I'm being, oh, hold on. And for the third time today, and we get kicked out. Okay, so once more with feeling. Last time I'm going to try this. Again, only 5 minutes, great. Again, quite an encouraging first screen, quite a bit to read, but I'll keep going. More questions. All right, fine. Now, bearing in mind that I'm flicking through these, all right, so if I was actually to answer all of these in a considered way, in the way that we want people to answer them, forget about the experience I've had with the 3 or 4 other surveys. I will read all of those and see which ones are relevant. And I will read all of this and notice that it scrolls down quite a bit. Oh, well done, you're in the survey. That's after 4 minutes. I was told this was a 5-minute survey. Okay? That's what I'm being rewarded for. That's what I thought I was being rewarded for. And after 9 minutes, I won't take you through the survey. The survey was fine, it was good, everything worked, well done. If anybody wants me to call them out as a company that works, then I will quite happily divulge who it was. But well done, it got to the end, 9 minutes. But I was told it was 5. So what does that teach us? Well, we'll go into what it teaches us in a minute, but what I was hoping to see was some more classics around real fails. That whole experience was a massive fail. But if you want to see how it could have been, just make yourself feel a little bit better, how about that one for a question? Or maybe this one. I know I'm cherry picking and it's kind of, for impact and whatever, but these are real things, and I hope somebody's German is good enough to be able to deal with this. It's just unbelievable. There's so much to think about. If you think back to the experiences that I had with the surveys that I tried to do, I was recruited into a panel. Just no. That shouldn't be allowed. None of the time expectations were met. I mean, apart from the fact that I didn't get to even try and meet those expectations for a few of them. Length of interview is obviously wrong, but that has implications not just for the respondent. It has implications for sampling, because the average LOI impacts how high up on the list that survey goes. Some platforms will shut down sampling if LOI is too high compared with what you were expecting. So your whole project could get shut down, no sample, if this happens. So it's not just the impact on the respondent, there's a business impact here. Things break. Okay, they break frequently. They should not break as frequently as I've just shown. And I know it's a small sample size, but you would expect the small sample size to maybe throw up, I don't know, one that doesn't work. Questions are repeated. We all know they're repeated, but really, this is one of the questions that we have as a standard. All right? There's no reason why that question should be repeated that many times. Pass it through. And it's not just me, okay? I'm pissed off. But respondents, the people that essentially do the work for us to pay the bills, they can't be impressed with this. Why would you stay on a panel if this is going to happen? So if respondents aren't impressed, are we impressed?
find it wholly depressing, and wholly depressing and just shocking in a way, that how do people think that it's all right to, one, even put that out in the world with their logo on it, and what do they expect to happen if they treat respondents, or participants as I prefer to call them, people do more than respond, but maybe not in the instance that you showed there. How can they even expect the industry to continue? It's shocking. It's terrible behaviour. It tars us all with a bad brush, and it's not something I would want to put my name to or be involved in. We have to do better.
Brilliant reaction.
Hi Arno, thank you very much for that presentation. My initial reaction, I am not surprised, although that doesn't make it okay. I think some of those experiences are incredibly poor. This is something we should be battling as an industry, as you know, from a software supplier point of view. We need to get our head around how we can simplify that and enforce best practices, because it brings up the bigger issue, I suppose. We talk about fraudulent panelists, but we don't talk about fraudulent panel companies and how they really bite the bullet and try their best to give the panelists the best respondent experience as well. And again, I think that's a debate we need to have as an industry, saying, you know, we need to self-regulate and have better quality standards as a whole to make sure that any respondents that come into our ecosystem at any point get a positive environment and a positive experience. Anyway, thank you very much.
So some questions for you. If you were, I'm not expecting a show of hands, by the way, because I'd like to think you would all respond in the appropriate manner, but if you were a respondent, would you really come back and try this again after those four or five experiences? Lots of people shaking their heads. Oh, and by the way, what if you knew you were going to get 60p? If you're going to get 60p for doing that, that's assuming you're going to get paid. And by the way, the 60p, you probably can't claim it for another 7, 8, 9, 10 surveys. So you've got to go through that 7, 8, 9, 10 times before you can actually get your 60p. And would any of this encourage you to give you honest answers? And that's partly my main focus here, because all of this means you're getting shit. Okay, nobody is going to give you proper answers. Maybe this time, but next time they're going to expect this. They're going to speed. Oh, and then they get kicked out. Even better experience. But they're being kicked out because this is the experience they had the last time. If you're a panel owner, do you want your people to go through this? Do you want your main asset to be treated this way? I don't. By the way, if you said yes to any of these, then come and see. Well, you can't come and see me afterwards because I've got to shoot straight off after this. But get in touch with me somehow, and yeah, we need a good chat. Seriously though, all of this affects quality. It clearly affects quality because you're not getting quality from the responses. They can't give quality responses if the survey doesn't work. They're not going to take us seriously. And really, throwing in some quality questions, that's not going to cut it here. But the more existential issue that we have here is really how many people are left to take these surveys. So I've just demonstrated the poor experience. You've almost unanimously, probably in your own heads, decided that you wouldn't do this again. So why would anybody else? And bearing in mind that we only have 60 odd million people in this country, and yet I'm going to guess that we have claimed 2 million people on panels in this country. What's the churn on that? How many people do we have to get through before there are no more people left to take surveys? And if there's no more people left to take surveys, the only people left to take surveys are sitting in Indonesia or Romania or wherever you want that isn't the UK and that aren't real respondents pretending to be from the UK. It's getting worse because it's getting disaggregated. So we've got lots of people playing lots of different parts, everybody passing respondents on, everybody asking the same questions. And what are we going to do when there's nobody left? Suddenly AI becomes not the big monster in the room, but maybe the only saviour we've got left. All right, so I was told, don't be a doom monger, don't just show everybody a load of stuff. So I thought I'll stick a slide in at the end that says here are a few ideas. So industry standards. Clearly, if we have industry standards, then all of this will go away. Maybe not, but it would be helpful. But how long is it going to take? And I know there are lots of good efforts going on. People are waking up to it. I was at SampleCon this year, and yeah, there was a real palpable feeling that something needed to be done, and now something seems to be being done. But how much of the issue is going to be addressed? How long will it take? But there is one thing that we can do now. Because if we adopt profile questions as standard, so if everybody uses the same standards, the routing questions go away, the screening questions go away, the repeated questions go away. People think we're actually listening to them. People think we're actually doing something clever. We can target, as sample providers, as panels, as exchanges, we can target people better. Because suddenly, somebody that's marked as, I don't know, 15 or 16 to 25 is also 16 to 25 in somebody else's panel. And therefore, when you pass that through, you don't have to ask the question again. And maybe clients will also understand that they don't have to ask that question again. One small thing that might make a massive difference. I've also mentioned that there's a lot of disaggregation. So you have companies that specialize in recruitment. There are companies that specialize in sampling, panel management, survey scripting, survey design, rewards. All of these things are disaggregated. At every single step, somebody's making some money. But what if we could control the flow better? Because if you were in charge of the panel and the survey, do you think you'd be passing those people through in the way that you would be otherwise? No. And just being better at what we do. I think we've talked about the training. We've talked about people being a little bit more considerate. Yeah, think about your mum. What would she do? Mine probably would have phoned me up and said, how do I do this? But that's... But I think the key thing here is not just to be efficient. We've had a race to the bottom in terms of pricing for sample. Everybody wants to do things cheaply. Everybody wants wants to make a decent impression in front of clients by not coming in as the most expensive. Fine, but it can't all be about efficiency because that's a very short-sighted perspective. And this is maybe a little bit contentious, but I do think that the people who address this issue will also win out. They'll be the ones that end up still standing in 10 years' time, and the people that are not addressing this issue will go out of business. You can't do a 1 cent complete. You can't manage that in the environment that we have at the moment. And by the way, stop recruiting through other panels, especially when the other panels don't know about it. It's not fair. So my recommendation, my final recommendation would be to use good practice suppliers. if you find somebody that's not doing some of these things, or that is, you know, annoying you, pissing you off, showing any of the things that I've shown today, and stop using them. And if you're a client, buy more discerningly. I'm going to finish with another video. See if it comes on.
Thank you, Arno, for inviting me to be part of your presentation. I wish I could be in London with you, but I'm happy that our current ESOMAR president, Ray Poynter, and ESOMAR chair of the Professional Standards Committee, Judith Bassingham, are in the audience. I invite you to have a discussion with them about the topics I believe Arno is raising, which are fraud and the respondent's experience. Our fraud is a very relevant working group in which ESOMAR is intensely working along the MRS and the Insights Association. Fraud is a clear threat to our industry, as it has been to the AdTech one. Remember that in our Congress in Edinburgh, I warned about not following the steps of the AdTech industry, as fraud was already well quantified and the level of targeting accuracy was massively poor. Today, brands are already leaving the obsession on performance marketing behind and focusing themselves on brand building. Today, the most relevant brands work in the mid and long term to construct strong brands. In our industry, we're still in the efficiency obsession. The strong message that end clients are sending out of faster, cheaper, and in-source is pushing the whole ecosystem to look for efficiency. Our insights world today is pipeline. Today from London, you can get 1,000 interviews of 5 minutes from 100 countries in less than 24 hours. It is technically possible. At the same time, we see from Arno's experience how this is possible. It is possible by pushing our surveys to the extreme, neglecting on many cases the respondents' experience. And respondents' prices have experienced a race to the bottom in the last 6 years. If the industry continues its race to the bottom, very soon it will encounter the bottom and the race will rebound to the top. Why? Very simple. The willingness to participate will massively drop. In fact, it is already dropping in many key targets, such as young adults or specialized targets. So let's work on efficiency while we keep a firm eye on the panelist respondents, which in the end will elevate the quality of our raw material, the responses from people. Thank you, and I hope you continue enjoying this conference.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wow. A few stunned faces. Any questions for Arno before we move on to our next presentation? I'm sure there's loads, but don't shoot the messenger, I think, is the key here. Actually, one more mic, please. I brought that one.
You do that one, I'll do this.
Arno, thanks. Matt, that was brilliant. Needed to be said and well said. And I did have a serious question. I didn't just put my hand up like that. As a good member of the MRS, I know that I'm obliged to promptly identify myself on a survey and make it easy for you to be in contact with me as a participant. I did notice you didn't seem to have to redact too many names and email addresses and telephone numbers from invitations. And was that the case? Were you able to speak to the people who wrote these surveys?
No. So it's not clear at all to the respondent who they're actually being surveyed by. So there was the one that I said was good practice. There was links and email addresses for you to contact somebody, but the others, no.
Perhaps that's why they don't work very well on the surveys.
Well, so what can I say? Those surveys were not by Mickey Mouse companies that I'd never heard of. Let's put it that way.
Other questions from the floor or from the live stream? Debrah?
I think we should have a talk, Arno. We share many views in common. I recognise a lot of the things that I saw in your presentation. It's more of a general comment. One of the standard things that has been done in the sector for a long time is that people from the profession are screened out. You say, they ask what profession you're in. If you're a researcher, you get screened out because of, confidentiality issues, competitor issues, and so on. Do we need to sort of reconsider that actually researchers need to be participants a lot more to really understand what it's like to be on the other side of the fence? So
Sue Homeyard wrote a post probably about 2 or 3 days ago on LinkedIn saying exactly the same thing. She was screened out for a survey, and she was like, well, why? My opinion is just as valid as anybody else's. I might know the tricks of how to get around it, but I also know the value of answering this survey properly. So no, I agree with you. But by the way, I was not asked at any point if I was a market researcher.
Just to add, for many years now, pretty much every project I've worked on, I've insisted that the whole team, including the end client, does the survey on their mobile. And that's often caused the project to be held up, either from the client or from whoever scripted it, because when they script it, they'll often look at it on a big screen. And just that simple exercise, you've got to go all the way through and go to the end. And now most of the platforms have got great facilities that it will go through as a test. You don't have to type test in the open end at the end to make sure it's not in the data. It's really straightforward.
I'm just really pleased I didn't do any of these on my mobile, because this presentation might have taken a good different turn.
Arno, thank you, and thank you for all the questions.
Thank you.
Okay, so now for something completely different. So we now have Dean and Brian from Sawtooth Software, who are going to talk about a novel approach to identifying poor respondents in survey.
Thank you very much. So yeah, thanks for the introduction, JT. Today, me and Brian are going to take you through potentially a new way for you to identify some poor quality survey respondents. I had some introduction slides, but thankfully I think most of it's already been covered by everyone else today several times over, so I won't spend too much time on them. But I think we can all agree we've got a problem, and everyone's starting to realise that now, which means hopefully everyone's going to start and take action now. Part of this is because we've created a commoditised industry with the panels where we've got the lowest common denominator, the lowest cost wins. We're not caring for respondent experience, as we've just seen. And this is facilitating a rise in fraud, ultimately. And part of this is bots. This is taken from a YouTube video. It had about 5,000 views at the time. But a student had created a bot to answer surveys on their Pulse site. It's taking in sentences, random sentences, it's pasting them into open ends. It's configured so it doesn't answer questions too quickly, so it doesn't get flagged by speeders. But it's really simple. And this is just available on the internet for anyone to look at and play with it and go through themselves. So that's part of the problem that we're facing. But it's not the only problem that we're facing. As we've heard, we've got bots, we've got survey farms, we've got inattentive respondents who are just doing something else and aren't really that focused. And to me, all of this is survey quality. Whether or not it's fraud, it's up to you. Potentially, if you're getting paid for a survey, but you're doing it while you're shopping and you're just clicking on anything, sounds a bit like fraud to me. And at the Sawtooth Software Conference last year, one of our attendees identified 5 key archetypes of fraud, and one of them was bots. These bots are getting really sophisticated. If you plug ChatGPT into that, this is getting to a really scary situation where even the open ends that we had before aren't going to be a reliable way to find them out. We've got hackers or survey farms. They're manipulating the devices to access surveys multiple times. They're just doing it purely to churn out these incentives, and that's also not good. We've got con artists. They've got multiple personas. They're gaming screeners. They're trying to find how they can get through that survey so that they can access that incentive, and they don't really care about the results they're giving you. They just want to get through it. We've got pros. These guys can do 40 surveys a day. They're probably not going to give you as much as nonsense results as the rest of them, but do you want to be that 40th survey in the day? Is that really going to give you quality results? Probably not. And the final one, the one that felt like it was the only one we used to deal with back in the day, is the slackers. These guys are lazy, they're flatlining, they're not really thinking about any surveys or any questions, they're just breezing on through. But now they're almost the least of our problems, when they used to be the bulk of our problems. So we need to sort things out, and we can't expect panels to do everything. It's easier for us to sit here and blame the panels and say they need to increase all of their resources to make sure they fix this problem. They can help with bots and hackers, but for the other three archetypes, the community as a whole needs to focus on what it can do to solve that. And a lot of it is just going back to basics. We've heard today people talking about speeders, straight liners, red herring questions, consistency questions, adding these things into making sure that you're getting high quality responses as well as non-fraudulent responses. But we can add some new ones to this. We've heard a lot about open-end, so asking someone to summarize the survey at the end. A bot probably can't do that yet, unless it's kept a record of every single question it's been asked throughout it. An inattentive respondent probably would struggle to do that, but someone who is a high-quality respondent will be able to tell you what you've been asking them about. Another simple one is screeners. Don't terminate someone at the point at which they've failed, because people can game that. They can identify they need to be over 18 and under 65 by you screening them at that point. Do it at the end of the section, and then they don't get that information, so the con artists can't use a multiple persona to get through to that point. We can add honeypots. So if you've got bots that are trying to fill in every single box on a screen, just put a box on there that's hidden from a standard human respondent, and a bot will fill it in, but you won't get any data there from any other respondents. And then the one that we're here to talk about today is utilizing the RL8 score from a max diff analysis. And we'll talk through how we can use that to identify not only fraudulent responses, but poor quality responses as well. Thanks, Brian.
So, is this on? So we started talking about this a bit more at Sawtooth last year, and I think since then, I think I saw it. I was going to point right there. She's not there. The Insights Association, I think this is now on their recommended list of things to do is using this technique. So I'm just going to run through the technique in general. Just out of curiosity, how many people have heard of max diff? Okay, how many people have done a max diff in their own surveys? Okay, so about half. All right, good. We're not wasting too much time then. So, rating scales are a common source of our, our general attempts to take feelings and put them into numbers. Because once we get numbers, we can do math and we can summarize and things like that. But this, the standard complaint is that you often get really poor quality answers from rating scale questions. If you start going into psychology and things like that, you just find there's so much written about how poor rating scale questions are. People don't use them equally. Someone in Germany uses it differently than someone in America. You should be standardizing, but hardly anyone does because you don't want to have to explain standardizing to the person you're presenting to, and things like that. So there's lots of problems with them. So very little discrimination, scale use bias. There's halo effect, and then if you're trying to do anything with it, if you're trying to predict and say like, how does a scale, determine likelihood to purchase or something like that, it's almost impossible. To build any sort of forward-looking thing. Now, I'm not saying never use them. I think there's a lot of situations of like customer satisfaction and things like that. Star rating scales. I think there's looking backwards, I think they're okay. But particularly if you're trying to figure out what people are going to do in the future, rating scales fail quite often. So one option is doing paired comparisons. This is people have already alluded to this of asking better questions, right? So paired comparisons are great. They're typically very easy for people to answer. You force differentiation in people's answers. You can't say both are equal. You have to choose one is better than the other, even if they're both good or they're both bad. So paired comparisons are a really effective way if you're trying to create that differentiation in people's answers as you cycle through things. And that's my little comic that I like there. But it gets rid of a lot of these problems. So they're easy, forces differentiation. There's no scale. And again, if you go into psychology and other forms of measurement and things like that, despite the fact that you're only gathering ordinal data, if something is better or worse, if you repeat that and you take a sample or things like that, you can produce metric data that we can do our math on. We can do averages and we can come up with scores and do significance testing and things like that, despite the fact that you didn't initially ask a metric scale, which is really cool. Okay. The drawbacks of these, of course, is that the scalability issue. There's a little generalized formula here. So if we had 20 items, there are 190 possible comparisons. Maybe a bit easier than the 99 open ends on hoovering, but still not a great experience. So that naturally leads to the next step, the next evolution of can we do a better job than asking a whole lot of paired comparisons, because people want to ask about a lot of stuff. People want to ask more questions than less, especially if you're dealing with a client. So that's where MaxDiff kind of came into existence. So the idea here is, instead of showing a paired comparison, we're going to stick a couple of the items from our list. Typically like 4 or 5 is what most people do. We're going to ask some question on which is the most important feature and least important to feature. And this is kind of where the name comes from, is we're asking people to identify the 2 items on the ends of the scale that produce the maximum difference in whatever the scale is that we're measuring. Depending on what background you come from, if you're a bit more like econ type world, you'll hear this called best-worst scaling more. Pretty much the same thing. We don't really differentiate too much between the two, but MaxDiff is what kind of came into the marketing world first. So the respondent sees these questions. They choose one is the best, one is the worst, most important, least important. And then from that, we can infer all of the other paired comparisons. So if the person says automated usage analytics is best, we know that that's better than the other 3. And if they choose free dashboard as the least important, we know that the other 3 are better than that. And so the only one we miss out is the stuff in the middle. So it's a very efficient question. We get a lot of the same benefits of paired comparisons, but we get a lot of them just from the easiest type of question to ask. Because people are really good at identifying extremes. It's really easy for us to say, something is best or something is terrible. It's the stuff in the middle that is hard and has a lot of respondent error. So it's great. So generally, if you're thinking about modeling data, generally the consensus, other people have shown, we have shown, I'm not just blowing smoke, we've got white papers and all sorts of good stuff, but generally you shoot to ask each item 3 times. So typical MaxDiff exercise, you have a pool of 20, you will show maybe 4 or 5 at a time, and we rotate through, so we show all the items against all the other items, and you do a nice balanced design. So people see things multiple times. That produces good differentiation and a good model for predicting what people will then choose. And so normally we do this approach just in general. We're going to show each item multiple times because we want to reinforce and create differentiation and everything like that. So the benefits is that, again, the questions are relatively easy. We do on Pi Day, March 14th, we do an internal survey, and it's the hardest survey I ever take because we put like 30 pies in there, and you have to choose the best and the worst, and then we go out and we buy all the bests. And
these are American pies, though, not British ones, so they're all sweet.
Sweet pies, yeah. So it's really hard because every single page there's 5 delicious pies, and you have to say which one is the best and worst. But generally, they're pretty easy. So forced differentiation, no scale use bias. We still create scores that indicate the relative desirability, that it's not just rank ordering. So normally this is what we're shooting for. This is the kind of the point of running the max diff is take a big list of things, put them on a scale, don't just sort them, but create difference between the items. So that's usually what we're using max diff for. But the really cool part is because it's a regression-based model, we get a fit statistic, okay? So normally, like this is just a comparison here of like 5-point rating scales is the light green, the grayish bluish part is the max diff score. This doesn't happen all the time, but it's pretty reliable that you're gonna get like lumps and more differentiation. And again, we've got a white paper showing that it's more than just rank order data. It does produce these lumpy groups of data, okay? But the fit statistic is what we're pushing kind of a bit more lately as a really, really good metric for respondent quality.
And at this point, I'd like you all to get your phones out, please, because you can test it yourself. So we've programmed a max diff study. Hopefully the QR code works here, it's not too far away. And this is basically a survey on locations for a conference. And you can complete that however you like. You can be perfectly attentive. You can complete it perfectly randomly. You can do it without giving it any attention whatsoever. And at the end, it will tell you how you were behaving. So it calculates this consistency metric on the fly and says, actually, no, you're a random responder or you're a good responder. So this is the technique that we're suggesting using in this session. So I'll just give people a little bit of time to do that. There's only 10 tasks, so hopefully it won't take too long. I'm not watching for speeders on this one. And the reason this works is because, as Brian said, we are creating a regression model at an individual level. So we're creating a model for every single respondent that does the task. And when you create a regression style model, you can get what's known as an R-squared, or in this case, it's called a root likelihood score. And this ranges from 0 to 1. And because we know what a random respondent would do, we know what the floor is for being a good respondent. So we can use it. And if we look at what a random respondent would be, so if we had 4 items in a max diff task, then a random respondent would be able to predict what they were doing 25% of the time, because it'd get lucky once. But a better respondent would be better than that. So if we had 3 items per task, a random respondent would be right 33% of the time. If we had 5 items, it'd only be right 20% of the time. And what we found is if we simulate 1,000 random respondents, 80% of their time, their RL8 score is below 0.4. So we can model this and understand this. And we've done a lot of research on this. So we created a lot of synthetic data where we're looking at, okay, let's program 1,000 respondents who answer to a pattern. So we know we should be able to predict what they do correctly. And we'll program 1,000 respondents who are completely random. So they should mirror sort of 25% if we had 4 items there. And we looked at, okay, what is the threshold here? So if we wanted to identify 95% of the random responses, we'd get a false positive of around 5% if we had a lot of items in our list, or 10% if we had smaller items in our list. But if we are happy with only collecting 80% of those random responses, we're only getting a false positive rate of between 1 and 2%. So even where half of our sample are random, we're only throwing away around 1% of good respondents in order to get rid of around 80% of bad respondents. So that's a pretty good trade-off in my book. And we've got a lot of research as well within Sawtooth. So our website is largely white papers of research on research and techniques. But we found that actually if you do answer a max diff inconsistently and you do have that low RL8 score, this is highly correlated with traditional bad survey behavior. So speeders, flatliners, inattentive responses. So it shows that pulling out these people is going to be beneficial to the quality of the survey overall. So, yeah, bad data comes in many forms, but if we add MaxDiff, which is going to add value to our surveys anyway in general, we can use it to help identify those people on the fly, get rid of them pretty quickly. You're not running the model at the end and then removing people after the fact. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen, and perfectly on 20 minutes. You must have rehearsed it. Do we have questions for the sort of, if we do, Corinne, I'm going to take this one over. Share a mic, guys.
No, this one's on, it's okay.
Yeah, so to the earlier point about survey length, to the earlier question about survey length, sorry, how much time are we adding to a survey?
So you can do it in two ways. So
sorry,
you can,
if the respondent answers properly.
Yeah. So there's sort of two ways you can utilize a MaxDiff in this way. So you can add a MaxDiff purely for the reason of getting rid of people. You'd probably want to do that with a small amount of items. So you probably have 7 items there. If you're showing people 4 at a time, you're showing it 3 times. That's probably 5 MaxDiff questions, 5 or 6 MaxDiff questions to get that RLH score. So that's not too much. So it's 10 clicks. It's not horrendous, or you can utilize a MaxDiff on a question you were going to use a rating scale or a ranking scale for.
But if you take the former route, how long are we talking?
So, what's the average MaxDiff question?
So it's going to depend on like the length of the stuff that you have in there
Yeah, but
and things like that. But generally,
say that we did it. Let's say that and I completely get it. I mean, I use MaxDiff a lot, but and if it's embedded as part of the questionnaire, that's great. But if you want to do it up front, almost as a filter to be able to filter people out earlier on, are you talking like 30 seconds, a minute?
30 seconds to a minute, I'd say. I wouldn't say, because you want to keep a small, you're not doing 30 item MaxDiff, you're doing 7 items, each item 3 times, so it wouldn't take too long in that.
Yeah, we've got, we probably should have put them in there, but there's a paper we have that compares the length of the interview. I think it's our main paper on MaxDiff that compares it against a couple other things, rating scales, ranking questions, a queue sorting exercise, MaxDiff, and I think there's one other one that talk about the length. So generally you're like 2 to 3 times as long with the MaxDiff questions. But if you're doing a shorter exercise, then you should be under a minute. You see really large learning curves on respondents. So like the first question takes them 10 seconds because they're orienting, it's a different question type and things like that. And then you see a 30% drop in the time. And by the third question, people have kind of cut their time about in half and they're only taking 5 seconds per question because it's click, click, and they've oriented themselves and things. So it's usually not too bad.
Quick question here. Ray, 1 second.
Thank you. Dean, I think you mentioned about doing the summary of the survey at the end of the survey. The problem I have with things like that is we have so few respondents willing to give us information already, and then the ones that are giving us information, we're penalising them by them proving that they're actual respondents by doing it. So I wasn't sure, are you suggesting using mathematical or statistically sound techniques instead of those type ones, or a combination of?
I think we're at a point where we need to use any tools we've got. And I think we all need to start incorporating as many as we can in surveys to try and trick them, because the bots are getting smarter.
Sure.
So, yeah, we are penalising good quality people, but you kind of need to do that in order to make sure the quality is high.
Are you employing techniques now that you'll only do those in cases where you consider them to be suspicious, or would you just put them in?
I'd advocate for having a simple MaxDiff in pretty much any survey where you want to get rid of poor quality respondents. For the sake of a minute survey time, you've got a statistical model which says whether they're answering with a specified pattern or whether they're just not really paying attention. I think that's key. But again, speeders, straight liners, all that sort of stuff, we can't move away from it, unfortunately.
I think too it depends on the source as well. So in one of the papers where we looked at identifying random people and disengaged people, one of the surveys we had a 1% flag rate, and it was because it was an employee survey. So it was just the employer was getting feedback from the employees. So the employees were all highly motivated to take the survey well, and all of them were very attentive, right? So I don't think, it's going to depend a bit on the motivation, and that, that speaks to the larger theme of like when people feel like their input matters and they're engaged a bit more and things like that. Maybe some of this stuff isn't quite as necessary, right? It's unlikely we're going to get bots in an employee feedback survey, right? So it really does depend, I think. But what we've seen a lot is, like other people have said, you don't want to just do one thing and then base your cleaning off that one thing, right? Particularly with the open ends, I think it's great to provide an opportunity for people to give feedback at the end of the survey. Was there anything that was confusing? Was there... And then you could put that question at the end there of like, could you just give us a summary, and maybe it feels a little bit less of like a insulting thing if it's at the end of a feedback type thing. Maybe I'm hypothesizing. I haven't tested it or anything, but that's my thought.
So quick points. The first one, coming back to what Debrah and Melanie were saying earlier, this would identify data you don't want in your study. It wouldn't identify whether it was inattentive, fraudulent, or whatever. So when you reject it, you wouldn't necessarily want to go back to your database and mark these people as fraudulent. And it does add one addition. If you go back into some of the old papers, there's a white paper at Sawtooth from me where we look at an additional source of low score there, which is where people's views change. So some people, if you ask them those 10 destination questions, will start marking Belfast in the middle. And as the 10 questions go, you know what, I really don't like Belfast. And they'll put it at the... So you get an evolution of views. That also generates a low consistency score. It's not inattentive, it's just that they're not suitable for that question. For MaxDiff, it's relatively small. When we used to do it for conjoint, it was much bigger. It was about 10% of people were not consistent, but they were attentive.
And I think that there's been other presentations. There was just one. I don't think it's posted on our website. So we just had another conference in Barcelona. One of the things there I think was trying to look at attribute non-attendance in conjoint models to try to say, like, if you take things out, like, does it actually matter? So there are other more advanced things to try to get at, like, but it goes back into the same conversation. I wouldn't. If someone was wishy-washy in the conjoint or something like that, that's one strike. You're not out until you hit 2 or 3 or something like that. Another interesting thing is in that presentation from last year that you can go read. One of the interesting things they found is that some bots answer with normal distribution, some are random, some are a little trickier. One of the ones they found is when they did some clustering on the MaxDiff data, they found this cluster, really confident pattern answers, right? Not random. But if you sorted the scores best to worst, it was the longest thing was number 1, and the shortest MaxDiff was the worst, and it went longest to shortest. Yeah, it's like I can't remember who said it, but like you got to kind of applaud a little bit that they came up with a little rule. So it does go back to that earlier presentation that Savanta and I can't remember the other company. Yeah, looking at it, right? You can't like sort it, cluster it, look at multiple bits and like, does this make sense? We don't unfortunately have a solution for that yet. Maybe ChatGPT will be able to do some quality checks and do some of that sort of eventually, but you still have to do that even with this. And you'll find, and that's how they found that weird pattern of like, this doesn't, the items, aren't clustering right, and then they discovered it was longest to shortest, and if nobody had taken the time to look at that, they wouldn't have known that they had a bot farm hit their survey.
And that's also the reason why the threshold of identifying those random respondents was set at 80% and not at 95%, because we don't want to chuck out the baby with the bathwater either.
Gents, one more question. There was actually 2, but you sure you don't want to do yours? Okay. John, you've got a whole session in a bit. You can't wait.
Yes, I was wondering whether I might help my thoughts to that session. But It's a bit of a Schrodinger's cat problem. By the very process of measuring this, the process of doing a max diff is quite boring. Oh. And so I'm boring respondents by the very process of measuring them. I am now creating a problem which is part of, how do you resolve that?
I would blame the agencies for using lists that were too long rather than the technique.
There's an interesting quote. So Satu Software's founder Rich Johnson recently passed away. Brian Orm, the current president, did a really nice kind of tribute. One of the interesting things is that when they started doing early conjoint methods and Satu did an adaptive thing, someone described it as playing a game of chess with the computer. I think there are opportunities for some gamification. I think I haven't played around with it much, but I think, for example, telling someone I'm gonna show you your score at the end. I'm hypothesizing here, but you know, giving people some feedback, trying to raise that level of like, you know, we're gonna tell you what your top 1 items are or something. Like I've seen that before of like treating it almost like a recommender type thing and say at the end I'm going to show you what we think your top 3 things are. Some of that stuff can raise the level of involvement and engagement. I think there's opportunities for that. But I wouldn't necessarily say a max diff is, you know, more boring than a battery of rating scales or rank order questions or something. So I wouldn't necessarily agree that we're extra boring them by doing this method or anything like that. I've taken a lot of really bad rating scale surveys before.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. Thank you. Okay, we are a minute or two over. Last session before afternoon tea and more cakes and things like that. We welcome Raf. I have to get your name right. You said Gajdamovic, is that right? Raf Gajdamovic, I got it right. There we are. From Azure Knowledge on face-to-face quality and its relevance in a digital world. So welcome, Raf.
Good afternoon, everyone. Last session, I promise not to be too long. I feel like the odd one out, face-to-face. Everyone is wondering, why am I talking about face-to-face? Everyone has been talking about bots, digital threats. There will be almost 0 mentions of those things. So it is a slightly different presentation to conclude this session. A quick word about Azure. We are a global data collection agency that has the benefit of working across all different methodologies. As such, I will be looking at the face-to-face element of that whole spectrum and try to give my perspective over 30 years of this industry as to whether it can be used effectively in the digital world. Interesting that we're talking about face-to-face in 2023. I was very encouraged by Debrah, who mentioned that face-to-face has been very steady at 20% over the years. And I have to say that I completely agree with that statement, and I have seen that consistently. You may wonder why face-to-face is relevant. And I think the relevance has changed over the years. And there is a slightly different approach to face-to-face, which I hope to share with you during this presentation. But before we start, let's go back to 1999 and before. This is a little timeline of what the industry has gone through and the technologies that we have used and the technologies that we have witnessed come to our industry. Every time we got a new technology, we did something different. So we moved from face-to-face to telephone. We like Windows 95, Excel spreadsheets, which were not present during the 90s. In 2005, obviously, the renaissance of the online panels. iPhone in 2010, and the mobile phones made it even more interesting. In 2015, around there, the dates are approximate. We have witnessed social media domination and connectivity. People got connected. We started to source respondents in a slightly different way. And at 2020, around COVID time, we reached what I think was digital maturity. And then ChatGPT came. So that's kind of changed things a little bit. But I think we have reached digital maturity for the tools that we need to be successful in this industry. And that includes face-to-face, if we approach it slightly differently. I will not be making many references to online because I think the subject was beaten to death. But I'd like to think about face-to-face in the context of the journey that we have actually traveled. So despite all the changes in methodology and technical trends, one thing remained constant. We need quality respondents, often niche, even more niche than we used to, because we need much higher quality, much higher volumes of respondents. If I think of how many interviews we were doing with very niche respondents using the face-to-face methodologies, there were much lower volumes. It's the digital change and the access to online panels that increased the volumes of respondents exponentially. So our problem with getting quality respondents is even more challenging right now. With the world being one and everyone being linked, we don't just need respondents in the UK, we need respondents all around the world. And the majority of studies that we run are global. So interestingly, last year we did 84 countries overall across all methodologies as a company. In 37 of those countries, we conducted quantitative face-to-face interviews. That, to me, confirms that there is still an appetite and need for face-to-face. We just have to be a little bit more creative as how we use that methodology effectively. In my view, there are 4 reasons why face-to-face is relevant and important. The first one is reach beyond online audiences and panels. The second one is the engagement, and that is through having an interviewer and making sure that the respondent is engaged. The third one is the enhanced representativeness, and the fourth one is quality, because the quality can be managed much better through that interviewer. As a CEO and a business person speaking to clients, I always try to think that there is a role to play for offline methodologies. I think that online is just one of the methodologies. It happens to be the most used at the moment. But there is always a need for offline and mixed mode methodologies if the budgets permit. We see 2 scenarios when face-to-face is used. The first scenario is when face-to-face methodology is added to what is a predominantly online study. This tends to be for projects which have multiple countries, 10 plus, and maybe 2 or 3 of those countries need a little bit of a face-to-face addition to make the sample more representative. Just to reach those niche audiences, or maybe reach the audiences that are available online but wouldn't be representative. The second scenario where we see face-to-face is regional or in-country projects, single country projects, where the entire survey is done face-to-face. In both these scenarios, the regions that we typically include are Africa, Asia, Middle East, LATAM. It is good in a way because the cost ratio is not crazy. Doing interviews in the UK, doing interviews in the US costs are often prohibitive. In those countries, interviewers don't get paid as much, so the costs can be managed in a reasonable way. Just wanted to share some pictures from live interviewing. This is what face-to-face interviewing looks like these days for us. We can get to people in small towns in Africa or around the world. We can go and speak to teachers in Asia. We can get into local communities, often remote. We can get to places where we need to get respondents from, like grocery stores or any other places. It's very targeted. You can send your interviewer anywhere you like. We can also go to clinics in some of the third world countries and interview patients waiting in a waiting room. What I really like about face-to-face is that you get a little bit extra. You get access to diverse reach, you get understanding of the context, you see where these people go, you can learn more about their life, you can validate whether the survey is done correctly by the reactions, you can use the interview assistants to feedback whether the project is working well. You can deploy them for complex projects because the interviewer has a better way of explaining complex things. And finally, you can mitigate fraud because of the interviewer presence. It all depends how you go about it, but you can achieve all of those objectives if you set your project right. Quality is a huge aspect of the success of a face-to-face project. It has completely different components, or somewhat different components to online. But if you understand what they are, managing quality is really easy with the tools that are currently available. In my view, there are 4 quality components. The first one focuses around the interviewing team and making sure that we fully use the power of that personal approach, having a person on the ground. The second one is about the tech setup. We have so many tools now that we can make this work really well. Third is about following the best practice, and the best practice relates to the tools that you have available. And finally, quality control and tracking of interviewers, which is the most fundamental thing. When you talk about online, it's about bots, it's about farms, it's about ghost respondents. Here, it's about quality control and tracking of the interviewers. This is where things could go wrong. So let's start with the interviewing team. Instructing the interviewing team is extremely important. You need to give them all of the information regarding scope, training them, making sure that you maintain contact with them during the entire fieldwork, and providing them with great interviewer notes. All of those aspects, if done right, give you a well-trained and equipped interviewer to be your eyes on the ground. The second important aspect is monitoring the quality. So live and digital tracking, I'll go into that later in a little bit. The supervisor presence, the back-check process, and also being able to control the number of interviews that each interviewer is doing. We would advise never to have more than 8 to 10% of interviews coming from one interviewer. The problems that we see is that if one interviewer is making things up or is misbehaving, it is very easy to discard that data. The third point is the tech setup. I am a big believer that we should use the tools that we currently have, and I think most of the face-to-face projects can be set up on Decipher or a similar online platform. There is no need to go back to CAPI offline platforms. I think those times are gone. The reason that Decipher works well is if we look at the world of project managers and client expectations, most PMs are really trained on being able to set up online studies. The skills of running CAPI, the skills of running fieldwork face-to-face are gone. They don't exist in the same proportion that they used to. So setting the face-to-face projects in a very online fashion using those tools makes those projects run really, really well. You can still use redirects, you can still use the same principles with some additional data that is being exchanged between the people that are doing the interviewing and the people that are hosting. When one company does the whole thing, it's very, very easy. When someone else is hosting the project and you have to access their data, it can get a little bit difficult because they will not want to share some of the data that you need for backchecking. Without backchecking, your quality is not as good as with backchecks. I think everyone recognizes that. And best practice. We tend to do tablet interviewing wherever possible. I think paper is a little bit outdated and does not give you as much control and tracking options. We tend to use quite a few geo apps, have our own Galileo app, and use a few others based on where we are interviewing and what functionality we need. But tracking the interviewers using apps like Galileo gives you total control of their behavior, where they go, what they do, how long they stop for. You can give them direction and maps that they need to follow. If they deviate, you are alerted, and your control process is really assured and very transparent for providing them with feedback as well. We use supervisors for all projects, and I think having supervisors is an extra cost, but it is cost well spent. And finally, we would use a separate team to do recontacts, and this is what we recommend to other clients. The quality control using a geolocation app can be used for monitoring the respondents, for interviewers, for optimization and tracking of routes, and even for posting pictures or videos or recordings of those interviews. So, given that we are in the digital age and these apps are becoming much stronger every day, we really have the right technology to use to make sure that the quality of the data we collect is spot on. Here are some more examples of the screenshots from the interviewers that we have taken. You can see on the first app, you can see where that interviewer had gone, where they stopped for more than 10 minutes. You can see that they are operating and being active. You can set up different sorts of alerts. You can guide them. You can send them messages. On top of that, use WhatsApp or similar, or Slack or similar messaging system with the interviewers to make sure that we are able to communicate with them if something goes wrong. These are a few different apps that I'm showing you that are available, very easy to use, but what they do give you is full control over your resources. So in summary, I think face-to-face is a really very robust methodology, and it can be used in a very, very efficient way if you use those tools. There is not one single silver bullet that kind of gives you control over quality and provides you with excellent data, but following the steps that I highlighted, I think gives you a very good confidence that the data file that you will get in the end is going to be very, very good. Any questions?
Thanks very much, Rav. We're going to give you, I'll take the mic, and here we are. As someone who uses face-to-face and online, the blend for large brands globally, you can't underestimate how much accessing these audiences important for those brands. So thanks for giving us a reminder that the world is not entirely online. One of the things I find fascinating about the way that the supervisors work with the end participants is ultimately, as you say, they're completing online surveys, but you've got a guided completion of an online survey with an extra check in there, which is fascinating for me. And we've done some work with the face-to-face completion of the online survey against online samples, looking at those patterns as well. So it's really, really interesting. Enough about me. My questions. Anyone in the audience got a question for Raf? Or a perspective? I can always count on you, Ray.
A really simple question. Does it depend on having mobile internet coverage all the time? So in the UK, we have about 90% coverage. 10% of the locations in the UK, you wouldn't be able to do a mobile study if you had to be online during the interview.
Correct, yes. We are reliant on mobile coverage. In a lot of parts of the world that I mentioned, that coverage is not bad because mobile coverage is replaced. Sorry, mobile coverage is the preferred Wi-Fi coverage. 4G is quite good. Obviously, you have the option of doing it on paper and entering it later into the online platform. So yes, this is used as backup if you really are out in the sticks. But if you are out in the sticks and you're sending a interviewer that has proven themselves to be reliable, that risk is minimal. Plus you've got the supervision and the back checks as well. So there are a number of quality checks in place, not just the tracking. The tracking is the easiest one to implement because the app is installed on the phone or the tablet, so you know where they are. But yes, your point is valid. In some places there will not be an internet connection.
Any other questions for one at the back? Thanks, Jerome.
So why not use like a disconnected tablet? You know, like I can think of a number of software that provide that functionality where you can run interviews without needing the internet connection. What you download the server before, and then once you get back to connection, you send the data back. I mean, what's the problem with that?
The problem with that is that a lot of the time you would be doing the field work for a company that prefers to script this in one platform. So the scenario number one, if we're doing a study where the client is doing 40 countries online and they've scripted everything in Decipher, the client is going to be very reluctant to be given an option to collect the face-to-face data using a different platform. A, because they would have to script it, and B, they would have to merge the files. So also the data being live gives them the comparison to know whether either the face-to-face or the online data looks somewhat off. So I think the simplicity of it and the advantage of having everything on one platform is more important than having a platform that works offline as well, because it's just too much hassle. Plus a lot of our clients or clients overall just don't know how to manage copy platforms, and it's just an additional component that's likely to go wrong. It really works very well on Decipher and other platforms with the backup of phone. I don't think that a copy platform is a necessary step.
But Forster, which has got a disconnected, I mean, I'm not going to mention another company that does it.
You're implying that Askia might do it, Jerome.
I mean, you can look at Forster and they have it.
Yeah, I think once you go through hundreds of experiences of running these projects, and you're dealing with PMs from other companies that are looking at that data, the ease of setup is really critical, and I believe we have the tools.
Judith.
So long ago, when I was very young, there used to be a problem in face-to-face work because of the high level of subcontracting that goes on global jobs, and it was very difficult to actually control what was going on. So has all that problem gone away with this new technology?
The problems have not gone away, but I think what is really important to have all of those quality processes in place where you pick up on those things very early on. And it is very much people related. It is going to be an individual interviewer or a team of interviewers supervised by one of the supervisors that are likely to be faltering. We see that it is quite easy early on to identify who the problem interviewers are and make sure that they don't continue on the project. If they know that they're being watched and we have got all this data back, on top of that, obviously, we're doing all of the data checks that an online survey would be scrutinized on. The data is of very, very good quality. So yes, we understand that there are problems, but those problems can be managed effectively with the tools that I've presented.
So just thinking about so if you subcontract in certain geographies to certain subcontractors, maybe you haven't used them before. It was the case. I mean, 30 years ago, that there used to be a reasonable level of fraud in certain geographies that had to then be managed, and certain techniques were developed to address those problems. But has that now evaporated? Has it become a different problem? I mean, do you get technological fraud because you're using technology here? I mean, how does that work?
When you say technology fraud,
well, I mean, so presumably you're downloading if you're presumably you don't have global coverage, or you're downloading your technology into a subcontractor's field force, for example. Then how do you detect what's going on with that subcontractor?
Sure. So first of all, we would always prefer to have our own supervisors and at least a few interviewers that are our freelancers that have worked with us for a long time. And if we need to use a subcontractor for a particular location in that country where we don't have anyone, then we will compare their behavior to the behavior of our trusted interviewers. Plus, the supervision is going to be done in such a way that it controls what the subcontractor is doing. So you can do video calls, you can do Zoom calls, you can do WhatsApp calls with these. Where are you? What are you doing? Upload this video, upload that video. So I think the quality processes that are available, given the technology, are much better than they were 5 years ago.
Thanks for the question. Having run global studies where it used to be people were sent out on a Monday, they'd come back on Friday, and we'd upload the data and go, oh, bugger, it all went wrong over the week. It's a bit different now. And I hear Jerome's point about offline as well. The kind of work we do is online in one central platform, and we're using a field force to go to primary sampling units around the outskirts of cities. To your point, Ray, internet connectivity is pretty high. I tend to go on percentage of the population as opposed to percentage of square miles. You're a runner, you'll be thinking like meters. I'm thinking, how many people are there? But in the middle of nowhere somewhere running. Raf, that was fantastic. Thanks so much for giving us an interesting perspective on this. Okay, we are about to break for refreshments. It is a bit warm in here, so get some fresh air, get a glass of water. Hopefully something sweet's arrived at the back, and we'll be back at 4 o'clock for John's presentation. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, welcome back. Very compliant of you, thank you. And hello again to those online. Quick reminder, if you want questions online, please ask them early as there is a delay, and we might not see them until after the presenter has finished. But please do ask them. We are in the 8th presentation, so this final session 4 is a presentation from John Paulson at Kantar Profiles. I'm really looking forward to this presentation. And then our second panel, chaired by Bex from the ASC with some of her esteemed industry colleagues at the end of the day. So without further ado, John, welcome up.
There's been some really great content today, and what I'm trying to do is sort of wrap everything up and try and actually what I'm trying to do is contextualize and quantify some of the things that Melanie highlighted at the beginning. You know, where does the problem lie? You know, what are the scales of the different problems? And this is my attempt at that. You know, it's probably somewhat biased, I appreciate, but it's my viewpoint, a holistic viewpoint of all the challenges we face in the industry from data quality perspective. I sort of quantify them as a sort of deadly factors contributing to bad data. I mean, there's a list of 7 things here. I don't really like these sorts of lists type things because they're probably about 1,000 or 100 or something. But these are ones I'm going to highlight and talk about today. And I'm going to go through each one and try and quantify the scale of each one in context to sort of get a rounded viewpoint of what actually are the problems. First of all, we've had a huge amount about fraud today. I mean, I don't need to talk to you about that, the different types of fraud. The industry is doing a lot to try and essentially tackle that. I mean, all the individual providers, our competitors, are all introducing all sorts of fraud prevention measures led by machine learning. I mean, I don't want to overplug anyone's solutions in this area, but we've got some fantastic stuff in that space. And so I had a chat with the guys who were saying, well, how many people are trying to be fraudulent? Out of the 100 people we're recruiting into our panel, how many people are actually trying in that number? And roughly speaking, it's a scarily high number. It's about anywhere between 20 and 30% of the volumes of people trying to sign up to our panel fail some sort of quality checks. So with that, that frontline defence is really, really important, and it's an ongoing battle to get it right because technological hacking techniques are evolving all the time. Right now, it's actually relative, for the researcher, it's actually a relatively modest problem. It's anywhere between about 2 and 6% of people on any one panel that might be deemed sort of like completely fraudulent, fakey sort of content. The bigger issue, the more bigger issue from a sort of like in a sort of fraudy sense is dishonesty. And this is an endemically bad issue for all market research, particularly in some of the developing markets. It's an almost order of magnitude bigger problem at the front end for market researchers. You can have up to 60% of people claiming to have just bought that washing machine you're going to do some research about at the survey. I mean, that's a fairly standard number if you ask that question in, say, India or China. So dealing with that is probably a more urgent, pressing issue for an individual researcher. If, say, 20% of people lie on your screener and you've got a 20% instant rate, that means that half the people doing your survey are not who you think they are. So there's various techniques, and the MaxDiff one just highlighted is a good example of that you can use to screen out. There are, we've done a lot of work. We use this high-low instant choice selection process. So you present people a set of choices, some low instance ones and high instance ones, and you look at the makeup of someone's answers and see how balanced they are. And if there's a preponderance of low instance and not enough high instance, we put them on the naughty step. But within the survey, there's lots of little techniques you can utilize. I've got a whole presentation on honesty screening protocols if anyone wants to sort of get nerdy about it. And, a good honesty screening process can, leave you with, instead of 50, maybe anywhere from 0 to 10%, perhaps. It can be quite broad. But that's a tackable problem through research, better research design. If you look at some of the more broader issues, I think Respondent and the way that people answer survey questions and the way the way we bias questions we ask in survey is really quite a big problem. I mean, there's lots of different factors. People telling white lies, they're embarrassed to tell you the truth in the survey, degrees of social compliance, self-delusion. I'm going to say something about myself that I really do believe. And, you know, and then as researchers, we ask leading questions and difficult questions and unrealistic questions. And those sort of melee of problems, I suppose, that we're confronted with are really quite significant. If you actually unpick a typical survey, so many of the everyday questions we ask in surveys are biased in some ways. Just a simple question like, what's your highest level of education? That word, highest, makes people embarrassed to admit that they don't have a high level of education. And so we have anywhere up to 40% overclaim on that simple question. That's a question that's been in existence in surveys for maybe 50 years. We've lived with that bias. No one's questioned it. I mean, now I'm on the ESOMAR Professional Standards Committee with, we're actually, I've been asked to plug this, but we're trying to fix some of these basic problems and how we ask demographic questions. Judith and I are involved in doing that to try and, you know, address some of these basic questions and making sure that we're all asking those in the most inclusive ways. But a lot of the questions we're asking, you know, they're just complicated for people to answer. I don't quite know how to answer. So the solution to this is really a lot of education on how to design questions more empathetically, more, you know, if you think about a really simple question in a survey like, do you have a pet? You know, fairly innocent question we might casually ask in a survey. You ask that, this is from real data from a survey, we asked in India, do you have a pet? 60% of people say they have a pet. They're not really telling you that they have a pet, they're saying, I'd actually like to have a pet. And I'd like to do a survey about pets. And so just a simple change in emphasis of the question, adding the option, no, but I would like to have a pet, fixes that problem to a certain degree. Now, that's a sort of awareness, knowledge, training. A well-trained researcher would know about some of these techniques, and I think there's a massive lack of that in our industry at the moment. We've really forgotten about good survey training over the last couple of decades, and the automation of surveys, the DIY-ness, this problem become a lot more endemic across the industry. A whole load of bad, instead of having like 5 research companies and then producing 5 different, you know, bad, certain about quality of research which you might question or not. We've now got thousands and thousands of people creating surveys around the world with no training whatsoever, and I think that's something we need to think about. I think we also need to recognise that the very earnest nature of researchers is partly to blame here in a lot of the poor data that we get. I did this piece of research I basically asked people to imagine the personality of the last person who wrote the survey that you last did. What were they like? And this is what they tell us. These are indexed compared to the same assessment of their best friend. We're just a little bit dull. To the point of Arno's, this is scary, trustworthy. We've lost, we don't have a very trusting relationship because we always tell them it's a 5-minute survey and it's actually 25 or whatever. And we're lacking any humour in the perceptions. We're just considered to be really dry, boring people. And so we have a bit of mirroring going on. That, you know, I answer when you're talking to someone, if they think you're kind of really dry and earnest, you kind of respond in kind. You ask that group of people what we watch on television, they think we watch news documentaries because, you know, that's the type of people we are. So perhaps it explains, no wonder when you ask people what they watch, they tell you that they watch news and documentaries. So there is a little bit of an issue there that I think needs tackling through developing the tone and thinking about these sorts of issues. How do you encourage people to be more truthful? I presented last week at Quirks around this idea of introducing a slightly more humorous tone into surveys and how it improves the quality of honesty of responding, with putting people at ease to be themselves, essentially. And I have a presentation if you want to see that. But in my mind, the absolute number one cause of bad data is basically bored and frustrated respondents. You know, there's lots of factors going on. You know, survey length is clearly an issue. There is 0.33 dropout per minute per survey on average, analysed en masse. So the longer the survey, the more you're going to frustrate the respondents and the more people are going to drop out. But this is a chart that the red lines is actual dropout and versus the length. And you can see it bounces around. Survey design factors are an order of magnitude more important, 2 orders of magnitude more significant, i.e. you can have a really short 10-minute survey that a whole lot of people drop out because you've asked 5 max diff questions. Sorry, forgive me. Anyway, and then, you know, we've done a lot of looking at, you know, what actually, if you actually look at what triggers dropout, this is a non-typical, quite long study. You get, these are the factors. So you study the peaks of dropout. And you know, first of all, there's a tone and spirit of the survey. They get a sense of what it's going to be like. And they think, no, it's not for me. And then all the other peaks in dropout were to do with essentially lots of repetition and lots of reading. And repetition and Likert scales are the killer of respondent attention. And I've been measuring disengagement levels in Likert scales since actually my early career as a market researcher and I've been doing it for a long time. This was the first time I tested it out, was in 2002 when we first invented some survey design software. I measured failure rates, and I dug out that bit of research, and we had a 12% failure rate on people not clicking the slightly disagree to this classic trap question. Okay, repeat that same question last year, 25%, and that's not just, that is a generic panel. That is not just one survey. That's more than one. That is a scarily high number of people who have basically almost given up concentrating the moment they see a Likert scale. Repetition fatigue is becoming a massive problem. You ask the same question in a loop, and this is what happens with the number of answers in the tick box. They just drop off like off the cliff after the second, third question. Memory recall fatigue is a really, I don't want to, you know, it's a really, really big problem we have in certain countries. People just can't be bothered to remember things quite in the same way as they might expect them to do. So we're finding, you know, up to 40% familiarity with essentially unknown brands. We put in fake brands and see how many people claim to know it. It's a scarily big number. 20% on average claim to be familiar with any ad you show to people. And so I've done some research to look at what's going on here. If you ask a trap question in a traditional Likert scale, 3 or 4 questions in, they've done a couple, 25%, that's what I just shown you. Now, if I just ask the same question as a standalone question, just the first thing you see like this, that drops considerably to 9%. But if I ask a completely different trap question, like please select the colour green, which is the only difference here is that I'm not asking a Likert, I'm not using the failure rate drops to 1%. So what I conclude from that, the problems that with the question, the boring question, is not with the respondent not paying attention. If you ask them a decent question, in this experiment, I took all the people that failed the 25% group who failed the trap question, and then asked them an open end that was quite interesting about their favourite films. I'm getting up to 70% of those people giving a really good answer, fulsome sort of open-ended response. So my point is that so much of this problem is in our hands as market researchers to fix by making surveys less boring. So sort of quiet rebellions going on amongst panelists. Respondents are becoming resistant to the really dry platitudes of research that we ask them. They're rebelling against Likerts, they're rebelling against any form of repetition, they're rebelling against meaningless memory recall, they're rebelling against questions they perceive as annoying. My personal solution, there's only a personal solution, I just totally ban Likert scales. Sorry, that's a bit of a cheat. But generally speaking, no, it's a more endemic problem. We need to learn to develop more engaging survey techniques, things like recognize the value of a strong narrative structure, how to draw people into a survey to get them interested in answering your survey questions, improving the visual design of surveys. Who would not do a PowerPoint presentation with a few visuals? How many surveys ever go out with a visual? There's next to none. No one thinks about the look and feel of a survey. How many research companies employ a designer? How many people use a designer to create? If you're presenting to 50 people in a room, you probably get a designer, and you certainly think about design. But no one thinks about it when they're sending a survey out to 10,000 people. It's just so fucking obvious, the solution. And, you know, more gainful. Now, obviously, it's my bag, so I'm a little bit biased on that. There is another little thing that really bugs me, is the whole development process of surveys. This is how a typical survey creation process goes. You got a client and a research company sort of write a survey. This is an imaginary process. They write a survey, send it over to scripting companies, a bit of QA, it field, it's analysed. This is sort of like in your mind how it goes. Reality, there's a massive, great big whimsical toing and froing between the research company and the client over the questions that takes ages. On average, the time they say the survey will be delivered to you, and actually when it is on average 3 or 4 weeks late because of this little thing. Then that squeezes the scripting process because you've got to get it out because it's running late. And there's a little bit of problems, and that increases the QA sign-off procedures. And once people start getting frustrated, they spotted a problem in the survey, they start to spot all sorts of other problems, like the spelling mistakes and stuff like that. And then that squeezes the field work, and it squeezes, and it's a recipe for creating bad data. So I think a lot of the problems in our industry could be fixed by better operational procedures. This is how I recommend doing things, is sketch out the survey, do a little bit of a light pilot, get a sense of the things you're not quite sure about, A/B test some ideas, identify the best approach, and use that to help you write the survey, you know, evidence-based decision-making, essentially. You have then the scripting process, which need to be allocated a reasonable amount of time so you don't engender mistakes. And then I would advocate a pilot, instead of a QA, a pilot to like 50, 100 people to see what the data's looking like, how many, you know, how the mobile response, you know, then you've got evidence then to decide whether the survey's working correctly or not. You then might want to refine it, and then you're happy you sign it and get signed off and field it. And that I can tell you delivers much better data. And it's a sort of operational procedure. No one thinks about pre-sampling, pilot sampling, and as much as I think they should do as an industry way. So, I mean, if you look at, I try to work out the scale of all these issues. It's difficult. I mean, these are basically JPSS, which means I say so I just made these numbers up, really. But, you know, if you take 100 random respondents, you know, 10 of them might be fake, 70 of them now left, you've got who might give you a truthful answer, you've got a whole lot of people don't fail a track question, then you've got who are they giving you a thoughtful answer. So, you know, trying to work it out. The problem, my point is the problem's not really fraud, it's nearly all survey design for our industry. And the wider issue, which Arno's given I'm giving away my sense of the punchline to this, is the collective impact of bad survey design on panel retention. You know, I've been screened out or I fail. I have two choices on the screen out process: to start lying and over-claiming only things because I'm worried, but I'm always getting screened out, or I give up and don't take another survey. I'm being asked a biased question where my personal circumstances not be taken into account. I can exaggerate or give up. I'm taking part in a long survey. I can speed or just stop doing surveys. And if you look at the declining research response rate, it is scary. That figure 5%, I'm afraid, is generous. That, you know, for every emails we sent out, how many people respond? It's actually a lot lower than that. 18 to 34-year-olds have almost given up doing research because they just don't have the same tolerance levels as the rest of us, and so they're so much used to a different consumer experience than we're delivering. So I think that, that's why I'm saying that I've really focused on that one particular issue. When we ask people why they gave up, this is what their main frustration is: being screened out and survey fails. Without that is the number one issue they complain about. They grumble about bad incentives and annoying questions and repetition, all the other things. Long surveys is actually down the list a little bit. But the elephant in my mind in the room for our industry is not fraud, but essentially screen out and failure processes, protocols. Our industry is operating on a 66% failure rate. That's shocking. So I go to try and do a survey, and I can only qualify for a survey or get through to complete a survey 44% of the time. What industry survives with those types of failure rates? And we need to do something about that. Someone who drops out of a survey, I've looked at this, is 50% less likely to ever do another survey. And this is a classic Moloch issue. There's a bit of modern day jargon, Moloch. Go and search on the internet and YouTube videos, look at Moloch for AI, and you won't sleep tonight. It's one of those sorts of weird, it's not my problem, it's an industry problem. Essentially, my short-term needs to get 10 people to complete my boring 30-minute survey trump the industry. I don't care if I screen out 1,000 people and 200 people drop out in the process, because I want my 10 respondents. It's like I'm only thinking about my own problems and not thinking about the collective negative impact this has on the industry. So who's responsible? There's two things. You could say, oh, well, it's a market force. If we run out of panelists, we're going to have to do something about it. I suspect we're actually at that point. But there are things that the industry can do, and I think it's teasing out the panel debate after this is really to discuss some of the things that industry can do. You know, you could argue market forces, it's to my competitive advantage to demonstrate I don't have any fraud, and I think everyone's trying to race to improve their fraud detection and so on. And if I design a better survey, it's to my advantage. And if I reduce the screen out and utilise my panel more efficiently, that's to my advantage. So in some of these senses, these are self-correcting issues, but there are definitely roles that the industry can address. And I think we're all here today to try and work out what those are. And this committee is just a fantastic initiative to try and tackle this head-on holistically. You know, what are the solutions within the area of fraud? You know, I think one of the things the industry particularly could do to get together and monitor this on a global level to understand where we're at. Not put it in the hands of a commercial company doing that, but doing an industry initiative where we have that, you know, signed off, and so we get a reliable sense of where we're at. Screen outs, I don't know what we can do in that space. Put people on the naughty step, these bad companies that do that, I don't know what we can introduce. One of the biggest frustrations is that I get screened out of a survey and I hardly ever get any sort of incentive for that process, so that 5 minutes of my time is wasted. Should we agree some sort of like minimum standard best practice for, make the reward for screen outs on par with the time that they've invested compared to a complete? I don't know. I'd set guidelines for how long a screen out, or recommendations how long a screen out set of questions can be, because sometimes I can do a 10-minute survey before I get screened out. 4 or 5 minutes is quite common. And I think certainly a lot more transparency over these statistical points when we're trading a sample. These things need to become a bit more open. Poor survey design is obviously my territory, and there's lots of things I think that we can tackle. Raising awareness of the poor survey design, I think, and addressing head-on some of the poor working practices is one choice. Education is clearly an opportunity to improve things. I don't know what we can do to improve the quality of survey design training. A lot of the survey design training I see is very functional and doesn't address like the emotional elements of survey design. How to design a survey from an emotional standpoint is something underdone in my mind. I wonder whether we should think about introducing some sort of professional qualification or standard to become a market researcher, to practice in our industry. I mean, there's so many other industries. If I'm a counsellor or a lawyer, I have to sign up to something and I have to adhere to standards. I have to pass the test and I have to prove that I'm operating within these to access our sample, and you're going to use real human beings. Should we not place some standards on people's capability of doing that? I don't know. I don't know whether that's actually possible or not. There's certainly some best practice recommendations that we can put in place for, all sorts of content elements of surveys. And maybe I think that it would be really simple win to agree some industry standard way of measuring survey satisfaction, so it becomes a currency. How many people enjoyed that survey becomes a currency for completion of a survey. I think improving the feedback loop between the respondent and the people who create the survey, feeding back what people thought about it to people, getting more, what actually happened, into the hands of the people created would help things. Publishing performance metrics on dropout and survey satisfaction maybe should be encouraged as standard. I don't know whether, for example, there's a big debate about trap questions. Someone fails a trap question, is it our problem or your problem? And as I highlight, the failure rate of one trap question, if it's a Likert, is completely different than the failure rate if it's a different trap question. One, you might argue, is a better trap question than the other. So maybe we should agree some standards on that. And what should happen if someone fails a trap question? Is it my problem or your problem? And let's have a fight about it and let's settle that debate and work out how we deal with that. I also think there's a real opportunity to rethink incentives. At the moment, there's no incentive for being a good respondent. Why not offer people bonuses? Why not have a trap question that you don't screen people out for, but if you pass it, at the end of the survey, you get a well done, here's 10% extra for completing the survey, and get people chasing, creating better, concentrating. I mean, it sounds like a simple solution. I don't know how you could operationalize that on a industry-wide scale, but it's maybe for an individual company to do that. And then awarding and rewarding and celebration of best practices. There is no real centralized global reward process for celebrating survey design. MRS awards, there's no survey design category. Celebrating the best surveys of the year. ESOMAR has a sort of had at one stage a commercial version of that, but I think that we should be really, celebrating the people that are getting it right and showing what good survey design looks like and leading people towards better survey design through that process. And then I think ultimately I would encourage essentially a change of mindset about the survey and consumer experience, and we need to work out how we do that. I'm working on the committees focusing on setting some questions that we can ask. These are sort of some of the things we're thinking about, sorts of things that we could put into a set of questions to challenge people. Now, these are just an extract, and we're really, really open to ideas here. What questions should we be challenging people to do? And so Judith and I are very open to any ideas on that, and the whole of the ESOMAR Standards Committee are very open to suggestions on that here. But I put all these ideas on the table because we've now got a little bit of a panel discussion to discuss some of these thoughts and ideas. I hope that was challenging, sobering, motivating. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got a couple of minutes whilst we bring the chairs forward for the panel. There's a few hands going up, so I will just grab a microphone and get one or two questions in while Beck sets up. And thank you. And thank you, John.
Okay, so the first one I'm going to do is, I think the way you create surveys is wrong, in the sense that you write a survey on paper and you write it and you create it as it's a Word document and it's very, very boring and very dull. Yeah. And you sit and you write your word process and you hand it over to a DP person who translates it into something really quite dull and boring on the screen. Yeah. You actually need to do it that you write to the screen. Yeah. You write to the screen, you get graphic designer. As soon as you show it to the client as a screen-based questionnaire, they will see how bad it is and they will improve it.
I couldn't agree more.
We've been doing that for at least 20 years, so I can't quite understand why we still got the practice this way around.
Yeah, and I think the ergonomics of survey design processes, PowerPoint used to be similarly created. You'd write it on a piece of paper, send it off to someone to make it, and just putting the PowerPoint into the hands of people to do it, they suddenly realised that it looked horrible. And then they started to add really bad GIFs. But it took us 20 years, but we produce quite nice PowerPoint presentations now. But totally agree, yeah. In fact, to my team, I never tell them to write a survey in Word. I tell them to write a survey straight into Decipher in the Beacon tool and look at every question and then print it out. Not necessarily. No. Once it's created, you then create the actual Word document for I totally agree. Yeah.
You showed it to an insurance company
Yeah.
Yeah. For those on the live streaming, we're having a debate about screens, printing, and graphic design. We're on time now to move on to the panel. Thanks for the questions. They're really, really great questions. Bex, my ASC committee friend here, will be chairing the session. And we've got 3 fantastic panelists to join on these amazing chairs. You haven't got one, I'm afraid. This session is called The Way Ahead. So we've got Rebecca. Mel Courtright is joining us again from this morning's session. We're joined by Stephen Hughes from Pure Spectrum and Judith from ESOMAR. So over to you, Bex.
Thank you. Yes, welcome to the final session, which is a tricky slot for 2 reasons. Firstly, we're the people stood between them and the bar. And secondly, because we had to follow John Paulston, and no one ever wants to do that. But we will do our best. Yes, not fair. So as JT said, what we're going to try and do is kind of pull the data together, but look at, a bit more to the future. And when we all leave here tomorrow, what should we be doing as practitioners, as organisations, as a wider sector? So JT gave some very, very quick instructions. Oh, sorry. We'd like this to be an interactive panel. So if you have any questions as we go along, or if you just want to chip in with thoughts or anything, don't feel as you have to wait until the end. Just stick a hand up and I'll try and keep an eye out. So do join in. I've got lots of friends in the audience, so I'll just pick on you if no one does. So yes, very, very quick intros there. But firstly, let's just ask each of you to do a bit of a broader intro and why this issue around data quality is important to you professionally and why you're here talking to us today. Judith, let's start with you.
So I'm Judith Passingham. I've worked in the market research industry for over 40 years, as surprising that may seem, and in some large agencies. I'm now chair of the Professional Standards Committee for ESOMAR. It's important to me because I believe in the market research industry, and I see something here that sort of is damaging its credibility, frankly, amongst clients. And I've heard clients talk about this, and I'm very concerned, and I'm very keen to play a role through the Professional Standards Committee of trying to address it, or acknowledging that it's very challenging.
Thank you. Stephen?
So I'm Stephen. I'm the European Managing Director for Pure Spectrum. We are an American-owned sample marketplace res tech company. I've been in the industry only for 20 years, so probably more than most of the people here. It's important to me, I think, because I think Nick and Louise said it really well, that without good data, we don't really have anything. And Judith and I were talking this morning, and Judith was talking about the lack of confidence that clients are talking about within the industry. So we actually use the word existential, or the phrase existential threat, and I've heard that a few times today. So it's something that is crucial, I think, for all of us.
Thank you. And Mel, who we're really making you earn your lunch with us today.
Melanie Courtright, CEO of the Insights Association. I've only been in this role about 3.5 years, though, actually. And before that, I spent, 25 years in the practice of research. I've always cared about research quality. It's been just a part of the brand of Melanie. I want to lay my head on my pillow at night and think, yeah, we did good work. In my current role, though, more importantly, our role is to protect the profession, and we feel like that there is a real threat right now with some of the language going on. So want to be a part of crafting a solution.
Thank you. So we've had a lot of really great presentations today, a lot of really good advice. We know that this is a huge issue, and it's not simple, and it's not that there is one silver bullet we can give people to solve it. But I'd really like each of your viewpoints on, if we want to just give everyone today one key takeaway, one piece of advice that you would give them when they leave us today to try and start making inroads, what piece of advice would you give them? Stephen, I'll go to you first.
So I think there's 2 aspects. I think we could probably, I know you said one, but I'm just going to quickly discard one very quickly. I think if we look at the talks today, I think if we really boil it down, when it comes to bad data, there's unengaged respondents, and then there's fraudulent respondents. So I think when it comes to unengaged, everything John said, that's I think the perfect response. I think obviously there's responsibility for all the researchers in the room to be bringing that on board. However, I should also say that I've been in conferences for 15 years ago, and everybody was talking about the importance of keeping surveys engaged. So I'm a little well, we'll see if that comes to fruition. On the fraudulent side of it, I'm quite surprised. I thought today everybody would be running around with their hair on fire talking about the advent of AI and the impact that would have on fraud. So when it comes to fraudulent activity, I think obviously this is a problem created by technology, but I think the answer to bad technology is better, good technology to counteract that.
Technology is often quite both the villain and the hero, right, of the piece.
Indeed.
Judith.
Well, I don't like the one thing because I think it's a very complex situation, and and it's risen up through a number of, but the way that the market has changed, the way that the supply chain has changed, has led to this situation. I think in some respects. It's a complex topic, and I think the first thing that people need to do is to try and master the topic, to try and understand it. So I think the work that the Insights Association have done to get a consistent vocabulary and to try and distinguish between different kinds of behaviour. Not all respondents are fraudulent. I take surveys quite regularly, and they, as everyone said, some of them are quite tedious. You can see what's wrong. Does that make me a fraudulent participant if I put X in the box? And so on. So I'd say that a mastery of the topic is the one thing to start, and there are other things that hopefully we'll talk about in a minute.
Mel.
I've had a lot of great conversations with many of you, a lot of great ideas, and each one of you have different ideas, different expertise. So for me, it would be if everyone in this room left this room and did one thing tomorrow to make a difference in their area of expertise. Before you knew it, we'd have a much better ecosystem going on. If Cint went and did everything they were going to do with Ghost Completes, immediately we'd have a better ecosystem. If everyone in this room got uncomfortable, we have an issue with inertia, right? And even with our surveys, if we're honest, the way we really write surveys is we pick up the survey we ran 2 weeks ago and we just modify it, even though it was a crappy survey, because it's fast, it's expedient, and it's comfortable. But so we need to force ourselves to be uncomfortable, and everyone in this room stop with the inertia and do one thing next week that's going to make a difference in the data quality. And if we keep doing that and we collaborate and share what we did with each other, we really are some of the smartest people in the world. We can do this. We just have to make it a priority.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that leads into it. I want to just touch on, we're here because we want to try and solve this problem. But if we look at, Arno's presentation earlier, John has just touched on it, Steve, you touched on it. When it comes to that issue around bad data quality because the respondent is disengaged, etc., we have been talking about that for an awfully long time. I feel like we do know what we should be doing. But John has still been talking about this. If we know, and I'll throw this over to you, if we know what we should be doing, but we still aren't doing it, why aren't we doing it? Anyone got any thoughts on why? We all know we shouldn't be doing 30-minute surveys. We should be testing it on a mobile, Ray. But not everyone, but a lot of time it's not happening.
So I think, again, it's quite a complex question. And one of my colleagues on the Professional Standards Committee, Kathy Frankovic, who's a brilliant researcher, observed to me that nobody was really writing any papers or learned documents about how to design a questionnaire for the last 20 years. And yet, if you go back, there was tons of stuff. And I think John probably is the only example I can think of who's got a very strong view about this. We've got stuff about going on mobile, device agnostic, that sort of thing. But it's directional. It's not superficial, but it's not really about questionnaire design. And when people started putting questionnaires into the online environment, probably they didn't change very much. Had these huge batteries and brand trackers and everybody trying to squeeze them in. So that this discipline of online questions didn't emerge. So maybe what we need to do is actually to restart that by what works, what doesn't work. And we're in a more competitive environment now because we're in competition with the internet. So all these different things. So it's very fast moving. So maybe we need to get that I don't know, intellectual part of our industry back and say we want to understand what's working, what's engaging respondents, participants, sharing knowledge, know-how, that sort of thing, because it's kind of evaporated. So I don't know why. The other observation I make here is nobody stands up and says the work I did was crap. You know, human behaviour. So sort of it's very hard for people to say I've done bad work, I'm going to improve it. So you've got all these factors coming into play.
I think we're not making progress because we're not collaborating. Everybody will go from this room and then they'll want to make a difference, but there'll be one person back in their office. You know, we're not collaborating both across and up and down the supply cycle. We're not collaborating with each other as panel companies or as agencies, and then we're not collaborating, you know, buyer to agency to panel supplier to incentive, the problem that they talked about, one of the presentations talked about earlier, the supply chain. So there's just no collaboration. So when that ecosystem exists, if and you go in and you say you shouldn't be doing this way, and they say, says who? Well, there's no standard that says how it should be done. There's no, you know, there's maybe a few best practices, and somebody else will go do it for them that way. And so, you know, you feel alone in the battle to improve quality because we're not collaborating as a profession. That's my opinion.
And Stephen, from your perspective, you know, is another element of this, why are we not doing it? Is it because it is more expensive to do it? And, you know, there is this drive on price, you know, from clients. Does that have an impact?
Well, this is quite a difficult one for me to answer because I've never been on the agency side. I've always been a supplier to the industry. My feel, though, from conversations I have with our clients, is the pressure is really coming from their client. They don't want to change. This is how they've done it. And ultimately, I think it's kind of been touched on today. You know, the value of the respondent seems to get lost in the whole process. And it's, you know, from a sample provision perspective, it is very easy to look at numbers on the screen. You do always have to remind yourself, as we've spoken about today, that they are human beings. So, you know, they have intrinsic value. But I think again, I could be going out on a limb here, but I think it's important for you guys to be pushing back against brands. And I realize that takes courage because, you know, the brand could, you know, go with someone who's a bit more compliant with their needs. So it's, I don't think there's a particularly easy answer.
It takes courage, but it also takes integrity from the client, right? To, you know, not go, well, you've said no, but I can find someone else who'll say yes. So absolutely. Corinne.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for that. I didn't want to interrupt, but I feel like, you know, the elephant in the room here is the client, right? And so we can have as many discussions as we like, and we can produce as great practice as we like, reformulate our whole, you know, professional processes. But if the client won't buy into them, then we are not going to instigate change, because almost everything we do, except for, you know, great work from people like John, for example, R&R, as it were, you know, is at the behest of clients. So for me, the big question is, how do we get, you know, how many clients are there in this room? None, I don't think. But, you know, so maybe a couple. But for me, it's like, as we go through this process, how do we include, involve, engage clients within this?
Yeah. I mean, I can tell you that Insights Association is including clients in our task force work. For the language guide, we actually had a group of half clients and half agency suppliers, and they helped us write the language. Now, there's not enough clients involved in the Insight. We have a ton of brands that are members, but there's not enough of them that are involved in the data quality work, and we're trying to engage them more. But I think you're completely right, and that's what I meant even about up and down the whole chain. Like, we all have to work together. They're also involved in our measurement program, and we ask them specific questions like, okay, if we gave you this metric as a buying signal, would you buy based on that? And if they say no, then we stop the work, right? Because why are we going to work on something that they're not going to use as a buying signal? And so you're right, and I know that the other agent associations have client sounding boards that they're using. I think it's important to still be able to have conversations like this without the client in the room, so you know, so we can be really transparent and you know, really say fuck a lot, right? but you're right, they have to be involved.
So yeah, let's move on to talk about clients a little bit. Are we being honest enough with our clients about the scale of the problem? And I take Debrah's point around, we'll talk to them when we've got something to tell them, which is fine. But are we hiding this a little bit? Is it a bit of a dirty secret? And do we need to be more honest with clients, or is that not the way to go?
I think we need to be transparent with our audience about what we're doing and why we're doing it. I mean, I think that's why the vocabulary work is very, very important. Remember that a lot of clients are using self-serve these days. You know, so what's the distinction between researchers in the room and clients? They're the same sort of. So you know, there's an angle there. I think we need to be transparent about what we're doing. We need to also involve them more in being more demanding, probably. I mean, I've heard clients say, I don't care about this. This is your problem. I don't buy that, because particularly in the survey design aspect of it, they've definitely got a key role. So I think we should be open.
And I guess we need to empower them a bit more to know what questions do they need to ask, right? You know, so, you know, what is someone's quality control, and you know, like the ESOMAR 37 and the stuff that, you know, the professional standards is doing, you know, how, because not all clients, you know, have much research knowledge, and so we need to arm them with the vocabulary and with the right questions to ask, and also what does a good answer look like, right? So they know what they're doing. So moving back to kind of like, how do we solve it and why aren't we doing it? We know what we should be doing. We've had a lot of conversations around best practice and what the bodies are doing, you know, MRS and ESOMAR and Insights Association. Do you think that those professional bodies need to go further, in the sense that, you know, and Debrah gets asked this a lot, to take MRS as an example, there is a difference between best practice, which is advisory, and code of conduct, which is mandatory. And a lot of the stuff that we're talking about, we're suggesting it is best practice. Do we need to be going further and make some of these things, if not all, mandatory in terms of a code of conduct or equivalent legislation? Is that the way to go?
Before we answer that, I'd love to just show of hands from you guys, right? Because you're our members. How many of you think that there should be more code of conduct standards for sampling? Yeah, so then the answer is yes.
A lot. Debrah
right.
in front, a lot.
Yeah, so then, because I think so too, but I didn't want to say that, you know, without sort of getting the you know, because you're who we serve. And so I believe 100% that there should be, and we were talking earlier about when people make a car, there are standards of safety that must be followed. And then you differentiate on top of that standard of safety. I think there are standards of safety and research that we need to implement that need to be mandatory. And then you differentiate on top of that, and you no longer differentiate on a standard of safety.
So could you elaborate on what...
Sorry, wait, I'm just because otherwise online won't be
yeah. Sorry, could you just elaborate on what specifically standards in sampling would be, as opposed to standards for sample or standards for questions? Because you said standards for sampling, so it would be good to hear the specifics around that.
Yeah, I do think that there should be standards around security of links and security of access to surveys. I think that there should be some standards around the amount of transparency that you give to people when they think they're going to take a 5-minute survey versus a 15-minute survey and a 25-minute survey. There are best practices right now, but there are not standards, and they're not really quantified. I think that there should be standards around the metrics that you share with clients. How many 7-day active people do you really have in your panel? I think that there should be standards around those, and that they should be quality checked. So I could probably go on for a while, but there are a bunch of things that could be standardized around sample frame, the number of times they've taken surveys. There could be some standards that we would all have to agree on, and some of them might create a little discomfort, but I know we could agree on at least some basics of sample technology and of sample transparency.
And just before I hand the mic to Debrah, an ISO type standard or an inter-association standard, or both?
Well, I have a U.S. perspective on this. Nobody uses ISO in the U.S., right? So it's an issue. And not only does no one use ISO, but when they do get ISO certified, there's most clients don't buy on ISO. It's a specific U.S. problem. So I don't know that an ISO standard would work. I think it would have to be a membership standard.
from an MRS perspective, the code actually already requires you to be honest about time length. Just letting you know that. For those of you, yeah,
Duty of care and the Respondent Duty of Care Act, right? It is in there.
Yeah. It is. Yeah.
Sorry, I was just saying, is it clear enough what honest about time means? Are we saying you should say the median length for completing the survey is X minutes, which is really clear, or saying it should take you about 5 minutes, which gives you a lot of wiggle room?
It's a former, really, but the wording's not quite as you say. But going back to the more general point, I think, is that the advantage of codes of conduct is that they are self-regulatory, which means they are created by us to regulate our sector. So we have the opportunity to do this together. And I think that's the most important thing, is if there's an agreement that we should be standardizing these things, making them mandatory within our codes, then we should be doing that. But what we can't have as a situation is introducing things, and lots of people are just saying we're just not going to follow that because we can't. And so we need to have an honest discussion about this. It is really, really important. I do think ISO and the ISO 22252 standard is part of the equation. It has more penetration in the UK. There's about 80 companies or so that has done it. And those standards are audited. So I think it's a combination of things. We've got the legislation, we've got GDPR, that's pretty tough already in terms of what we can and can't do. We have codes and guidelines and what we do with those, and then we have ISOs. And between those three things, we could create the standardized framework that we need to deliver the kind of quality measures that it seems that we're all agreeing that is needed.
The benefit of that is if there is like somebody asked, if you were to raise your price, would clients buy it? And I don't remember what the answer was, but my mind immediately said, only if you could prove the quality. Like, they need a quality buying signal. There needs to be something that they can say, oh, I'm going to pay. Their score on quality is 4 times higher, so I'm going to pay a little bit more. There's nothing like that for them to do right now. So they buy in a lemon market and hope that the data is going to be good. And 3 days later, when the car crashes and it's a lemon car, they're like, well, crap, maybe I should have paid more. They need to be able to make those decisions up front. And if we get some more framework in place and we get buying signals in place, then they'll pay more. They've said it time and time again that they would pay more if there was just a quality buying signal.
Thanks. So part statement, I guess, part question. So the one thing that we haven't talked about at all is social media data and search data and all these other data sources that modern marketers now, millennial marketers, are going to turn to because it's cheap and it's quick and it's easy. Has there been a bit of a race to the bottom for researchers to keep up with that trend? And instead, should we be reassuringly expensive? Should we have these codes of conduct to stand out against these new data sets that are here?
Anyone want to take that? Stephen, are you going to take that? Stephen, you look like you were about to
well,
breathe.
I mean, it's a little bit out of my wheelhouse. I think in terms of should we be reassuringly expensive when it comes to the provision of respondents, obviously all in favour of that. In terms of, but you know, again though, you know, there's always, whenever there's a standard, there's always going to be people who skirt around it, and they from a commercial perspective, you kind of, if you're playing a straight bat, as it were, then you're going to be looking at these people who are taking advantage by not playing the game, and that's going to, I don't know what issues that would cause, but I think the concept of having standards, and as long as people are willing to pay for it, needs to include, because Oscar would probably agree with me. We want to differentiate ourselves from Cint. Cint want to differentiate themselves from us, and Dynata and who else. So any kind of framework needs to leave room for differentiation between different suppliers. But I'm talking specifically about sample here. So I've probably got way off the track from your question, Ben.
I do think that we should be confidently selling the unique selling proposition of primary research. we should know what that unique selling proposition is, and then we should confidently sell against that, because there is a difference between that kind of scraped data and what you can do with primary, and they should live together. They should support each other. It's not a conference if Melanie doesn't say fit for purpose. There's a fit for purpose of each of those, but yes, we should be confidently selling against them and the uniqueness of what each of them can give, rather than trying to match the price or race to the bottom.
Judith, do you want to add anything to that?
I was just thinking about your poser, if you like. I mean, it's very difficult to get things to change, right? It's difficult enough in a big agency to get change, yeah? And I mean, there may be other things that we can do. So, for example, we could try and develop a scoring system for what's a good questionnaire, yeah? Quite challenging, but I'm sure we could accomplish such a thing. And sort of if we throw that like a firecracker on the floor, what effect would that have? You know, sort of listening to John's presentation, and sort of if you were a client, you knew that the maximum score was 100, and you were scoring 50, you'd start to ask why, wouldn't you? So to set up a sort of like an internal market, if you like, for questionnaire excellence or something like that, that might have an effect. I mean, everybody would have to try and follow it. That would be a difficult part as well.
Yeah, and also, as John mentioned, I think John's left, isn't he? We're name checking. Oh no, you are here, John. Okay. The other part of the puzzle is, of course, the feedback loop that John was talking about, and we've got to find a way of making that work. We talk about it a lot when it comes to changes we're trying to make in terms of, you know, ED&I and making our research more inclusive. You know, we kind of need that feedback loop to kind of be better. Again, Debrah will tell you that we have tried to kind of, you know, get that moving. Until now it's not been successful. It doesn't mean that it won't be and that we shouldn't try, as Debrah always says. But yes, kind of connecting the program and the researcher with the respondents a lot more, I think.
The question about the sort of the way that associations can actually help the industry in their role, because I spent most of my career working in agencies and looking at, and sort of, if you're working in an agency, you don't spend all your time thinking about associations, you know. I mean, sort of, my view previously, and so now I've been enlightened, of course, but sort of was that associations there were for derogations, you know, to follow the code of conduct, to stay, you know, to keep yourself out of trouble, basically, and to stop the industry remit being curtailed. And that if associations were doing that, they were doing a very good job. Now you start to wonder whether, in the face of this kind of problem, they should start to be a little bit more assertive in what they're doing, and it kind of feels like that's the case.
I spent a long time in agencies, and I did feel alone. I would say, you know, you shouldn't be doing a survey that's more than 15 minutes, and you definitely, you know, but then there was no body behind me with a standard or a code of conduct or a best practice to say, this isn't Melanie's opinion, this is our profession's opinion. And I talk to salespeople all over the place that say the same thing. I'll go stand up to them, but it's just me telling them no, and they'll find 100 other people that'll tell them they'll do it for them, and there's no standard or body that they can point to and say, I'm not the one saying don't do it this way. Your professional leaders are the one telling you don't do it this way. So I think that could have a huge impact.
My question is going to be about the hair on fire, Stephen.
Not mine, obviously.
We're talking about engagement, and we'll be talking about engagements forever, you know. And it is a problem, and it's not going to get better right away. But the problem is, like, at one point, fraud is going to be so good that we might be happy with the data, or, you know. Do we care? You know, like, I thought I was really happy we didn't talk about speeding and straight lining, especially if we get rid of the Likert scales. That's sorted. But I thought, like, you know, how are we going to detect, you know, the fact that an open-ended is going to be, you can use ChatGPT and say, write me a questionnaire about the vote for the next elections, 5 questions, and it's going to do it. You can ask it to have it in JSON, and then you can say, respond to that questionnaire pretending to be a Scottish Tory voter, and then you're going to see how good the open-ended questions, the responses are. And that's something that's going to happen right away, because we reward people, we pay them, and there will be people that will write those bots, not just Andrew and me, to make money. And we need to address that quickly. It's now.
Well, I can't speak of what the future is going to hold. I'm notoriously terrible at predicting the future, but I think when it comes to AI now, there's certain things that certainly Pure Spectrum already have in place in terms of our data filters. For instance, you can tell if someone's cutting and pasting, if the if the active tab is turning to the second tab as somebody goes to look for answers elsewhere. You can ask emotive open-ends, so you can do some analyzing the language of the open-end to see, because typically AI can be more formal or verbose, contextual analysis as well. So there's a lot of sophisticated things you can do right now to ensure that AI isn't coming into your study. Your question about will that give us even better data in the future? Will AI give us even better data in the future? I hope not. But yeah, so we can. When it comes to data quality and fraud prevention, it's really just a constant cat and mouse game. We try and stay one step ahead of them. They're trying to stay one step ahead of us. AI right now is still in its infancy, but in 5 years' time, who knows how we're going to combat it.
We can, and I think you will, have an entire session on AI, the legal risks, the
next conference. Get your tickets
risks,
now,
next
people.
conference, right? So, the bottom line, though, for me anyway, Melanie's point of view here is that AI will still need to be rooted in the way people are currently feeling and acting and moving. And so it will still need to be rooted in really good underlying data. And it will most often be in a sandbox that people are using so that they can control their own proprietary data. And so we're all going to still need to have the foundations of really good research to inform the data sets that the AI and the machine learning are using. That's Melanie's point of view.
And I think it's a really interesting point, and Katie O'Connor at Zappi was saying this, at lunchtime when we were chatting, and suggesting that potentially we should be leaning in more to synthetic respondents, and it might give us something. But I've got a couple more questions, so we'll just go to Pete.
I was going to step back to the issue of the client involvement in the process and the questionnaire. And I always used to say to people, like when I go get my car fixed, I don't tell the mechanic what spanners to use. And that's what I used to think about the client being involved. But I have to say that I don't think our spanners are very good anymore. And in the absence of any textbook training standards, I think it is time for the associations to step into that space that Judith identified that they've never been to before. But that would require the membership, I think, to endorse that. And I think they would be open to it. And that would be the point at which you could turn to your client and say, this is the best practice. And then I think we can go forward from there. So not a question, actually.
I know someone who's on the operations side, and we program surveys. It's a lifesaver when I can say to a client, we are not allowed to do that, because code says that we're not. It ends conversations quickly.
Thanks. I'm just going to say I don't think clients are quite as naive as you think they are. I think the clients have a set of business objectives that they're measuring, and if the data comes back from the research and it doesn't match, they're going to change the suppliers and they're going to change what's going on. And they've got a whole range of internal people doing UX research, they're doing website development, they're doing a whole range of things that you're not involved in. So when we talk about questionnaire design and what's good quality practice, well, there's units in Barcelona at the moment which will tell you exactly what questions work and what questions don't work, and they do small tests here and there with NetQuest and stuff. It's not that. The internal client will actually turn off you if you don't provide the right data, because they can match it to A/B testing and other forms of testing, and if your surveys don't provide it, they just won't use them.
Any thoughts on that?
I don't think we're suggesting that clients are naive. I mean, but you must acknowledge that clients in some case are asking for these questionnaires that we know aren't working very well. And so we're not having that debate with them, perhaps? Yeah. what's a good question?
No, not what's a good question, but how does it react on the screen? So,
Would you mind repeating that?
yeah, so there's a whole issue, not about what's a good question, but when you put a question on a screen, on a device, you look at what TikTok does, you look at how people use their devices. They don't use their devices just selecting from questions. So my example previously was, if you take a questionnaire, a standard market research one, to people who are experienced in forms for instance, insurance collection, where they have a form which they know they have to get through very, very fast, they have completely different design standards as to how those questions work to get people through them as fast as possible so that they can get to give them a quote. And that type of design style is very different from just how do we ask questions.
I completely agree with you. And so sort of my point about squashing sort of conventional brand tracker questionnaires into an online mobile format, screen format, hasn't worked very successfully in some cases. And sort of we're in competition with the digital world. So when swiping came in, Tinder, yeah? So we looked at, in my previous agency, we looked at Tinder and thought, that's quite good. We're going to use that for innovation research, yeah? I like it, I don't like it, I don't like it, yeah? And sort of like, there's all this activity going on, I have no doubt. There's no discipline that's come up in the market research industry to say, we're going to share, this works, this is happening. Even the look and feel in terms of, does it look flat, does it look vibrant, all this kind of stuff is the environment that we're in. And we're not really responding to it in a very dynamic way. I think in some respects we're quite an old-fashioned industry there. I can see Deborah's gasping to say something. No.
Sorry, I just want to I think that's a really interesting conversation, and do stay for drinks because there's a paid bar. JT hadn't mentioned it, but just we've only got 5 minutes left, so I just very quickly wanted to ask, obviously you guys, but to everyone, what have we missed today? Is there anything that we have missed? Is there anything that you kind of should have been mentioned that hasn't been mentioned? You know, let's fill that now, or have we covered every element that you think we should have done? Or to anyone, was there anything that you were thinking, I thought this would come up, you know, and kind of hasn't?
Stuff that you hide.
No, we had that.
Yeah, Dean
oh, we had
mentioned
that. You weren't paying attention. Sorry, I saw a hand.
Yeah, potentially controversial, I don't know. My feeling is there's a lot of rent seeking that doesn't add any value in the supply chain. So we had an example earlier of one panel recruiting from another panel. I don't know, it just feels like in the sample ecosystem as a whole, there's a whole lot of people who don't really add a lot of value upstream that, you know, like any kind of digitized economy, are just rent seeking, extracting money where they can from the supply chain with no value proposition behind them. Yeah, just
for the US person in the room who doesn't know.
Landlordism, or I guess, you know, taking value out of the supply chain without really offering anything that enhances that supply chain.
Ray's gonna. God, I'm getting fit here.
We'll bring jogging in next time. Something like 60-70% of all surveys that are done are not done by people who work in agencies, panel companies, or insight departments. They're done outside that. They're using Momentum and all these other things, and Qualtrics and Forster and lots of brilliant platforms. What are we going to do that's going to improve the quality of those, or highlight that our quality is different?
Well, a lot of the ones that you just mentioned are actually members of the Insights Association and the MRS and others, Qualtrics, Forster, like they're active. They do a lot of.
So do you mean DIY? Self-serve. Sorry.
Yeah.
Self-serve.
Yeah, I mean, so I think the answer is we have to create these standards, and they have to get implemented into the platforms that they're using, and the platforms have to be able to guide them, put the mind of the researcher into the platform. and the standards of the profession into the platform, and then lots of education. You know, and I kind of wanted to go back, you know, I feel like you might have wanted a response, sir, who said rent taking. I do believe that there's a problem with vertical integration in our profession. And that problem, it really shows itself when, like, the people that are making the panel are not fully able to control the experience that their people get when they go up and down the food chain. I will say that we love all members. We want all of our members to be active and participating members, so there's no layer that the Insights Association is suggesting taking out, of course. But I do think that we need much stronger collaboration up and down that, and that if they're going to be a part of the supply chain, they need to be adding real value and not just taking rent.
To be totally clear, I'm not accusing the
I know.
exchanges of that.
I know, I just have to be careful. And I just have to be a little careful what I
We're
say
just,
because they're
for
my
those
members,
online, we're
but-
just clarifying that we are not accusing the panels of
doing
that.
anything.
Or the
yeah.
exchanges, sorry, the exchanges.
But we are saying your point is right, and if they're going to be a part of the ecosystem, they should be adding value to these conversations, and they should not just be taking rent.
Corinne.
Yeah, a question for the panel. I mean, thoughts about, given we're talking about survey quality at the end of the day, or data quality, let's say, what are your thoughts about the other side of the coin to respondent engagement, which is the amount of incentive we pay online panelists? So if we really want good quality data, should we be paying more?
Well, I think. Oh, sorry.
No, carry on.
I think market forces generally lead the agenda there. You know, if clients were willing to pay more, that again that goes through the whole supply chain. But there has been a race to the bottom. I got into the sample sector quite late, and you know the stories of £5 CPIs for a consumer study, which I don't think we're ever going to see those days again. So there has been a continual squeeze on price, and unfortunately, that squeeze has persisted through incentive payments. Now, I take the point that people who take these surveys are the lifeblood of this industry, and we should be rewarding them. But ultimately, if the client isn't willing to pay, because again, there'll always be someone who can do it at a lower price, then it just goes back to Mel's point about we need to have collaboration throughout the top and bottom and across the industry, so to make sure that we can avoid further erosion.
In the global collaboration, the Research Society out of Australia is taking on this specific question. So we're, but I think as a profession, we're missing some big opportunities to think outside of the dollar. There are a lot of reasons people will take a survey. If it's fun, if we made it fun again, people will take it just because it's enjoyable. They do it to get back, to give back, and to get a pat on the back. Those are the reasons people take surveys. They can get back through money or through the experience or content. Tell them the results. Like, there are lots of ways to get back, to give back, messaging around. They just want to give back to the products and brands that they love, and we don't talk about that anymore. And then they want to be an expert, to get a pat on the back. They want, thank you. Your contributions here made a difference, and we value your expert opinion. Well, there are so many things that we could do that are not just the dollar, and if we would think more broadly about that. But that's the question that the Research Society's workstream out of Australia will answer as part of the Global Coalition.
Can I just come back to your question about sort of what are we missing? For me, we're missing serious discussion about execution. How can we get these things to happen? What do we want to happen? How can we get them to happen in an effective way? And that's the really tricky part. I mean, anyone can say what's wrong with anything, but how you actually get it to change is really the heart of the matter. Maybe that's the next conference meeting that you have.
Yeah. But I hope it's by everybody in this room joining one of these work streams and actually committing their company's priorities to making to adoption of the standards and adoption of the best practices.
Absolutely. We are out of time. I know that Stephen and Mel at least are staying for a drink, so if you do have other questions, I'm sure they'll be willing to take them. So just a huge thank you to all of you and for all those brilliant questions. So thanks to the panel. So I'm going to hand over to JT, who's going to do a little wrap-up of the day, and I'm sure he'll do lots of thank yous. So just before I give up my microphone because I know he won't mention himself. I just want to have a big round of applause and a big thank you to JT, who has made a monumental effort today. So thank you.
So, a couple of things from me. I'm going to leave this on the screen during some words now. I don't think there's any Likert scales in there. DNI compliant and it's mobile optimised. Please do take our survey. We obviously love surveys. But it's really helpful for us to get feedback from you, key members of our community that we now serve as the ASC. So a few thoughts from me and some housekeeping before we wrap up at probably just before past. The bar is ready for us to go and get a quick drink. Killer things from me today was 66% failure as an industry. John, that's a fantastic statistic that really sets context for other industries that we may serve as researchers. It wouldn't work in engineering, it wouldn't work in many of the businesses that we serve as CPGs, and really was like, wow, okay, that's an insight for me. I am kind of overwhelmed by the amount of openness and willingness to discuss the issue today. I do think we're at a turning point in the industry. I think the governing bodies that I've worked with and seen with globaldataquality.org, which I shall have tattooed somewhere shortly. Snappy, well done, guys. We should all go and visit that website. I really do feel that things are changing for us. We've got to take initiative, and it's people in this room, the businesses that we work for, and the clients that we serve. I don't think there's too many clients in the room, but we have to do something here. Otherwise, our industries, can I be honest, are quite frankly screwed. And I love what I do. I don't want it to be screwed. So please do something, and let's fix it, from panel quality to the technology that we use. I learned loads on server to server. That's fascinating. Just the basics, guys. I heard about the good quality surveys, and the presentations were fantastic. Just a real eye-opener. So thank you for everyone that got involved there. I heard some really interesting snippets talking to people. Some of them were like me, asking them what they thought. Anyone got any views? And there's a couple of people I asked for some views earlier about today, what it's meant to them, or things they might do differently, or ideas for this event coming up. They're all going to be a bit shy now. Any hands? No? Oh, I have somebody. No? Oh, I've got one at the back. Thank you. Did I prime you? I think I might have done, actually. Terrible research.
You did prime me. I'll give you away. I think it was really helpful for me to see the breakdown of the problem and to really lay it out so that everyone in this room, I think we all work in different areas, and to be able to see it broken down and to start having a common terminology that we can go back to our businesses and start to share that with others and actually start tackling it piecemeal, because I'm feeling equal parts excited to help solve these problems, but also terrified at the scale of it. So being able to see it in some bite-sized chunks is really valuable.
Thank you. Anyone else got any other comments about the day?
I just wanted to say I really enjoyed how everything was presented, and there was useful information just throughout, and a lot of it was immediately applicable. I can go back and talk to people in my workplace and do things, basically.
Thanks. Anyone else?
Another JT plant. I've been coming to these conferences since 2003, or actually attending market research conferences since 2003, and we've talked about the same issues over and over and over again, and some of us have like jokingly laughed about the fact that we tend to talk about the same topics and talk them to death. What I'm impressed with about this particular conference is that everyone is coming to the table together to collaborate, and it's time to take action. So I agree, it's time to get involved and take action now, so that we can stop talking things to death and start actually activating. And that respondents should also be part of that process. Not just what we know about respondents from what we do in surveys, but also respondents that are actually on panels that we can talk to and kind of get involved as well, because they are part of the ecosystem that we're trying to create. So we need them as part of that, as well.
John.
I was wondering whether I like the idea of these little intervening little sessions and running some sort of hackathon-y type thing. I was wondering whether we could organise a survey design competition with a brief. Here's a survey, make it look great. and put everyone, because I think that there's one of the things we haven't talked about, actually, I was talking about missing things, is the survey technology is not geared up visually. When I open up PowerPoint and I click the template for an intro, it has a placeholder for an image. Why don't I get that when I open up a survey design software, asking me, well, what image, and give me an option to sort of press a button to control the layout and design. And that's a missing element, I think, in some of the thinking. The technology to enable researchers to create more beautiful surveys is something I would definitely encourage.
And if you look at PowerPoint, it has the slide designer right now. It's going to have Copilot shortly. It's coming. These things need to happen in our industry too. Thanks for the feedback. Final couple of housekeeping points. Drinks at the bar in a moment. Very important. So I'd like to thank everybody who's attended online. We've had highs and lows through the day, but that's the idea. You can come and go. The whole conference will be available via our YouTube channel in due course once it's been edited down into the sessions, so you can go back and look at the content. Please do share that with anybody, and also please do add us on LinkedIn. That's ASC and ASC Labs as well, that Andrew mentioned earlier. Maybe, John, the hackathon would be an ASC Labs topic. Andrew's got some thumbs up at the back. Thanks for the thanks, Bex. I'd like to thank the committee and everyone who's been involved in today. All of the papers that were submitted. Sorry if you didn't make it this time round, but please keep submitting. And, of course, all the wonderful speakers that have given their time and flown around the world. Thanks to Dark Horse Digital, the guys here, again, for ensuring the live stream will be seamless. Thank you for the venue, the guys serving us today, and to Arno, who's left me business cards because he couldn't be here, for anyone who wants to talk to him about those presentations and didn't agree with him. The bar closes. One final thing, sorry. Please leave your lanyards at the desk on the way out as we recycle those. We're eco-friendly. And finally, the bar closes at 7. I'm sorry it's not a free bar, it's a pay bar, but enjoy yourselves, and thanks very much for coming, everybody. Really appreciate it.